ready to party now.
Dude, did you see the link I sent you? The Dino Crisis Arena thing?
Yes,
The
I was
Dino
watching that.
Coliseum? You saw that shit? You have
Yeah.
like fucking sidestep things, yeah. And they have no iframes, of course. It's pure,
Pure
pure space.
pure spacing.
Yeah, well, yeah, like it's funny comparing it to like I don't know God Hand or whatever. But if you compare it to this average survival horror combat wise, it's insane. It's crazy. Well, get ready for me, dude. Fucking stop asking me have I played shit, because you know sometimes it's like have you played God Hand? It's like okay, I understand that, but sometimes like Bog, have you played this computer RPG released in 1992 by the creator of like fucking what the fuck are you asking me? Someone's
But
asking me if I played
maybe the idea is like secretly. Well, hold on a sec. I gotta turn down my audio bit.
Bog thoughts on the fucking Microsoft Flight Simulator. What are you talking about, dude?
That's funny.
Will this stream be archived? Yeah, Mark doesn't poop his pants somehow and have to.
Yes.
There's no unfortunate mess.
Yes. I also need to edit out the first like 40 minutes of me battling with the mod and it crashing and stuff. So.
Oh God! Wait, you didn't set it up before? You fucking made the chat, dude. Watch that shit. Jesus. Yeah,
No,
see, Mingo's like thoughts on Dungeon Keeper. I don't know.
No,
I've not played every video game yet.
I did test the mod beforehand, but I wasn't causing the reload glitch when I was playing.
Oh God, right. When I was watching you play this and you like knock a zombie down, like stomp, and then I'm like, ah. God, once they added the stomp, it just sped up the combat substantially.
So much.
Now it's like
yeah.
you gotta pull out the
another
knife,
one too, Bog, was the executions where I hit a lady and I went to go behind her and like execute her. I'm like, oh yeah, there's our new.
Nothing. Yeah, none of that shit. But yeah, then you have like the Resident Evil 4 heads.
Still,
I prefer to speed run the maze. I prefer to glitch into the wall and skip this real quick.
Look at
I prefer
this.
to do this technique.
Look at this. Ashley like gets one-shotting. This is like low-key kind of a hard mode because she gets one shot every time. She has like no health. Oh,
Almost
I'm low
like
on health.
playing burn.
But she does take more damage. There we go.
Okay. Well, the dogs are crazy, dude. The dogs are insane.
are just delightful.
Thoughts on Jazz Jackrabbit Christmas edition. Thoughts on Pokemon Go. Oh my God.
Now, see, this is your fault because you brought it up, and now they're gonna talk about it.
How would you thoroughly define arcade game design? Maybe we wouldn't have such snobby GDC speeches if defined by more than just the era time frame.
We wouldn't have such snobby GDC speeches if defined by more than just the era time frame.
Yeah, permadeath. Permadeath's one of the big ones.
Oh yeah, but also like, yeah, well, yeah, but what? Yeah, I guess, but like you can have arcade feeling games without permadeath, where like they have some traits that
That's one of
go
them.
beyond.
It's not the only one. It's just one of them. So you got.
Are you guys excited for Neon Inferno?
Yeah. And then I would say also single sitting. Single sitting has to be big.
Yeah, but also like immediacy, because think about a lot of the stuff that, a lot of like. Because of the format, the games had to be very immediate. They couldn't like fucking have a ton of mechanics. They had to build that shit into into either a few buttons or like in-game functions. You had like power-ups, you had items, you know.
Yeah,
stuff that nowadays would be a meter used to be just items or something like that.
I'd also add to that what you're saying, where they need to visually communicate their design. So they cannot rely on external guides or external references to explain how their design works. They have to internally communicate all of their own design.
Yeah, and it's hard to just like on the spot define this stuff. That's like you gotta like sit down and really think about it because it's such a wide range of design. Because you had like
it is important.
I think it is important. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's such a wide area of design because there's that Sega RPG, Dungeon Crawler RPG on the arcades. What was it called? It had a really stupid name. I showed you.
Gyrus or something? No, that's not it.
No, you're like running around the dungeon, and techno music is blasting, and you're like a knight, in a spooky dungeon.
Yes. I think Kiwi played that, or He played a game like that at Mupslam at the end. It
was
like isometric.
He was playing Gaiapolis. He was playing
Gaiapolis.
But what I mean, yeah, Gaiapolis. Well, that's also kind of it's almost like an action adventure game, but it fit like squeezed into an arcade setting. But there's another Sega game, Dash. No. It's a very obscure one. It's a late one that I believe relied on netplay. Sega, maybe Namco? Fuck, Sega. Late arcade.
Oh, come on. Bastards.
Whatever, I'm not gonna find it right now. Probably.
Was it a smash success that made Sega tons of money?
No.
That's surprising.
Oh, dude, Sega's been. See, you playing F-Zero GX is relevant because Sega's been remaking F-Zero GX. There's people
really?
Are finding. People are no, not literally, but people are finding F-Zero GX in the new Sonic game, where there's like a weird kind of exploit you can do, where if you go sideways, you go faster, and you can like do all kinds of crazy skips and shit. It's like, damn, okay. Sega's been cooking.
Oh, this is the one I already went to.
Permadeath can be stressful. That's why I don't personally do it anymore. It was fun in Resident Evil games. Oh, yeah, Resident Evil.
I think like the more the game is designed around permadeath as like
the more fun it becomes. Yeah.
The more fun and viable it becomes. Whereas like modern games now, playing them under permadeath conditions is impressive.
A nice,
like, insane.
Yeah, a nice breezy run of like 5 hours. Oh my god. Even the good ones. I felt like Doom Eternal's permadeath mode was really fun, but it's still like 3-4 hours. It's crazy. Yeah. Like I had to take breaks because like I would play it. It's like, oh god, it's been too fucking long, and I have to split up my session between, because you can save, you can still save, but you can't.
Right. Yeah, but you can't reset or whatever. That being said, though, I mean, Street Rage 4 is like 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also funny because sometimes people are like, well, you know, you're all about the 1cc's. Why don't you just like do the equivalent for modern games? It's like, yeah, okay, but that's like the basic prerequisite. There's still a lot more, you know, stuff games got to do to make it fun, because otherwise it's crazy.
Yeah, F-Zero is one of those games that we probably won't see a game like that for quite a while.
Forever, probably.
Yeah. Because that's a whole lot of development, a whole lot of time, a whole lot of energy, and probably not a lot of payback. Because it was developed for the arcades, so that was why it was going to be profitable, because of the arcades.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. I believe the arcade port came after. It's like it's like simultaneous, but yeah, I believe so. I believe it was simultaneous, and then they released it on console at the same time. But it wasn't originally developed on. What?
These dogs, one-shotting
me.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, dude. I was horrified of this section in the remake, because you know it's a bit like I was thinking, okay, this is gonna be the scary part in the remake, but nope, the remake is a joke. Even unprofessional, doesn't matter. Yeah. Meanwhile, in this one, it's fucking horrifying. People are like, dude, the remake is so much scarier because it's all dark and shit. But dude, you play this, the dogs, holy shit.
This dog section is especially because like that exactly. Just they just fly at you, dude.
Yeah.
They do have kind of some hit stun though, which is nice.
Dogs are, I mean, remember Resident Evil 5 dogs?
Yes.
They're quite a nightmarish enemy type.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. I just caught up to it. Nice. Massacred. Excellent. Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. Mark, did you enjoy Pocky and Rocky Reshrined? Mark?
I'm not a huge Pocky and Rocky guy, to be honest. I don't know, it just feels a little funky to me.
It's well designed, it just feels too,
I don't hate it or anything, but I just
like
it feels a little funky.
Yeah, the game's well designed. It's just the problem is like I thought it was too slow, and it was just it's too. When you're underpowered, it feels like shit to play because you have no aim lock unless you're playing as the bear, right? And then once you're powered up, it's too easy. So it's kind of, and then you know like it lacks a lot of like the more unpredictable RNG enemies and shit, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I like the SNES game more because it's just much more faster paced. You know, it has a lot of the same issues, but it's just a lot speedier overall. But it's still good, you know. If you like that style of gameplay.
Oh my gosh! What's your favorite Natsume remake?
Ninja Warriors, easily.
In Ninja Warriors?
Well, actually, no. Hold on.
I think I like Shadow of the Ninja better.
It's like one of the two thoughts. Ninja Warriors is the one I like to play the most, but I feel like Shadow of the Ninja is like the most like the biggest upgrade. Where it's like, oh shit, yeah, I'd rather play the remake than the original any day.
Yeah.
Whereas with Ninja Warriors, I will play the original most likely. It's not chaotic enough. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would say. I mean, you need the chaos. You need a bit of chaos. Dude, I'm surprised how fun Dino Crisis still is. Like,
I bet it's more fun really these days because there's nothing like that stuff anymore. So it's like really
yes,
like
yes. And I'm just imagining how easily this could have been developed into something more incredible. Because it has some obvious issues. But dude, like, fucking. Just the fact that it has like really juicy hit stun, juicy knockdowns, you can group enemies. Like if you did something as simple as limiting the amount of ammo you have, you would immediately encourage the players to group enemies. Oh yeah, Mark, I told you right where the game Natsume might remake sometime soon is Scat.
Yes.
Hell yeah, I'm really hoping they keep the name.
That'll be a fun.
I really hope.
Marketing push.
They gotta keep the name, dude. They gotta keep the name. What drove you to play Dino Crisis about Halloween? Yeah, Halloween. My friend.
Keep the name.
My friend was fucking play it. I'm like, okay, and at first I was like gonna be like, oh, it's probably gonna be mid. It's probably gonna be too flawed, but no, I'm really enjoying it. I'm shocked how fun it is. And it's like, people say, like, oh, dude, survival horror combat, like tank controls combat is shit. But no, like, this is solid fucking combat. There's even, like, a lot of dynamic, like, they built in a bunch of dynamics where, well, it depends on the weapon, but for example, with the shotgun, you have recovery frames after each shot. So you gotta, like, there's like an auto aim mechanic, but to auto aim you have to stand still. If you stand still and shoot, then you have some recovery frames. But you can move while shooting and not have recovery frames. But you can't fucking auto aim when you do that. So there's like a risk and reward trade-offs. The enemies get hit stunned. You can like knock them around. You can group them. You can just like get them in a pile. They respawn randomly all over the arena like a fucking run and gun.
This is a 16-bit game, isn't it?
Dino Crisis?
No, Scat. I thought you were talking about Scat.
Oh, Scat. No. Scat.
I was like, whoa. Whoa, this is really...
No, Dino Crisis. It's fucking okay. Scat is a NES game. It's a
yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, what?
Yeah. You're like, whoa, it's done? Like, yeah, okay. Not quite on that level.
This maze.
I guess they kind of already did a remake of that, where they made Omega 5, which is a similar kind of idea.
Did I get this one already? Because I've died so many times. All right, no. Okay, so I got that one. So I got to get the one up there.
You should try Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. I've played the shit out of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis when I was a kid. I believe the dodge was you can press a button, you can like roll out of the way, but then sometimes if you for example roll in the next to a wall or something, you will just not dodge or some shit like that. But see, Dino Crisis 2 has exactly that, but it's multi-directional. You can like step in any direction.
Sounds really fun.
Yeah.
So it's kind of taking the OG. Oh my gosh! Hold on.
Yes, it's literally like the best way to describe it is like you take Metal Slug, you take a beat 'em up, you combine them together, and then add tank controls, like make it really clunky.
How are the tank controls? Are they funky or are they alright?
They're good. They're good. They're really good because you have like the normal tank controls. You have insta quick turn. You have aiming. Like if you, for example, there's two ways to re-aim. You either lower your weapon and then raise it again, or you press another button and your character aims to the closest target. So you can just there's a bunch of stuff like that. Then you can move while shooting, unlike other tank control games.
I forget.
So like
once I get this stuff, do I exit the maze? Yeah, I exit it, right? Once I get the two parts. Yes, here it is. Yeah, that's it.
You guys had a chance to play UFO 50? Yeah, I've played it. Like a lot of the games feel, they're like solid, but I feel just they feel like short kind of experimental games rather than fully fleshed out games. Like there's a game called Rakshasa on there, which is a Ghosts and Goblins type of game. Ghosts and Goblins and what was that fucking game called? And the Conan game in the arcades.
I don't know. Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, whatever. But basically, the problem is it's very easy. It's 3 stages. By the end, you're like, oh well, that's it. That's all there is.
Yeah.
And a lot of games are kind of like that, where you're playing, you're enjoying them, but it's like, oh, that's it.
Oh, let's look at these brand new dressers.
And because it's a compilation, I feel like there's no.
Welcome.
No, not Canada Dance Osman. There's another game. Rostan. Yeah, there's another one similar to Rostan.
What are you buying?
What we got here? No.
Anyway, the point is, they feel too underdeveloped. They feel like half of a classic style arcadey game.
Ah, thank you.
What the hell is your chat talking about?
Right?
Your chat is talking about some fucking evil shit, dude.
What?
I'm gonna close these. I'm gonna close these motherfuckers out of sight, out of mind. They're Green Island. There are not many actual IRL porn stars that look better than Kasumi, though. I mean, true, but you know, the point is, how the fuck did you get to this?
Well, they're talking about DOA, I think.
Oh, right. Did Mark play Evil Within? I'm trying to get him to play Evil Within. He's gonna, at some point.
Yes, I need to play that. See, that's in my Mikami. I gotta do all the Mikami games at some point. So that would be one of them.
Evil Within is Evil Within is interesting. Definitely not quite as fleshed out or good as you know, God Hand or Resident Evil 4, but it has a lot of really cool ideas. And executes them pretty well, dude. Fucking the idea of just replacing a lot of beat 'em up dynamics, like, you know, grouping enemies together and doing stomp attacks with shit like grenades, matchsticks, even shotgun blast. That's sick.
Okay, I'm gonna save just in case we get a crash here.
Go check a vid on Nemesis dodging mechanic. You know, the problem is, though, like, fucking...
I'm supposed to make my way back, right?
With the old Resident Evil games, like, I don't want to really play them very much, because, you know, like, even if you have the dodges and stuff, you don't have the enemies. The enemies aren't really fleshed out. It's just zombies. See, there's another thing where I really like Dino Crisis 2, because the dinosaurs do all kinds of stuff. Like, they move around you. They have a variety of attacks. There's, like, they have weak spots on the sides, shit like that. The zombies.
Yeah, it sounds really fun.
Yeah. Yep. It's not gonna blow your mind, but you know, it's a good game.
This music always reminds me of GoldenEye. The little like chime sort of thing going on. I don't know what exactly that instrument would be called. Puzzle solving. Wait. Whoa. I'm supposed to hit that wine glass, right?
It's over.
Yeah. That's...
Oh god, this dude.
How long has it been since you've played Resi 4?
2 years. I think the other problem is like a lot when I don't play it too often, and then they replace something like a remake. It just like fucks with my memory, where I'm like I can't remember what was in the remake, what was in the original.
Really?
Especially like more, yeah, especially like puzzle rooms and shit. I'm like, wait, what was this? Like you know, like in terms of puzzle progression, in terms of the rooms, I'm like, oh fuck.
Run. How do you like my on-the-fly weapon swapping?
Pretty cool.
I found for it to work, dude. I need to not move.
Yeah, it's like extra hard mode, because now it's like you can't reload. Gotta be real careful about that.
Yeah, I gotta be careful when I reload. It's worth it though. It's nice.
Is this Ashley model you're playing a skin over Leon, or does it affect gameplay?
Or does it affect
good question,
gameplay?
Trooper. So it is the actual Ashley model, so it's not Leon with a skin on it. And they had to, like, add custom animations and stuff. So the thing about it is, if you want...
What do you mean? Yeah, like, of course, because they would use the skeleton, right? They wouldn't literally stretch. Imagine Ashley's face, skin like stretched over Leon's head shape.
Well, no, what I'm saying though is that they had to make her animations, and yeah, they base a lot of it off Leon. But
yeah, they glue titty on each one of Leon's pecs, you know. So, okay, Jesus.
But she plays a little bit differently than Leon.
That's survival horror, baby.
She's very similar to Leon, but she plays a little differently. She takes a lot more damage, tell you that much.
You played the remaster of Shadows of the Damned.
Have you played the remaster of Shadows of the Damned?
Oh, thanks so much for the donation. Yeah, also, thanks so much for the donation as well, Trooper Scout. But basically, it plays a lot like Leon. She plays a lot like Leon, yeah. But you can go in there since it's a mod, and you can give her like Wesker's kick and Ada's kick and stuff like that if you want. I just kept her kind of close to Leon because Wesker and Ada are like super strong. Have I played the remaster of Shadows of the Damned? No. Have you heard of this, Bog?
I know Shadows of the Damned. I know that the remaster is coming out, but no, I haven't played either. It's like a third-person shooter by what's the studio? A Grasshopper manufacturer. Mikami, I believe, was a producer or something on it. He wasn't a director, but he was involved somewhere.
Oh, that's cool. Have you played the original?
Nope. Chico Biko Bog, I tried Fulgana and got bored very quickly. What is the secret sauce? The secret sauce is go to the INI file or get a save file and play the boss rush on Nightmare difficulty.
What game?
Ys. Fulgana. Yeah. Like, there's no point playing the main game.
Or Inti creates other titles at all? They're highly experimental and can be hit or miss, so I get it not appealing to everyone.
Or Inti creates other titles at all.
Thanks so much,
highly experimental and can be hit or miss.
Are you? I wanted to check Gunvolt out because it's like Mega Man X, right? But a little bit crazier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
No, I haven't actually played them. I feel like it's kind of odd that I haven't because I'm aware of them and I've looked at them for years. I just have never made the commitment, I guess.
Yeah, Chico Biko, only the boss rush. Don't bother with the main game. And Nightmare. Nightmare is where the gameplay starts clicking together. Also, Mark.
Yes.
You know that in Gunvolt and Luminous Avenger X, when you get a big enough chain combo, J-pop starts playing.
Nice. That's how you know.
The main music gets replaced by J-pop, by like idol J-pop. The corniest shit ever. Iconoclast must have loved that, dude. Holy shit.
It's made by a Japanese developer, right? Gunvolt?
Yes. Yeah, Inti creates. Yeah. They helped out on the Mega Man Zero games back in the day, and ZX.
Oh, that's why there's such a similarity there. Yeah. So they actually work directly.
They worked with Capcom on those games.
So we need to go to the right.
Yeah, and the new ones are more scoring oriented.
Slightly open section of the game. It's funny. It's like it's just ever so slightly open.
Yep.
But after Silent Hill 2, I'm the master of navigation. I'm the expert of navigation.
Hell yeah. Until you play in Rain World, then it'll be over.
Oh, jeez. You said that doesn't have a map, right? Gunvolt looks really interesting, though. Especially if you compared it to the Mega Man Zero games, obviously.
Wait a sec. Hold on.
Are they still making Gunvolt? Probably not, right? All those
I
DS
believe
games are just
yes.
Dead.
No. The new one came out fairly recently, maybe like a year ago or so.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, we hate treasure here. Whoa, buddy. Someone in your chat wants to get banned.
No one hates treasure.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, Boghog's here.
What are you eating?
He's guest star.
Your mom. Bog, what are your most anticipated indie games of 2024-25?
Yeah. A fair question.
Okay, hold on. Let me check my wish list. Dear God.
Blue revolver.
There's gotta be something. Oh, it came out. It's out. It's out.
I'm covering it. I'm covering it.
Yeah, well, you know. A keyboard, dude. That the like cyborg except with a K.
Oh, of course.
And an
yes, I know that's your favorite game of all time.
Modern day Kusogi, dude. It's gonna be sick. But seriously, Vizigani? God, I'm gonna have to type this shit.
Got some rare.
I don't even know when half of these are coming out, because you know it's usually like, oh, to be announced or coming soon, coming one day, sometime.
Yes, I know. Maybe. Is there any hard like release that we can think of coming up that has a date and you know when the date is and we're all gonna play it on that date? I can't even think of one. Hey, Nervous Jay. Doing good? We're powering through Resident Evil 4 right
Dear
now.
God, yeah, I get nothing. Even going through my wish list, it's just like coming soon. Quarter one of yeah. Even the Blackfinger Jet is just
someday.
I think that's gonna take a while. It's gonna be one of those where it's like we're hearing about it for like 6 years and then it just comes out.
Yes.
I guess Double Dragon Revive is going to be interesting.
Oh my gosh, that's kind of funny how that's like we're skeptical, but we're like, all right, well, maybe there might be something to this.
I mean, it's not like there's a lot of competition in terms of 3D beat 'em ups, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think there's like another staircase I'm supposed to go up or something. Why am I so? Because the. Oh my gosh. I'm being all right. I gotta.
Apparently, the new Monster Hunter
the wrong way.
Apparently, the new Monster Hunter is speeding up the movement, doing something to reduce the weapon sharpening, and adding parries, dude.
And in doubt, so it's gonna be parries, sick, my friend.
Yeah, there we go. Finally,
dude.
finally. Yes, finally. That's what.
Wouldn't it be interesting though that if this trend continues and every game adds parries? Just how hard it will be to differentiate the combat of each game from each other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what you want, dude. You want transferable fundamental skills.
Yeah, that is true.
And that's parries. It's going to be parries, yeah?
Yeah, that is true.
That's what boot up a game and you're like, oh, I've played this. Boghog, I recently noticed the balance in the Switch version of Gunvein is different than the PC version. Yes, that's intentional. There's some balancing changes. Like, for example, the extends, I believe you get them less often. And there's a rank system as well.
Yes. Are you going to put the rank system in the PC version?
Yeah, at some point,
We need Mark and Bog's Rain Chaser takes.
Oh, I'm really excited. I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm really excited for it. Rain Chaser? Yeah, I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, we gave the devs some feedback, so
yes,
we can't. We're gonna be silent for now, and then when it releases, we're gonna give our takes to motivate him.
Well, he's still like deep in the
beta
development of it, right?
Yeah, very active development. Not just like in terms of oh, he needs to finish the content. No, he's like working on a lot of the mechanics and stuff. So
yeah. Might be a while though, right? With these
gotta let him.
games.
Yeah, gotta let him cook. But yeah, it looks awesome. And you gotta let him cook, and then just
the scary thought is just hopefully he finishes it, rather than just kind of getting burned out and being like, all right, enough of this.
Yeah, that's the scary part, especially since it's like pretty substantial in terms of the amount of art it takes. Just pretty ambitious and shit. Oh yeah, there's a new Doom game coming out, right?
Yes. I didn't actually know that.
You just completely missed it. Yeah, I did see the trailer. I don't know what to think yet. It looks like they're going with more flat and open levels, which is kind of scary.
What kind of levels?
More flat and open instead of being like, vertical and layered. I don't know though. I've only seen a few clips here and there, so I don't know. And it looks like there's more projectiles. Just, I think that what they want to do, my theory is, based on almost no knowledge whatsoever, so just don't listen to me. But my theory is that they want to capture like the more bullet hell elements of the classic Doom, where the bullets are slower, there's more of them. And
I
could
see that.
You know, it'd be interesting. Yeah, because I believe, again, I don't even ask me for a source. I made it up. I made everything up. But I believe the director of Doom was saying how he didn't like, how he loved the original dynamic in the classic Doom games, where there's more, there's more dodging and shit, more bullet hell like.
Yeah.
So I feel like he was creatively feeling a bit insecure, and he's like, kind of wanna do that.
Yeah, they're kind of probably wondering what direction to take things these days.
Yeah, the new Doom has parries. Well, the original Doom kind of had parries as well. Yeah, it does. But the original, the Eternal had parries kind of as well, because the Marauders, right? Even if you want to loop them, you're gonna.
I never played Eternal. I played 2016, but never played Eternal.
Eternal's good. Eternal does so many things that you would hate, but I feel like it just powers, it like brute forces through them and still ends up being fun.
Like what?
Like, for example, it has a lot of color-coded weaknesses in the game, right? But then it just allows you to quick swap weapons, and it's faster than just than using the weaknesses. So you're like, oh, okay. So it just like brute forces past a lot of the most annoying design mechanics. There's also a parry type of mechanic where the Marauder enemy, if you want to open them up, normally they just shield your shots. If you want to open them up, you gotta parry them as they're attacking. You gotta wait for an attack and do like a counter, right? And then punish them. But what you can do is you can use splash damage to hit stun them and loop their fucking AI. So like a lot of the stuff is there, but it kind of brute forces its way past the more annoying elements.
That's interesting. Like intentionally or accidentally?
I don't know. Probably intentionally, but I have no clue. But it feels so weird because like they push those weaknesses and shit very aggressively in tutorials, and then just
do you think it's a bit of like sneaky game design where they put all of those color coding things and stuff in to entice the new players, like the very noob players, but then have all these systems to subvert them for expert players? Is that kind of what you're saying they do?
Yeah, basically that's how it ends up working out. Some of that stuff does not feel intended though, but I don't know.
Oh, it's not intentional. Just a happy accident of the balance, sort of.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, Crystal Breaker. Oh yeah, I gotta check Crystal Breaker out at some point. It's a caravan shmup. Yeah, it's very interesting because there's so many, and it's not just that either. Like there's a lot of like meter-based gameplay.
Which one is better?
Like a lot of cooldowns, a lot of meters, a lot of like, hard resource refill mechanics. They capped a lot of the ammo in the game, right? They capped it at relatively low numbers, but then they had the chainsaw, so you can recover. The chainsaw is on a cooldown, and you can recover resources that way. But when you're, once you kind of like get used to it, it's like, okay, I guess you're doing this shit, which I hate, but it's in service of a fun gameplay. And I'm like, I don't want to say loop because I hate the word, but
you can say it. I think we just need to reclaim that term.
No.
I know, can't be done. Trooper Scout asks, thanks so much for the donation, Trooper. He asks, which is better, Ninja Gaiden NES or arcade? I feel tempted just to say arcade. Ironically, the NES version is significantly more important and influential. That's the irony of it.
Is it? Well, yeah, I guess overall, but for Ninja Gaiden, they kind of went back to the arcade a lot. Yeah. Marauder weakness is intentional. The weakness is, but the way you can AI loop them, by using ground explosions to use hit stun and shit, that feels a lot less intentional. It feels like they wanted you to get a few like maybe not a few, maybe like a couple of parries, and then quick swap to kill them. They didn't count on you like literally looping the AI after a single parry.
You know what it actually sounds like to me? I think I've diagnosed it for you, Bog. It sounds like a first-person character action game. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, it is, essentially. It reminded me the most of a... okay, with all the weaknesses aside, it reminded me a lot of Ninja Gaiden. It has the same, like, fucking... Yeah.
Yeah, because character action games have a lot of mechanics that you're like... I don't know about this. But
yeah, it's like, what the hell is this? Yeah.
But they have so many mechanics that you can just ignore a lot of this stuff.
And it's weird, right? I don't really like the quick weapon swapping personally, because it just feels like it undermines the differences, the distinctions between weapons, in the same way as in Resident Evil 6, actually. But without it, I feel like the weaknesses would be more prominent, and I don't like that either. So
yeah.
Don't say character action.
Really wanted to get this...
Yeah, Mark, don't say character action, say CAG.
CAG. Sounds like a CAG game.
Yeah, CAG. This is some CAG activity.
I might throw away this stock. Should I discard the stock? What do you think?
You got too many fucking weapons, is what I think.
I want to carry
other comments.
I want to carry the rocket launcher though.
Yeah.
I gotta, so I can one-shot the boss. Yeah. Let's discard it. We can get it later. It's not
weapon. Oh man, the weapon swaps. The problem is like you're fighting an enemy. You hit the fucking weapon swaps. It just doesn't matter. In Doom Eternal, it's not as bad, but dude, in Resident Evil 6, it's the worst. I hate it in Resident Evil 6.
Yeah, the worst, especially because 5 had such a good system.
Well, yeah, because the whole point is in 5, weapons are like beat 'em up moves, where you have recovery frames, you have startup recovery frames, and Resident Evil 6 shat on that. Meanwhile, with Doom Eternal, it's not as bad because you're always moving anyway, so it doesn't, There's this guy in the community who's in crusade against character action games and wants everyone to use a wholly different name that he made up instead. Wait, which name? Maybe he has something better. Who knows? CAG, yeah.
Didn't you make
Cringe
that
action games. CAG? No. I think someone. I heard someone use that. I'm like, okay, that's brilliant. Well, what you made up, what your chat needs to push a lot more aggressively is Euro Souls. That's gotta happen.
They invented it. They invented that term.
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
Chat exclusive term. That's funny. Okay,
will Boghog cave in and sign some sweet deal to work for Hunkashi a AAA game? Hell yeah, dude. Give me that shit. Especially if I get some free time to work on my own stuff. I don't give a shit. Morals? Disgusting. Get that shit out of here.
I've heard working on AAA games is a lot of...
It sucks. Yes, it sucks. It sucks. Realistically, it sucks and you get no fucking satisfaction or freedom. But, I'll worry about...
It would be nice if you worked on a AAA game and they're just like, yeah, so just... code a few
do whatever. Yeah, here's money. Here's like 12 million bucks for you personally. Just do whatever,
What are you buying?
Alas, it doesn't work like that.
Is Stellar Blade Euro Sekiro? Yes. Yeah.
Yes. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll worry about that morality bullshit when I'm rich, personally. Bog only reads roaches in Mark's basement, so he'll take anything. True.
He's having a hard time.
Every now and then he throws me like a burrito. That's a holiday if the click-through rate is really good.
If it's really good, let's be clear.
Yes, extremely good, unimaginably good. Yeah.
This is so funny, double Ashley.
Yeah.
Here's
Spectacle
the question.
Is such a bad term for gaming.
So I think I will actually play as like regular Ashley in the Ashley sections, ironically, because I am just replacing Leon, right? So the game would logically make me Ashley.
Yeah, she's nerfing herself.
She's holding herself back.
Is Sekiro Euro Osu, which is a rhythm game. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Fighting action game. Oh god. Oh god.
What if I... Okay, this is a risky thing to do. Steady your hand, Ashley. Oh my god.
We should make Bog's Patreon bigger than Mark's. Yeah, do it, dude. Mark got horrified when I told him they got a bunch of followers from a shout out. He's like, oh my god.
I wasn't horrified. I was just shocked. That's all.
Yeah. You're like,
that was all. I wasn't horrified. I was like,
what? He's like expecting a coup, like a king. So he's subordinate. He's like,
the uprising of the Bog army.
I better cut out the roots before this blooms into something horrifying.
It's time for the proper laser color.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
I'm European, so I'm not a fan of the term. Yeah, but I'm European as well. You know.
Yeah.
Listen,
well,
we're gonna
I wouldn't use the term seriously these days. It's just
we're gonna take
this
on the sins of the world. We're gonna take on the sins of the world. It's our burden, you know. We can call them like German, Polish, British, American shmups or something.
You can just call them Western if you want.
Yeah.
Throw everyone
but that's
in there.
even. But then the problem is, South Korea is joining the party.
I know, right?
Like China, South Korea are slowly. Yeah.
You just almost have to say like non-Japanese almost.
What was the DMC tag on the back of the box? It was something like stylish action. No. Stylish action adventure horror game.
Yeah.
Something like that. Get well soon, Bog. I heard you were European. Real. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky, dude, dealing with the. Well, not only that, not only Korean and Chinese Euro games, but also Japanese Euro games nowadays.
Yes, I know.
I mean,
That's true
look at
now,
Raiden
too.
Nova, dude. Look at Raiden Nova.
Yes, it's just kind of over.
Yeah, that's the conclusion of the stream. It's over. It's over, fellas.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that.
Yeah, because the new Japanese, like developers and people like that, they're not gonna do that kind of style of design either. Like classic sort of arcade influenced design, they're not gonna do that either. Because that's old and lame in their minds, probably.
Absolutely. Gotta check out some Sekiro instead. How come people don't call character action games stylish action? Because, you know, it's like, it's stupid. The whole debate is stupid. Just pick any name, it doesn't matter, because it's always going to refer to the same general group of games anyway.
Yeah, I think wasn't character action at one point, like, 3D platformers? Stuff
yes,
like
it was, the earliest
Crash and
reference that... Yeah, the earliest reference to character action is from a Naughty Dog interview from like '97, where they're referring to Crash Bandicoot. Oh shit! You might be able to shoot the. Yeah.
What if I
Freeform action games? Well, if you wanna come up with like a real genre name, it would be something like sandbox action or something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the most fitting, where it's like they're not just action games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open action.
Because they're not toy action. Okay, people get mad at that, but you know the point is they're not just action games. They're sandbox action games. They're hybrids between sandbox games and action games. And if you look at Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and you look at the advanced combat there, like that's not particularly different to what the fuck people are doing, like Bayo, you know, Devil May Cry, that type of shit. Yeah. I mean, you can launch a guy with a bomb and then have him drop on a fucking like a mech. You can have them drop on a crucifix and then just get burned immediately.
Stray Cat says there's an old interview where Spike Out was called character-based action.
Oh,
That's
shit.
interesting.
Uh-oh. Well, that would explain why it has fucking... The bosses can air recover, get invincibility, and then use an invincible attack right after the recovery. So they... Hell on earth. That would explain that mechanic.
I wonder, you know, aren't there like knights or something that chase you when you're actually at the end there?
There was You're thinking of the remake, right? Jesus Christ!
No.
How am I not fucking?
There's like something like that at the end. Maybe not.
See, that's what I fucking mean.
Like
Did the original have knights?
Yeah, but I don't know if they chased you or if they were solitary. I can't remember. Or not solitary.
They were I'm pretty sure they were stationary.
Okay.
Yeah, they were stationary. They were just like a prop, I believe. In the remake, they made them enemies. They're ironically.
Yeah, there are knights.
There are knights that chase you.
I wonder if my point was being. I wonder if with the mod I could kill them.
Do they fucking memory hold that shit? Oh god.
Yes, you blocked it out of your mind. See, this is what remakes do. This is what remakes
exactly,
do. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I need to. Well, I guess the problem is I need to play the original again.
Don't you think this HD texture mod looks great? Like all the
looks
HD
identical
textures.
to me because I'm watching a tiny window on the stream. Yeah.
Right. It's this area somewhere. Here we are.
Man. Big gamer much, Bog? Get true. Jesus. It's over. Other than Mayo and Bog, who do you want to collab with in a video, Mark?
That's a good question.
You talking to the gaming bread, dude. You shmup pilling gaming bread.
He has made a few videos about shmups.
Yes, a couple, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if he's still interested or not, though.
I have no idea. I don't know. There's like a flirting happening that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so true. Where people kind of play with the genre a bit, and then they're like, all right, we're good.
They're like, well, because the problem is they have nothing to the other 1cc, and they see the idea of a 1cc, and they're like, are you fucking out of your mind? I'm out of here. Well,
yeah.
And they can't, like, they have nothing to do if they just want to play it more casually. Like there's no mode that makes it feel like Devil May Cry or anything like that.
I don't know these days, because you never know with YouTubers, right? Like how a collaboration with a YouTuber would be like. You never know, really. I'm trying to think.
Well, Christian from Lazy Devs. Yeah, you could talk about. Oh wait, Christian. You could talk about. Well, that would be more like just hang out on the stream or something. It would be like this big clash of the universe, because they're both shmup content creators.
Yeah. Well, I think the heart of the question would be like sort of a YouTuber that would be a bit unexpected for me to.
Yeah, right? something like crazy, yeah. Donkey, dude.
Oh, Donkey? That would be super interesting.
That would be insane, yeah.
Slide puzzles. Oh yeah, there's a static sequence. Give me a sec. These bad boys, there's a static sequence for these.
It's over. It's over. The stream's over, fellas. It's over. Mark will not pass this.
Well, you know the thing about slide puzzles is the more you screw them up, like the more unrecoverable they become.
Yeah.
But there's this one is a static one, I know that. So this one I always just watch the moves. Little video guide here. Here we go.
Mark and AVGN, dude. Hell yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, well, you would talk about the YouTube meta stuff, right, with him more so than games, because it's such an interesting thing, his whole like career.
Yes,
thing.
How he's a person, but he's also a character, and like what's the line between the person and the character, and how do you differentiate that? And
you were giving him like an existential crisis.
Yeah, when AVGN likes a game, does the nerd like it, or does he like it? You know, those are kind of interesting questions. Yeah. Like, what's a game? Like, I would like to ask him, like, what are some games that the nerd likes that James doesn't like? Stuff like that.
Cyberwolf, Boghog, I read a lot of your co-host articles, and they were insightful and interesting. Thanks. Glad you enjoyed them. I'm spreading my my extreme ideas, but also funny how the Donkey's a bad critic kid got made fun of was actually right. Well, Donkey's not really. I mean, he kind of is a critic, but you know, it's like, is AVGN a critic?
No, it's entertainment, right? That's what.
Yeah, yeah. It's more.
You're using games as like a basis for
like yeah.
AVGN
Sometimes he dips
games as a basis for like storytelling, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with Donkey, it's like almost like a kind of a YouTube stand-up type of thing. And he dips into critique, but it's that, you know, like a lot of developers dip into critique. It's not exactly crazy or anything.
Yeah, you know you're a critic if you start bitching about IGN. That's like the rite of passage, basically.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, even then, you know, you bitch about them sometimes. You're not quite a critic. You gotta really live that life. You gotta. That should be your life. Just new IGN drops. You're like IGN review drops. You're seething.
Just on reaction.
Red in the face. Yeah. Don't even read it. Don't even know what the game is. Just fucking slam your desk immediately. A critic would watch the what is it called? Design Delve video about Astrobot, where it's like this game plays itself, and that's why it's a good thing. And they would be like, oh god, they would grab the noose at that point.
Hold on. I'm I'm running this in slow motion. I'm like screwing it up.
This would be faster if you just fucking slid them around randomly.
No, because then it starts to get out of hand. Because I tried that once. I was like, oh, I'll just keep sliding it. And I just kept making it worse and worse and worse. Okay.
I do legit feel like
up.
All these years you played this, it would be faster to just get good at this puzzle than looking up this every time. Yeah.
That is very true.
Yeah. Did you see GameSack parody AVGN? Yeah, I sometimes code like EOS because they like really. Critic seats IGN reviews, even if they're positive. They're probably positive for the wrong reasons. Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, sometimes someone agrees with you, but badly, and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna argue with them now.
Yep.
Mark got stuck in it. Well, the problem with Mark is he does not want to engage with these fucking puzzles.
Oh,
so he's
really?
Like, nah, fuck this.
Engaged.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, he's like, oh, dude, no, this is impossible. Let me just look it up.
Well, that's funny you said that, because like my last playthrough, I had this exact conversation in my head. I was like, all right, enough of like looking up the puzzle. I'll learn it. I spent like forever screwing it up, and then because it's a slide puzzle, you can't reset them. They just get worse and worse and worse.
Well, yeah, but you need to plan it ahead a bit instead of just like fucking crashing into it, you know?
I would just
and the way you learn.
Well,
this is like the difference between.
That's the real thing. I would just hard memo the moves.
Yeah. Well. See, this is how the difference between how action game players
let's see if this works.
And how
I'm actually excited. Let's go.
And how puzzle fans learn. Puzzle fans like sit there and look at the puzzle. Action game fans like do shit until they get killed. You know, that's like the difference of mentality.
Anything.
Huh? Oh yeah. Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna waste a lot of ammo. I wonder if these guys are killable or not. Probably, right?
I disagree with Donkey's views, but he should be allowed to have them. Oh God, he has it.
See, they are here. Oh my gosh.
Donkey seems to have some good analysis for arcade games, but then he starts to whine when it comes to JRPGs, saying these games are fucking bad, just to pander to generic reviewers. I'm not gonna say he's cooking, but you know, I'm not gonna say he's not cooking there.
You know the problem? I don't know. Like the problem with like kind of being an online personality like that is it's so hard to know, you know, how to feel about things, right? Other than just kind of your initial reactions.
Yep. Yeah, because you need some kind of standard, and even like, you know, most people talking about games don't really have any consistent standard. They're just, you know, like a collection of random initial emotions, and those are influenced by a ton of stuff. Like
but anything from. If you're around a long time, right, and you've done like 500 videos where you have like different views and different ideas about
and a lot of them are incoherent.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh God.
Then you're like, all right, I have no idea how I feel about this stuff.
And the big thing is just coherent standards will exclude games. You can't have a coherent standard that doesn't like destroy some games you like.
That likes everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You need to like specialize and pick. Okay, well, by this standard, I cannot say that this game is good or this game is good. You know.
But otherwise, that's not how like doing well on YouTube works. Because doing well on YouTube, you want to be part of the conversation, and you can be part of the conversation and be critical. But yeah, you can be part of the conversation, and be critical. But that's oh boy, you know, that's a whole.
Yeah, good luck. You need. Yeah, you need to. You need to be like the next level hater. You need to like fucking be fully embedded in the hate sauce.
You need a PhD in being a hater.
Yeah, PhD in hate. Yeah, graduated hate university.
That's like the Dave Chappelle sketch, like the hater sketch.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. You
that one's an underrated one. That one's really underrated.
So definitely some diamonds in the rough in JRPGs. Kingdom Hearts 2, Lightning Returns come to mind. Mark, you're a big Lightning Returns fan now. You're a big Lightning Returns kind of guy.
I kind of like it.
Banger, dude.
I kind of like it. Yeah, it's not amazing or anything, but I kind of like it. But it's you know what happens with Lightning Returns? I play it for like a few hours.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, then JRPG mode turns on. I'm like, oh yeah.
I'm fucking telling you, dude. When someone recommends a JRPG, first thing is like, okay, send me a save file at the hardest encounter or like the best dungeon or some shit like that. That's it.
Well, the fun thing about Lightning Returns is that it has like ranks and stuff, but in a hard mode. See, that's kind of interesting.
If someone put a gun to your head and they forced you to play only Western RPGs or Japanese RPGs, which one would you choose?
Defends that he's joking.
Oh, this is a good question. So Trooper Scout asks, if I had to only play Western RPGs or Japanese RPGs, which one would I go with? What counts as a Western RPG? Is that like Skyrim? Or what
Fallout,
is that?
Skyrim, Fallout, Skyrim, like a lot of like Jagged Alliance, XCOM, I believe would count as that.
That's a tactical RPG though, right? I don't think that counts, does it?
Well, I mean they count, right? They count. Boghog will pick Eurotrash 100%. I don't know. The problem is like a lot of Japanese RPGs are action RPGs, and I'd rather play those.
I feel like I'd go with Japanese RPGs. If you're counting
Mass
tactical,
Effect,
I definitely would. If you could play like tactics games and stuff.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem? Does Fire Emblem count? Is that a Japanese RPG?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Fire Emblem all day.
Yeah, personally.
Fire Emblem and Advanced Wars all day long.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we count like grid-based
Plus, I like
JRPGs.
I like Pokemon in kind of a really sort of casual sort of sense. So maybe Pokemon.
Well, yeah. Of course you like it casually. You haven't even done a Nuzlocke run yet.
I did a 151 run. That's the Pokemon. That's like the mod that's like makes Pokemon like a bit harder.
Yeah,
but it's pretty fun.
Probably not as hard as Nuzlocke.
Yeah, I guess I would do stuff like that. Yeah, I'd have to like make some sort of challenge stuff to make. I feel like I forgot something. This is why I'm wandering around. Did I forget something?
See, the problem with the JRPG is that you can just fucking stick anything in there. I mean, at this point, why not include Bayonetta 3 in the JRPG category?
Right.
Give me one reason. Give me one reason.
And then, you could count like Nier Automata?
Yeah.
That count?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a JRPG?
Exactly. Here's another one. Here's a fucking other one that people will struggle with. Why does Ys, like Ys Origin or something, count, but Ninja Gaiden Black does not? Explain. It's like one has stats. Ninja Gaiden Black has equivalents of stats. Is that the only thing? That's the only thing you're gonna.
I had a whole. My brain is broken right now, but I had a whole differentiation of this. I figured out one day, and I thought it was brilliant. Like how do you separate something like Devil May Cry from an action RPG? And I remembered there was something that it has to do with like granular level. This is it. It has to do with like the way the leveling system works, how it's like dynamic and granular versus set, like a set type of thing. And like there needs to be sort of trade-offs with leveling where there's no real trade-offs with like Devil May Cry. Once you unlock everything, I mean, that's just it.
Well, but I wasn't talking about Devil May Cry. I was talking about Bayonetta specifically for one reason, because chugging potions doesn't lower rank there, unlike Devil May Cry. Same with Ninja Gaiden Black, because you can chug potions there, right? Oh, can you farm them is the question. I don't believe so, right?
I can't remember. I don't know why I'm struggling so. Oh, it's the other door. Duh. Okay.
Ninja Gaiden is an anime. It's pretty anime, dude. It's like 90s OVAs instead of 2000s anime. It's still very anime.
Oh yeah, it's like 90s anime for sure.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Like a Ninja Scroll, stuff like that.
Yep.
Is it the staircase here? Where? Okay. Yeah.
Ryu Hayabusa is Chunibyo, dude.
Here it is.
Like the Japanese term for like kids who get into like pretending to be superheroes and just acting like they're cool mysterious warriors and shit.
I gotta... Yes, I summoned Boghog. I need to meet up with my doppelganger now.
Ninja Gaiden did have its own OVA in the 90s. Wait.
Really? That sounds cool.
Ninja Gaiden OVA. Yeah, it did. It did. I somehow missed this completely. Damn, Ryu looks sick here, dude. He's got like he's got like proper dragon armor and shit. Not like
nice.
yeah. Like yeah.
I think that's everything. I forgot how long this section was.
Like I missed your GDC streams. Yeah. GDC streams were fun.
What are you selling?
I have to do a few more. What I want to do, ideally, it would be really fun to do at some point if I'm not too lazy to do it and too lazy to socialize. Is getting like some character action fans on stream and just like blasting them, not like not insulting them, not like the hour of shame. Yeah, just what do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for? But no, like asking them what the what they like about the games and like try to kind of drill down on the definitions and like the core idea, like the core appeal of the games they like. Because I feel like the way they talk about it is too nebulous and vague, and normally it doesn't matter. Like, oh, who cares, right? Whatever, like whatever you like and however you like. But the problem with because developers are Capcom is not going to be developing CAGs for much longer, but indie devs will, and indie devs come from the communities. So if the rest of the community doesn't know the appeals, then a lot of these indie devs won't either.
Yeah. How long do you think we are from a legit indie character action? I feel like we're kind of a long ways just because of the sheer
it's gonna take a bit
volume of trying to develop
there's
something
already
like that.
Yeah, it's already beginning, but until like I think it's already beginning with stuff like Spirit Strike, just Geno Kids. There's some other ones, and then what was that Ninja Gaiden game? Anenra, whatever. But it's gonna be a while until we get like a big oh shit, there's like a genre-defining type of thing.
Yeah.
Indie genre.
Just because of all the time and effort it would take to develop that.
Yep.
On a smaller scale.
This liberal revision is a game I'd actually be interested in seeing Mark or Boghog give a go, because the developer Keizo is a shmup fan himself and it shows in the game's design. Yeah, but it needs to show a lot. It doesn't need to like, he put a shmup boss in there. That game better be like concise, short, fun, fast-paced, because a lot of these shmup fans that hang around, like they play visual novels for like 300 hours and they're like, this is peak, and it's like, okay, you might have the best taste in shmups, but brother, I do not want to see what kind of games you'd make.
Oh, you're talking about like those visual novels with shmup elements?
Yeah, or just I'm saying that a lot of shmup fans would they're into shmups, but also like these games that we would never play, like visual novels.
Yes.
300 hours long. It's like, okay. And the shmup influence is not enough.
No, I've told you, I think the most likely fan base that would cross over into character action is the Souls fan base.
Yeah.
They would be the most likely group.
Well, the problem is what we were talking about, because, well, see, this is actually a good point, because I brought this up, right, because Souls has such a strong, kind of understandable foundation, indie devs can copy the series pretty well.
Yeah.
And you can get all this whole explosion of a subgenre from it. Whereas with CAGs, like, if you're trying to make a Bayo clone, what do you even do? What is the focus of Bayo? What is, like, the core idea or principle of Bayo? Because if you think, like, fucking witch time dodges, that's already in a lot of games. A dodge offset, that's kind of in a lot. That's in a lot of games by default, where they auto offset past the dodge. Yeah. Also, hey, Sora.
Yeah, it's just, that's what I'm saying. It's so much more mechanically. You're developing a lot, and you kind of have to have a vision.
Yeah, it doesn't come with a prepackaged set of mechanics. But most gamers play multiple genres. I play almost every genre. I can't stand tower defense game and visual novels, but that's about it, probably. Yeah, but I mean, you play a lot of stuff, right? But there's some genres that you really, really like. And also, shmup fans don't really play too many other genres oftentimes.
Yeah.
I feel like with a lot of genres,
not a whole lot,
yeah, not as much as you would expect. Yeah, right. The problem is a lot of genres aren't very big. Like if you play character action games, you play like 7 games, and then you're like, okay, well, either I go for like B tier stuff, or I replay the same games already. You know, right. Sometimes you'll even do like hardest difficulty, S ranks, that type of shit. And it's like, okay, where do I go from here? And there's nowhere because there's so few games.
Whereas shmups, there's an endless ocean of amazing games.
Yeah, with shmups, literally, you could just play shmups, and not only that, they're also very difficult. There's a lot of shit you can keep working on. There's a lot of depth in terms of scoring, so you can literally just play shmups. Yeah, I feel like people lost touch with how small the character action genre actually is. Because it really is like a small handful of games, and they're all by the same people, really, by the same small group of people.
Yeah.
It's not like a genre in the sense that FPS or like shmups or racing games or something like is a genre.
Very specialized.
Yeah, very, very. Online co-op character action would be cool. Isn't that
Ninja Gaiden?
Doesn't Bayo?
Ninja Gaiden 2
and Bayonetta.
Sigma.
Exactly, yeah, it had Ninja Trials, co-op Ninja Trials. Also, Bayonetta had that, and I believe also, the Mad World sequel, Anarchy Reigns had that. I think they even modded that into Devil May Cry 5 nowadays.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Ashley, cooling face.
Devil May Cry 5 even has
Ashley,
PvP
cool
nowadays.
Face.
Thanks so much for the donation, Trooper Scout. Yeah, we got the cool Ashley and then the NPC Ashley.
Yeah. The NPC Ashley is like normal Ashley. This Ashley is like her after the credits rolled,
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
She's seen
New
some
Game
shit.
Plus,
yeah.
Ashley. Yeah.
Punished Ashley, yeah. Light gun games come back, please. Well, bring back light guns first instead of... You can't have light gun games come back without light guns. That's just not possible. Like, the tech that made them a viable genre is gone.
Yeah.
And Sinden is not it.
No.
Isn't that right, Mark?
Absolutely not. I gave my Sinden away after waiting months and months for it because it was just so slow. It couldn't keep up with any real light gun game besides if you're playing like a really easy one.
Well, just credit feed. That's probably what it's designed for,
Right. Like, I was trying to play Time Crisis with it. I was like, oh my god.
I can't believe America hasn't revived light guns, dude. What the hell are you guys doing?
I don't know. It's odd, isn't it?
Japan's made more light gun
Wii was the closest,
games, dude.
kind of, with the Wii Motion Plus.
Yeah.
That wasn't great.
Yeah, but again, Japanese console by Japanese developers. What the fuck is America doing, dude?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, is clicking a mouse close to shooting a gun? Hell no. Get that shit away from me.
Yeah, I know.
Garbage.
I'm a little surprised, honestly. We don't have more light gun type
Exactly,
of stuff.
Yeah. COD should be played with like an actual gun, and then you just use your fucking foot. You have like a trackball, you roll it with your foot to move around.
What is it?
Like no, I'm joking. That COD should be
what
played
was
with
your
an
joke?
actual
I didn't
gun.
quite catch it.
Oh, like a trackpad that you roll around with your foot, to move around.
Oh.
Trackball, like a trackball.
Wait here.
Wait here.
Yep. Isn't
You know
it
what's
like
funny?
with shmups when
Like, there's a mod like this way back when Ninja Gaiden 2 PC Sigma came out, where you could swap in Kasumi for Ryu. But it was like the really early version where there weren't any sound effects and stuff replaced. And that version it was still really janky. It just looked janky, but also it was janky because Kasumi would go, and grunt like Ryu.
Damn,
I just realized
Kasumi's been smoking, dude.
Yeah, I just realized in this though, it doesn't really come up very much because Leon is just the quietest quite as protagonist.
Yeah, unlike in the fucking remake, you get hit. It's like that meme, you know, like that fucking stupid video where there's a video of him going to the cabin coughing and he's like,
I don't hear many people talking much about the Genji games in the character action discussion. I remember them being pretty fun. No?
But Bog, why shoot a gun virtually when you can shoot IRL, dude?
I don't hear many
the
people
Japanese
talking
had to do it because they can do that.
About
That's
the
true.
Genji games in the character action discussion. I remember they're pretty fun. No? Have you played Genji? I've never played Genji.
Your camera died, by the way.
Oh, let me wake it back up.
Alright. Yeah, give it a nice slap.
Yep. Probably got hot.
I've not played Genji now.
Do you know what it is? It sounds familiar.
Imagine, yeah, I believe it's by FromSoft? I don't fucking know. But imagine tuning in the stream and just hearing my Leon sound thing. That's really funny.
Out of
just
context?
no context whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Don't hear many people talking much about the Genji games in the character action discussion. Remember, they've been pretty fun now. Let me see.
Yeah, I haven't played it, so I wouldn't be able to add any input.
Dude, I moaned and your camera overheated.
That must be a...
Yeah, true.
Dangerous. Very dangerous.
Bog will get a clip of moaning, it's over. I don't give a shit.
Oh, shh! I forgot him. Alright. Oh, I'm dead. It's over. It's over, kids. Right, no, I think we're okay. Okay.
Fucking Bowser's Castle last level.
Yeah, I know. This is kind of when they start, like, running out of ideas. They're like, yeah, so what if we have, like, these flame dragon things?
Wait. Genji. Don't you parry in this game? Who the fuck just recommended this game?
Nervous Jay.
Isn't this a parry? Oh, I think I remember this. There's like several characters during the campaign you use separately. Because remember, back in the day, they did that experimentation where instead of having characters play the same levels, they had them play different levels. I guess
I remember that.
Like that still. Yeah. They made like a little different. Wait, hold on. All on. Isn't it
what
like
is
with shmups when people only talk about
and...
big shmups from Cave, Psycho? There are a lot of less popular action games. Yeah, but even Cave alone, they published a lot of very high quality games.
There's just
alone.
more
But
volume.
then,
yeah, there's
yes,
just so
there's
much
more volume, there's more consistency, and also there's like entire fucking. You hear about Cave and Treasure and Rising and Psyche, right? But then what you don't hear is the fucking gangs of elite fucking mega shmuppers who play fucking NMK games or some shit.
Yeah.
And they're just like NMK specialists.
Play Pink Sweets all day.
What is your opinion on gyro aim, Mark?
On what?
Gyro aim.
Oh, gyro aiming?
Yeah.
It's a great gameplay idea. And it depends. Oh, damn it. This is my gyro aiming. I think gyro aiming is like a fun arcade-style interface that could be really used for interesting stuff. Like, I think it worked pretty well in Star Fox Zero, actually. But, like we were saying with Lycan games, actually, like, we've gotten away from this idea that you should physically interact with the game's peripherals very much. So now it's viewed as, like, a gimmick and crappy, which it kind of is in a lot of games because they don't properly test your skills. You know, it's just like, waggle the stick. It is just kind of, like, childish. But games that do test your skills, like Light Gun games or LA Machine Guns and the arcade era games. I mean, I love that stuff, like having to aim a gun, having to aim
Resident Evil
controls.
Yeah. Playing Resident Evil 4 and 5 with the gyro aim is fucking awesome.
It's fun.
I was playing that on. Yeah, I was playing that way on this. Yeah, because you get to reset all your aim all the time, so it's perfect. That's all you need. Like you get frequent resets, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Ironically, like that is probably a lot better than a lot of gyro games that Nintendo put out and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they didn't challenge the actual design. They just made it, instead of pressing B, you waggle the stick.
Dude, have you ever seen like kids like Zoomers and shit playing Splatoon with gyro? They're insane, dude. They're so good at it.
Yeah,
like,
well, Star Fox Zero is similar in that way too. Like the gyro aiming in that's really good too. The Wii U has actually pretty solid gyro aiming. So I think it's a cool idea. I like the idea of physically interacting with the controls more. I do like that a lot. It just needs really to be done well, basically, instead of.
And
being
it adds
done
more.
As like
well, yeah, and it adds more because it adds two distinct modes of aiming. Whereas like with mouse and shit, it wraps every mode of aiming into one, especially with acceleration, where you can aim, you can micro aim with the mouse, you can macro aim with the mouse, you can do anything with the mouse. Whereas with gyro,
what?
Ground Zero, guys. Oh my, what? No way.
Heat-seeking missile.
But
You ever check out Stranger
but anyway,
of Paradise?
like with gyro, a lot of the kids are like, what they're using is they're
I got a great donation.
The stick for like macro.
Oh, sorry. Linarian asks, you ever check out Stranger of Paradise? If so, thoughts on it? So I own Stranger of Paradise because it was recommended to me by someone in this stream who's a big fan of it. So I haven't played it yet, but it has a very strong recommendation that maybe Boghog would explain.
It's a pretty good game.
That's it? That's all you're gonna say?
I don't know what to tell you. If you like action RPGs, you should play it. It's very parry based, but it has.
What separates it from like a lame action RPG? Like what makes it good besides
a
lame one?
The Team Ninja sauce, dude. The Team Ninja sauce. There's a lot of that. It's very meter based and it's very parry based. There's like two types of parries. One is meter based, the other is not meter based. But like it has very strong snappy movement. It doesn't have any kind of stamina systems. It feels very it feels a lot more action gamey. And there's like if you want, you can play just via spacing because your movement is so fucking fast. The bosses struggle to catch up with you. There's like a lot of fun. Surprisingly, there's a lot of variety of builds you can do. So if you like that element of action RPGs, it's pretty fun. And it's very,
also has
like
auto leveling and stuff, right? If you want to turn that on.
Yeah, yes, that becomes a lot less viable on like the higher difficulties because they expect you to like optimize the RPG shit. But if you just play the first difficulty, that's not the first difficulty, hard mode basically, without doing NG+, then you can actually just press optimize while ignoring all your gear and swap jobs like crazy because it's very anti-specialization at first, where you can just like play around with any toys you want, and it's very funny. You're like playing, you're like, Jack, say the thing, Jack. He's like, bullshit, and you're like, yeah, he said it.
Yeah, so it seems pretty cool, right? Bog really likes it, I know
just,
that.
It reminds me a lot of.
I need to play it.
It reminds me a lot of. The new Ys games, which are really fucking parry based and shit, and just nothing. But it's a much better version of that, where like it has even the same loop where you're like parry, build enough meter, use special skills with special properties, parry, use special skills, that type of shit. It's just the skills are more interesting. The parries are there's two of them, more.
Double the parry.
Yeah, double the parry. Ys 10 added more types of parries, so I don't know. Maybe now Stranger of Paradise will have stiff competition. Because you have like 3 parries in these.
Well, doesn't adding more parries though, if you then break them up and limit them, it makes them more dynamic and interesting, right? Ironically.
Yes.
The more you break them up.
For example, if you run out of meter, you'll have to either rely on the other parry or actually fucking start dodging and spacing. So So you can kind of counteract that by switching classes. So it's not fully limited. I wish it was more limited actually than it is.
I feel like I gotta take this dragon dude out. I had it perfectly, and then I got hit by.
And it just has the Team Ninja sauce, dude. It's like you kill an enemy, they just explode like a piñata and blood and just goods. Yeah, they know how to do that shit. They know how to make stuff feel satisfying.
Yeah, give it a good feel.
Yep. Chaos.
This area.
Bog said it's very meter and parry based and very action game in a positive way. The Noah was opposite day. Well, you gotta you gotta judge action RPGs a bit differently, you know. It's like, oh, meters and action RPGs.
You're sort of dropping
what else am I gonna
action
expect?
Standards a bit.
Yeah, you can't, because you know it's like an RPG. If it doesn't have meters, why would it even be a fucking RPG at that point?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that always is kind of a barrier
do not
for me.
clip that moan. Shut up.
What moan?
Don't clip that moan. No, there's like clip the Boghog moan, the Leon moan I did. So clip that moan. Don't you dare clip that moan. I'm gonna ban them. Mark private the stream quick.
I will.
Folks, it's time to wrap it up. 204 people watching, but only 60 likes. Everyone better smash the like button. That's fucking right, folks. Smash that like button. Hit that like button. Punch that like button.
Yeah, I've always had trouble saying that one. Like, do I? I say please like, subscribe, tell all your friends. So I say like.
Well, don't. But well, you can't be. You can't be like, you know, I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but like, well, you gotta be like, guys, you're not fucking liking it. What the hell is going on over here? What are you doing? The fuck?
I think you can get away with that more than I can.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll be like the summon. You know, I'll summon him. Yeah. I'll say that shit. And what about Oolong? I don't know. I was burnt out by fucking parries and meters.
Everyone was burned out when that game came out. Everyone's like, no.
Yeah, maybe in like 5 years I'm gonna be like, holy shit, hidden gem. Oh my god.
Hidden gem. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm still burnt out because like old fucking games are like this now. Like, how many games can you think of where it's like you parry differently colored attacks and then you use your meter that you build from that, or attacking enemies on special attacks? It's just like, come on, dude.
A lot.
And it has such a weird homogenizing effect where, even though, you know, technically there's nuanced differences, but it's like it feels so similar. And not only that, I've been playing those games since like fucking 2009 or whenever Yeast 7 came out.
I'm kind of glad I died there, because that bit there was getting ridiculous.
you looking fucking locked in while playing this is really funny.
Because the stupid shot here, I can't get an aim on him.
Always bring up Mark's videos at the family table. Exactly. When Christmas dinner comes around, you gotta be like, has anyone here watched The Electric Underground? If you haven't, go watch it and hit smash the like button.
All right, there. You have to take it out in the beginning. There.
I liked Lies of P a lot. I think I'm gonna play Lies of P. I actually kind of want to play Lies of P.
It's growing. It's like growing in word of mouth. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger.
Well, it's not just that, but it also feels like one of the more Souls games nowadays, because it's like fairly simple and just focused on boss fights. From what I know, like the levels are pretty.
And it has more of an emphasis on spacing, right, than parrying and that kind of thing.
Not real. No. Just parry. You can just parry everything, but the spacing is good, so I'm gonna try relying on spacing. It's one of those games, you know, where it's like you gotta cope a little bit. You gotta be like, well, you know, I'm just not gonna use the parries. Fuck, stop saying to like the video. The stream has dropped 30 viewers. Oh shit, Mark. Oh no, we're bleeding viewers. They were faced with the choice to either like or quit, because I gave them an ultimatum, and they're like, oh fuck, oh god, oh no. Or maybe it's because you died.
Probably because I died.
Yeah, they're like, ugh.
Yeah, that's why when streamers die, they like panic. They're like, no! That's why they're panicking when they die, because they know, oh, I'm bleeding viewers now. Like right now.
So, yeah, it's over. They have like a, you know, like stats running on their wall. Like the fucking Bungie headquarters. They see viewer dropping
streaming is it's definitely like the most profitable version of doing this type of stuff, but it also seems like the most stressful and exhausting.
Streaming is insane, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know how people stream for extended periods of time. It's crazy.
Yeah, because it's like almost like you're clocking in, you know.
Yep.
Now for me it's fine because I only do it like once every 2 months or whatever, so it's fun. But if I imagine every day I had to wake up and stream every day.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's that social element when you know you're kind of technically interacting with people. It's like it's exhausting.
You can't do that thing at the beginning of Twitch where the guy just turned on his N64 and played Mario 64 for 10 hours and everyone just watched in silence and was like, sick.
Yeah.
Those days are over, alas.
Someone asked what we think of Raiden Nova, Mark. What do you think of Raiden Nova?
Oh, is that the 16:9 one?
Yeah, the twin stick Vampire Survivors inspired.
Didn't I do like a fake reaction video to that or something on your stream or something like that? On like one of these streams where I pretended to react to it or something?
I think so. Yeah, I remember something like, dude, these streams are like black hole because I never remember what the fuck happened. Yeah.
I remember reacting to it on some stream somewhere, like kind of in joke, but then also kind of seriously, like, and not exactly thrilled.
Yep. Yeah. What was that? Oh yeah, I think I just made you watch it at one point. But yeah, it just it looks brutal.
Something like that.
But
it was during a stream or something. It might have been your stream.
Just entered the video and heard an orgasm. Fantastic. Oh, that's the drop in viewers. They caught up to the moaning, dude. They're like, oh. They had to like unplug their speakers because they're at work or some shit.
Oh, that's it.
Tatsujin 3 looks just as bad. Your camera's dead. But Tatsujin 3 doesn't look as bad, I gotta say.
Yeah. The twin stick is just... Oh, come on. You know what I mean? Yep. Turning Raiden into a twin stick is just like, why?
Well, it's not even just the twin stick, it's also aggression RPG hybrid twin stick.
It's just such a...
brutal.
You know what I mean?
I'll wait for the official Jamers review.
Yes. YouTube. It's just one of those things where it's like, let's take the most obvious way to make Raiden popular. What do the kids like? Those kids, they love twin sticks and they love like RPGs. Got it. Nailed it. You know what I mean? It's just like the most uninteresting thing you could do with the series.
Yep.
Why not make a Raiden Grand Theft Auto game if you're gonna do something weird? Raiden Theft Auto.
Budget.
And you like steal planes.
Raiden Survival Horror spin-off. Why not?
Raiden Survival Horror. Yes. And the tag, no one can hear you scream in space or whatever.
Yeah. No one can see the sniper. Somewhere in the world, the stream is playing at a dentist lobby. Oh shit.
The Leon, Ashley, and the girl Ashley. The true Ashley, I guess you'd call her. Ashley, Leon, Ashley. What's Ashley's last name?
Mark, your camera's dead, by the way.
What the hell? Why is it doing this? I think it's overheating because it's getting a little hot.
Yeah, and the stream was lagging a little bit for me at least, and someone else in chat. I thought it was just me, but apparently.
I'm looking at the OBS thing. It's looking okay. Maybe at one point. Yeah, it's overheating. That's why it's doing this. The camera's too hot. This is why I can't use this camera to stream for long periods of time. It gets too hot and turns off.
Gotta get a webcam for streams, to be honest.
I do have one, but you know, it looks kind of poop. Looks poopy.
Yeah, but just make yourself smaller. Make yourself smaller.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have the professional streamer equipment.
Mark, how do you feel? How do you feel about Tatsujin O?
I don't know. Not great.
Yeah, explain. Elaborate.
That's the one that's 16:9, right?
No. Tatsujin O, the second game. Truxton 2.
Oh, Truxton 2. The one that's like pure evil.
Yeah, how do you feel about that one, dude? The Tall Plant Gang is listening very carefully about what you're about to say.
Well.
Well. Go on.
You know, it's a game and it's
I do not know, Mark, I do not know. Can you explain?
I think it's not quite my thing because of its pace, honestly. Like the pace of that game isn't is so... Yeah. But I almost feel like they're kind of trying to troll you a little bit. It feels kind of like a bit of a trolly game, which I think is the appeal of it.
Well, it makes sense because yeah, think about the power-ups they programmed, where they literally ran away from you. They were programmed.
Yes. And then also you'll have these periods of level that are just like nothing's happening.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
just tanks like, oh shit, yeah.
You get fucking blasted by all this different stuff out of nowhere. Then it's such an odd game. I almost feel like I can understand why some shmup players would like it because it has that sort of like troll, evil factor to it. But if you're getting into the genre, definitely do not start there. No. It's not going to be a good entry point.
Unless you're over 40 right now. That's probably going to be the best one.
Best game ever? No, because you could play Tiger Heli or something in that case.
True, yeah. Well, but then Tiger Heli doesn't have the badass metal energy. Dude, it's not like a Metallica album cover. Fucking Megadeth, dude. Yeah. The skeleton bomb.
And plus Tatsujin O has like the distinction of being like the
You know what Tiger Heli is?
What?
You know what fucking Tiger Heli is? It's like one of those games for 70-year-old Japanese guys who are really into like military tech. You know the guys, right?
Right.
Like the granddads, like ancient. Yeah, and they're like military nerds, you know. They like buy fucking books written about the specifications of planes and shit. You know the guys.
That's Tiger Heli?
Yeah, that's Tiger Heli. Whereas Truxton is all about like the fucking Gen X, you know.
Right.
Boomer, shmup dad energy.
You know, Tatsujin O has like the distinction of being like one of the most cheated shmups in the Western shmup community. Bunch of runs of that. There's like
the Pericles.
A ton of them. Because they're beyond just Pericles. There's other ones too. I mean, they were kind of more obscure, but it's just.
Okay, I'm not gonna say what I wanted to say. I'm just gonna stay silent.
Okay. Plead the fifth here.
It's best not to voice my opinions on Gen X.
I like Gen X.
Well, you know how they are with video games, the Gen Xers, dude. Whenever I think of Gen Xers, I think of like Twin Galaxies and shit.
You know,
it's like
I think your relationship with Gen Xers is I'm gonna save you from yourself because I think your relationship with Gen Xers is kind of like that sort of like sibling big brother type of energy, where you're more alike than you want to think, but they also kind of get on your nerves like a big brother does.
Yeah.
Because Gen Xers have a lot of the same tastes, you know. They like a lot of the stuff I play. Gen Xers.
Well, yeah, and that's why they're in close proximity. Yeah. With like Zoomers, it's like I don't even fucking interact with. They like play their shitty. Or like Gen Alpha, they play their shitty fucking gacha games. I don't even know they exist. Gen Xers though, like we're kind of just hanging out.
Yeah, it's kind of like your big brother type of energy where you want to be your own person, but you end up like at the same, going to the same things. You have to share the same car and bunk beds.
Yeah.
we're all playing shmups and stuff, and we're like, yeah.
The fuck is Gen Alpha? Gen Alpha is like the guys that like play fucking. What is a popular gacha game? I don't know. I didn't even know what the fuck they play. Zenless Zone Zero, I guess.
Zorro?
I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, Zenless Zorro. Yeah, Zenless Zorro. The Spanish gacha. But no, like Zenless Zone Zero.
I share the Gen Xers like complete out of touch with this stuff. I'm just like them in that.
Mark is spiritually a Gen Xer.
Yes, in a lot of ways, yeah. I think I am actually. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of similarities with them.
These two are millennials. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are millennials. We're very millennial. There's nothing more millennial than being kind of like a hipster millennial about other millennials. Yeah. Like that's peak millennial behavior right there, which I am full effect. Like I have that full effect where I'm very hipster about other millennials, but I'm just like them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Sora's asking have we played UFO 50. Yeah, I feel like the games are like good in terms of just the basic stuff, but they're not developed enough for me.
No scoring system. No scoring leaderboards and stuff, right?
There are scoring leaderboards and shit. Oh, nice. There are, actually.
Online?
It's just, shit, I'm not sure, actually. I think local only. I'm pretty sure local only.
That'd be great if it had online leaderboards.
The type of guy to call a shmup a shooter. True fucking goddamn.
Oh, I'm not. See, that's how I know I'm not a Gen Xer, right? That's a Gen Xer thing. I said this in some other thing that I've never identified shmups as shooters. Like I missed that whole conversation. So I've always known them to be shmups my entire life.
No. Older, you were both in our 30s, so very much millennials.
Yeah, 33 now. Oh. I'm getting ancient.
It's over, yeah. It's almost over. Into the retirement home with us. Mark knew them as riding
like if I go to the retirement home, that's where all the good games are. Just saying.
True, yeah, true. Yeah, they're still like making they're making arcade games in the retirement homes.
That's where I want to play arcade games. That's where I have to go.
Yeah, and because all these guys are old, they're really hipster about it. They're like all about the collection shit. So they never release them outside of the retirement homes.
Yes, they're like exclusive
the cabs
to
are like
retirement homes.
Yeah. Hell yeah. What Jen says beat 'em up, which says hack and slash, and which says character action game. I feel like almost every. I feel like millennials aren't really.
I say character action. I've always said character action. What about you?
I don't
hack
remember.
And slash is Gen X. Hack and slash is Gen X.
I think I called them hack and slash. I'm pretty sure I called them hack and slashes, pre like 2013, 14, or like the character action stuff caught on. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember actually. Like I legit don't remember what I called them.
Because I always saw hack and slash as like Dynasty Warriors. I always thought, okay, that's hack and slash.
Well, the distinction was like.
And Ninja Gaiden.
Beat 'em ups were like those old crusty. Beat 'em ups were those old crusty, credit feeding games. Or well, hack and slash was the Devil May Cry's, the Bayonettas, that type of stuff.
Totally.
And Muso, of course. Dynasty Warriors.
I want to get them grouped up together so I can flash them.
You mean spectacle fat? Oh god. We get so hung up on the name. Does it fucking even matter?
I think it's because they're so incoherent and inconsistent that players want to make order from this chaos. We want some sort of order and consistency from this world. And it's so hard to get for some reason when it comes
I do not remember this arena at all from the original game. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, it's fun.
I haven't even played it that long ago. Just a few years ago. And this is like completely gone from my memory.
The remake wiped your mind. You lost.
Yeah, somehow it over. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. What the fuck? People are talking about like, oh, it's replacing the game on Google. Forget that. It's replacing the game in my brain.
In your brain.
In my brain. Yeah. The main reason I didn't like character action as a term is just because it kind of like split off the genre from beat 'em ups. It's like
I wasn't. I'm gonna just make a confession, Bog. I wasn't that OG and that like in touch. So for a long time, I was like, character action's like sick. I love this title. And everything that's good is character action, and everything that isn't good isn't character action. When I was a teenager, I was completely like that.
Wouldn't you be a bit too old when because it caught on and like
Ninja Gaiden? I was a Ninja Gaiden like OG.
No, but you wouldn't call them character action, right?
Yeah, it was character action.
But you wouldn't. Huh.
Yeah, back then it was considered character action. Ninja Gaiden on the Xbox is what I mean. I got it on the Xbox when it came out.
Someone just mentioned something, Mark. I'm in my 40s, so I remember when hack and slash was not a video game term, but was used in pen and paper RPGs and months.
Don't be mean to the commenter. Exactly. All right, Bob.
True though.
Take
it
easy.
True though. That RPG fans own that type of shit because that's where it came from.
I do remember that too. Yeah. I remember people mentioning that hack and slash comes from pen and paper, right?
Yeah, it was like that's so mean. Sorry, sorry, 1X, but like the idea was but the idea was that like dumb, quote unquote, you know, like dumb campaigns, D&D campaigns were called hack and slash.
Stop! You're making me laugh. Stop.
What?
Your stupid joke is making me laugh.
And my voice feels rusted. Okay.
Right.
Chad, don't bully 1X.
Don't encourage him, Chad. Oh my god.
Anyway. Yeah, the idea was like...
I have to say that was really funny.
The idea was like that, like combat-oriented dumb dungeon campaigns were called hack and slash because you hack and slash your way through them.
I can't take anything you're saying seriously.
Nothing, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna have some quiet time. Bog, you talk. I'm gonna have some quiet time.
I wanted some quiet time. My voice is feeling after that bit of a primo voice acting. I need some chill. All right, Mark, go.
I would, but I keep laughing.
Yeah. Sorry, 1X. I just had to do it. I just had to. Yeah, you're right. You're completely spot on. They fucked up the term. They stole it, and now people are confused because they stole an RPG term and they have no idea what they're talking about.
That's funny.
Wait, why are people saying that I'm? Did that sound like what? Do you, okay, I tried to do an old man voice.
Like it was an old man voice. That's what it was. That's why it was funny.
Okay, and people interpret that as me jizzing. It's over. Like I've sexualized myself. I've sexualized myself, Mark. It's over. It's over.
I didn't even think about it like that.
Yeah, me neither. It's like when people play Tomb Raider and they feel like Lara Croft. Like, oh, you know, like combat modes, and they're like,
yes.
That's what they're doing to me now, dude. Anything I do, it's over.
Yeah, you're like, you know what you are? You're like Marisha Prova. You're just trying to play some tennis, and people with their dirty minds.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, people. Who are those people, Mark? Can you?
I don't know. I'm just saying people who watch tennis might think that way. I'm just saying. That's
moan for donations. No, I'm afraid you're gonna have to go to Patreon for that one.
That's Bog's Patreon. If you guys subscribe to Bog's Patreon.
Yeah. Imagine like a private post and it's just a moan once a week. Okay.
Now it feels. You know what's funny? This mod makes it feel a little silly that you don't hand Ashley a gun and have her start shooting it.
Yeah.
You're like, look at this Ashley. She's so confident and capable. And this Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. As soon as if you handed her a gun in the original game, she would like immediately the American DNA would like fucking take over.
Kick
in.
You know,
like it's like a Parasite Eve transformation.
It's in the blood.
You know, like
it's in the blood. She just knows.
Exactly. Yeah. She just like starts humming the national anthem. Just. Yeah.
Remember that scene I sent you from War and Peace, of they're having that like party, and then they start playing the music, and she starts dancing, and the guy's like, "It's in the blood." It's just in the blood.
Yeah, basically. You just hand Ashley a gun, and she's like,
Ashley.
"Yeehaw!" Yeah.
Though I believe Ashley is Irish, right? No, Leon is Irish. Leon Kennedy. That's an Irish name. What's Graham? Is Graham an Irish?
Graham. Then I think she would be Scottish. English. I believe that's Scottish.
Scottish. Yeah? Yes.
Scottish. Graham. Let's see. Graham, last name. Scottish and English origin. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. We're learning about the lore of Resi 4 right now.
Yeah. The family history of. On DNA, it's USA. Exactly. Are you still on the section, Mark? Come on.
It was your fault. You really distracted me and made me laugh, and I lost track of what I was doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I completely lost track of what I was doing.
This is super extra plus hard mode. Thoughts on Parasite Eve? Parasite Eve is alright, but
soundtrack
it has a great
top tier. We got to put that out.
Yeah.
Soundtrack
banger soundtrack. It feels like a good template for a better game, you know. Like I hope the Parabellum bullet game, whatever it's called. Let me find it. Yeah, there we go. Parabellum Bloodhound. This game. I hope this game builds on Parasite Eve's system, because I like the basic idea, because what it does is like... It's basically like a positioning-based kind of... What do you call it? Like a run and gun, shoot 'em up, where you can dodge every attack in the game if you position yourself correctly. And, you know, it's pretty fun sometimes.
And isn't Parasite Eve 2 even more sort of action-based?
No, it's more survival horror-based. It's hard to...
Right. So which one's more action-based? Parasite Eve 1?
Yes, yeah, pretty much.
1.
I mean, both are really action-based, but in different ways. But 1 is almost like it's almost like you're playing a shoot 'em up, basically, where the enemies just shoot like little patterns, and you memorize how to dodge them, that type of shit. There's like safe spots. There's like ways to misdirect them.
That sounds fun.
What link did Boghog mention? Didn't I just link the link? I linked the link, right? Game's tank controlled. Parasite Eve 1 isn't tank controlled. The second one is, but the first one isn't. The first one's like really snappy, arcadey movement.
It's so funny how like back then they were really experimenting with mechanics in a way they really don't these days.
Oh yeah. The trailer looks good. Yeah, I hope they pull it off, because the game looks amazing, like visually incredibly good. But the one thing that's a bit scary is that the developer apparently these devs only worked on that visual novel game. So I don't know if they can do good action.
They haven't made like a combat system and stuff like that?
I don't believe so, no. They made Valhalla, that bartender visual novel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully it'll be good. I really hope so. It's next remake. Resident Evil 1 remake. Oh, tank controls.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't you think it's coming? They're running out of source material.
Yes, I think so. Well, I mean, they trapped themselves with 5, but also.
Whoa.
I love how chat is becoming.
Oh boy. We're in a reload animation loop.
Jesus.
Okay, thank you. Actually, that was good. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You saved me from the animation loop.
Yeah,
Let's get out of there.
I like how your chat is like tank control extremists now. It's like, no, tank control's not interested.
I like that. I like it.
Good. Yeah, because you need some pushback, because no one else will fucking promote tank controls ever. Yeah, like Mayo is the only soldier of tank controls, I think.
Yes.
Who else on YouTube is like a big tank control guy?
Yeah.
Wait, no, is he? Wait.
I was going to ask, do you consider Resi 4 tank control? This one I'm playing right now.
But yeah, 100%. But hold on, Mayo is into static cameras. Is he into tank controls?
I think. Good question. I can't remember.
You gotta call your boy up, dude. You gotta
give him. I gotta send him a message.
Yeah.
So where do you
Mayo,
land
get on stream right now. Yeah, exactly. Thoughts on Odin Sphere? Oh shit, this is the one. I've played a bit Odin Sphere recently, and you know I had some thoughts. I don't know, I haven't played enough to have proper thoughts, but it's really interesting because it's like a successor to Tower of Doom on the arcades, the Capcom beat 'em up.
Yes.
Yeah, it's made by the same director. Oh, that one is really good. It's very slow, but it's actually really solid, right? So basically the main idea is it's pretty slowish. It's high commitment. It has like an item wheel as the central basis of its combat. It has like a resource economy, and it's all about, because the way you use spells, you have to like manually cast them and shit. As startup, recovery frames, everything has like a lot of commitment, and everything is very takes a while.
Speaking of webcams, I'm gonna hot swap in my webcam now.
All right, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, but 4 uses tank controls. Just use a different camera angle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Yep. Yeah, God Hand and this game, both tank controls. Because it's such a good set of limitations, because then you can work around them in interesting ways. Yes. You know, like God Hand's dashes, where you kind of like lock yourself to an enemy
you have
and
to
then
commit
move around them.
your movement with your perspective. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and then yeah, like even the way you work around it defines like the game's unique identity.
All right, we're getting there.
Oh god, changing hardware midstream. Time for everything to explode. Oh yeah, God, dear God.
Just getting
good luck,
hot.
Mark.
Yep. Okay, plugging in the camera.
Go. Red Star. Red Star was the PS2 beat 'em up, right? I have played it.
Yes.
It doesn't capitalize on its ideas very well. It's too slow. Like it feels like the grabs and ranged don't really flow from one another. They're not, because I'm not like shooting from afar and then getting close and like to open up enemies or anything like that. They just feel like two disconnected modes. And the shmup stuff is very slow paced and too easy. That's what I felt about it. See, now I'm starting to like stutter more often, so I need a speech break.
Okay, I'll give you a speech break here. Hold on, I'm getting myself on camera
And Mark,
again.
lecture chat.
Okay.
God Hands needs a remake. No, it does not need a remake, I'm afraid.
Needs a port though.
Yeah.
A good, like a really good port. That would be great.
Just hand
like
it to M2.
Some nice additions and stuff.
Or Mark, you got someone in chat reading Anna Karenina.
Oh, nice! I'm reading it too. We're reading together, I guess.
How many? Which reread?
This is my second entire reread. I read it a really long time ago, but it's kind of a first because I'm a more mature, grown-up person now. So I feel like I kind of get it more than when I was younger. I've seen the movie, God knows how many times. Yeah, but I'm getting through it. I'm almost near the end, actually. So, shoutouts to reading Anna Karenina. Fantastic book. Bog knows I'm reading it because I keep bothering him and messaging him about it. He's like, for fuck's sake, I don't give a shit. Probably
literature, dude. Where's my gaming? Games, dude. Games. Good books need online multiplayer. So true. So true. Hey, you log in and your homie is further in the book than you are.
That would actually be really funny.
He has written more notes about it. You're like reading them. Fuck, this guy's analyzing it properly. Shit, I gotta catch up.
That's funny.
And then community can thumb up and thumb down notes. You know, so if your notes are interesting, they thumb them up, and you're like, fuck, he's getting more upvotes.
Yeah.
I need my.
That is kind of a cool idea, though. As much as you're joking about it, it is kind of a cool idea. Like to have a sort of interactive system for people who read, and they can like communicate with each other and talk to each other about their.
Yeah, it's like Goodreads. It's like a mix of video game achievements and Goodreads.
Yeah, but like more contextual, like you're saying, where you can talk about it more. Like, oh, I'm on chapter 6, and some other guy's on chapter 6. He's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the problem is that it clashes with how, because books don't have any centralized kind of format. People read them in different forms all the time, like, you know, PDF, audiobook, physical book, different types of. Yeah, you can't really integrate that. But if there's like a standardized format for electronic books, you could totally do that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the notes, you know, like Dark Souls messages, except, you know, book notes.
Book notes.
Yeah, because the problem is with reviews, you can't really. First off, you got to review the whole thing, but also you can't like get too specific with it because it'll bog down the review.
I know.
But with notes, you can totally fucking do that.
It's funny how much, like, you know, like arcade games and everything don't get a lot of attention and viewership on YouTube, but it's funny how like books are even more poverty than even arcade games and the stuff I cover. Like no one watches book content.
You got to be reading Chainsaw Man. That's where all the literature is at nowadays.
That's true. You got to be into the manga. You know what's funny? You said that because there's this one booktuber I followed for a long time. Not followed for a long time, but like noticed for a long time. I guess when you go do searches, and they ended up going into manga for I think that reason. They're like, no one cares about and it's like, oh, a huge difference.
Yeah, you have to adjust to like like child playpen level of analysis.
Scarred Steel has a great question. Indie roguelike, Metroidvania, or AAA Euro Souls? What's an indie roguelike? Is that like Darkest Dungeon, something like that?
Well, yeah, Binding of Isaac, Nuclear Throne, fucking Gungeon as well, unfortunately.
Enter the
Monolith.
Gungeon. I guess indie roguelike. I guess that's where I'd go.
Synthetic, what's that new one fucking called? I keep forgetting its name. Platformer, the Ninja Gaiden.
I'd probably go indie roguelike.
Whatever.
Probably. Because they at least are a little bit more action focused, right? Or does he mean like story based stuff?
Yes. No. They'd be gameplay focused. Yeah, I'd pick roguelites or roguelikes. They're not fucking roguelikes. Dude, your chat needs to fucking chill with the genres all day today. It's like, Actually, it's not a roguelike.
Some clarity.
Have you even seen the what's it called? The Berlin interpretation of roguelikes? Sir, have you seen that?
I think it's interesting.
Well,
I think the genre discussion stuff is interesting. I will admit.
Thank you.
Because no one ever really applies a lot of thought to this stuff. But you realize how heavily
except roguelike fans. Except roguelike fans, they got together and fucking defined it formally.
That's cool though.
Yeah.
Right?
And then I get sweaty about this shit. Yeah.
Because genre is so influential though on how we discuss games, how they're marketed, how they're reviewed, like in a real way. Because let's say you made an action game that had like RPG elements, and the action was really underdeveloped, and I criticized. I said, "Hey, this action game's really underdeveloped." You could say, it's like Final Fantasy 15 or whatever. You'd be like, oh, well, it's a RPG. It's not an action game. So it really
stop, Mark.
Changes
stop.
things.
Stop! You're ruining my plan of sneaking in a beat 'em up into the horror genre down the line. Ruining it, dude. You're trying to get people to define genres. You kidding me? Get that shit out of here. There's a new game. Yeah, I think I showed you right. What was it called? Silly Poly Beast or something. And it's like a top-down Doom-inspired twin stick, and people are like, "Oh, this is a new survival horror game." I'm like, what? Okay, fair enough.
Really?
Yeah. I'm telling you, you could release an arcade shmup and just call it roguelike. People would not care.
Right.
Just add like some superfluous like +3 damage upgrades in between stages, like something that doesn't matter at all. People will be like, "Oh shit, roguelike." Because remember, people called C4 roguelike.
Right. It is a term you can throw around quite a bit, isn't it?
Exactly, and from a critique perspective, and even from a discussion perspective, it's a pain in the ass. But for developers, hell yeah, all these marketing tools.
That's how it ends up being. There's no audio settings? Hold on, I'm trying to turn down the game audio a little bit.
These are old and busted games, Mark. There's nothing. Actually, that's kind of surprising.
Okay, stream, how does the game audio sound now? Does it sound okay?
Wait a few minutes to...
Yes, alright. We'll keep going. Because I turned it down, so at least it won't be too loud, at least.
Word. Good to me. Okay, one chatter responded. It's time to go.
I gotta fix my controller now. Hold on. Fixing stuff, as usual. Because I accidentally turned off my weapon scroll when I was fixing the audio.
Thoughts on Black Myth
Mark,
Wukong,
thoughts on
guys?
Black Myth
Possible
Wukong?
vid?
Possible vid?
No. Just because it doesn't... I don't know. I don't look... When I look at it, it doesn't look like a game I'd want to play. I don't like the way it looks visually. The gameplay looks kind of meh. But it doesn't have that sort of attraction factor to it that would make me feel compelled to review it. Like the same way, like, theoretically, I was looking forward to Stellar Blade and I was all interested in it. And then when it came out, I was like, oh, damn. But up until that point, I was interested in it. But I just don't have any sort of interest or attraction to that game at all.
How about if they make a mod where it's like a monkey lady, like a hot monkey lady?
I don't think so. No. I don't think that's going to work either.
Yeah, I don't know. The gameplay looks like slap, 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 dodge, slap, slap, dodge, you know. And even the
but then the visuals also I don't like either. Like that
slaps.
visual style I don't like either.
Yeah.
And then of course it's just like another Pseudo Souls game.
Euro Souls.
Or Euro Souls, as you you could say.
Sorry, China, you're Euro Souls now. It's over. Yeah. Looks like a glorified tech demo. Yeah, a lot of
Yes, it does. It doesn't.
A lot of
have
these Euro
like a
Souls
real...
games feel a little bit like that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a real like core identity that I would want to get into. And I feel like it would be a review that I would just be like walking into...
It would have to be too meta.
Yeah, it'd feel like one of those games that's a sand pit where it's not bad enough to be like, this is bad, like outright bad, but it's not good enough to be like, oh, this is interesting. It's just kind of one of those, like I said in that one video, like mediocrity is the hardest thing to critique. It's like, you know?
And
then
you know
what's really frustrating too? Is because we have this real positivity skewing now, calling something mediocre or mid is actually saying it's bad now. So there is not even like a middle distinction anymore. It's like, because when people say mid, now that's sort of like a code way of saying bad. So there's not even like a distinction anymore in terms of, are games alright but not that interesting? Are they bad? Are they good? You know, it's just like, it's a masterpiece or it's awful. Like that's kind of the way it's sort of viewed. I don't know. I just don't find anything that really pulls me in enough to dedicate God knows how many hours to playing that game. How many hours do you think that game would be?
30, I believe. I believe it's like in the ballpark 30? Of 30 hours. Yep, 30 hours.
That's it? I thought it'd be like 200. I thought it'd be like 200 or something.
No. That's Elden Ring. Before Elden Ring, all the Souls games were like 30-ish hours.
Oh. Well, I assumed
Elden Ring.
The way it was talked about, how epic and big it is, I assumed it was like Elden Ring size or something, like giant.
Oh, dear
enormous.
God, no. Dear God, no.
Oh.
Hold on. Wulong. Oh, Wukong? Okay, Wukong. Jesus Christ. Oh,
well, there's Wulong, too. That's a different game.
Yeah, too close. Too close. I get confused. 36 hours, yeah. Main story plus sides. 46 hours. Completionist, 66 hours. So, you know.
Yeah, I would never be a
Chico Biko asked me to recommend a game. Play Parking Garage Rally Circuit. That's a fun.
Oh, Bog loves that game.
I love that game, yeah. I've just been like picking it up, you know, in between deving. I just do some races. It's fucking awesome.
The other day, last few weeks, we had like a side-by-side. You know, I'm now a full-time YouTuber and I'm playing Silent Hill 2. Like, meanwhile, Bog's sending me clips of him playing Parking Garage.
Yeah, like bouncing.
He's like having a great time.
Yeah, the car fucking bounces and just rides onto the wall. Mark's like, oh God, Silent Hill 2. Grind it.
Just putting in work, you know, checking in to the office.
Yeah, Mark's clocking in. I'm fucking having fun.
Obviously, though, even reviewing Silent Hill 2 is much better than actually clocking into the office. I lived that life.
Yeah, a lot better.
A lot better.
Well, if you said otherwise, Chad would fucking kill you.
Well, I have. The thing is about with other YouTubers though, like I worked full time at like a soulless job for forever. So I know firsthand, like, yeah, I've been in these trenches. And also, like, me leaving my job is sort of a leap of faith.
Running away is really good.
You know, it's not like I made it really big and I've got 2 million subs and I'm just wealthy now. Like, you know, it's like a real leap. So, no. My subs can't pull the you don't understand how it feels to be poor. Because I am poor.
Well, it's not that.
I am poor, dude.
Yeah, real.
So, yeah.
But also, it's not just that.
I'm there,
but
right
also,
there with you guys.
Yeah, but it's not just that, but also, like, you know, when you step back and you analyze, you're like, yeah, obviously this is a lot better than fucking clocking at my soulless fucking soul-crushing work. But then when you're in the moment, you're like,
yes, it's more. Yeah, it's more like in the moment where you're like,
yeah, and then chat's
especially
like,
because you look at your Steam library and there's all these games just sitting there, like, you know, you want to play me. You're like, damn it, you know.
Yeah.
One reason why I'm playing Resident Evil 4 right now, because as I was playing Silent Hill 2, I was like, man, I wish I could be playing Resident Evil 4 right now. Oh, I got a donation. Yeah. Thanks so much. When does meter make the combat bad? When it overrides the natural balance, I would say. When it starts to override spacing and frame data and like those types of fundamentals. Look at Signy. Signy is such a perfect example of this. Like, you don't need to dodge. You just need to collect power-ups and manage meter. Like, that's a very clear, like, all right, we've gone way too far here.
Yeah, when you know that the meter, besides the meter, there's nothing to the games. Like, fucking extent. You know, it's like meter parry, meter parry, meter parry. There's nothing to the game. Like, they didn't bother. And, you know, people think of like, people don't think of this in terms of fundamentals. They think of like, this is like one game fucking up, but that's not, you know. Or they're like, okay, well, you know, it has a meter that overrides the basics, but you can, you know, you can space if you want to. You can still engage with the basics if you want to. So, you know, it's still solid. But what they don't realize is that the more it's a muscle. The more developers rely on meters and parries and like overriding fundamentals, the less
players too.
Used they are
players
to designing.
Too.
Yeah, players too. The less used they are to actually, you know,
spacing,
designing that shit,
frame data,
shit, probably.
Stuff like that.
Case in point, one of the the bosses of the East 10 demo, you can loop the AI by walking around him, just like literally, just because his turn is an animation.
Yeah. Because they wouldn't think players would even bother to do that, right? They're thinking the player would just run up and parry.
Yeah, well, just parry. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, and you know that's an obvious fuck up, but like the more devs rely on meters and parries and the less they rely on fundamentals, the more these kinds of fuck ups will keep happening because they just will literally not even test the games anymore.
You know, an analogy that I like to think of is, you think of a meter like frosting on a cake. If it's done really well and it's really engaging, of course, like having frosting on a cake is like a great addition. But what is underneath that meter? And how much are you masking what's underneath that meter with the meter? So it's like, if you have a deliciously baked German chocolate cake and then you have a little frosting on there, that's just a great time. But then if you have like a terrible, awful, poorly baked cake, but you smother it in chocolate frosting, now it's just a nightmare, you know. Now, so that's kind of the way I like to think about it. Like, meter is the frosting on top of your fundamental design, but it can't overwrite it or replace it, because otherwise it's just empty. Like you're saying, it's just empty calories, basically.
What the fuck is Chet talking about? What do you mean exactly when you talk about meters? Can you give modern game examples of just meters? East 10 is like the perfect. Signy, Signy East 10 is like the recent. There's a lot of examples of this to varying extents. Like even Stranger of Paradise like boils down too much to like meter, parry meter. But like East 10 is like the perfect encapsulation because I played the demo and I made sure to beat every boss without moving. I literally did not touch the movement inputs, and I just like relied on the pre-baked responses, and I beat the boss no problem. So like the more. And you know, you could dodge the attacks in East 10. Like, it's not like the movement doesn't exist. It's just so de-emphasized that, you know, the meter overrides it all.
It's not testing that as a core challenge. It needs to be the core challenge.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a fighting game like this, right? I can't think of one that's like extreme, like super extreme, but Like a fighting game where you don't really need to worry too much about, you know, the whole spacing game, footsies and all that, if you just have really good meter management and stuff like that. I know there's stuff like that out there, but...
That would be insane. A fighting game of all things. Just, you know, like the more... I don't know, whatever. You guys must really hate
I guess Tekken 8,
RPGs.
Tekken 8's heat system's a bit like that. Tekken 8's heat is kind of like that, actually.
From what I understand, even MMOs have a lot more spacing. Like friends into World of Warcraft PvP and shit, you know, dueling, and that has a lot of spacing to it. It's not just meters. But if it's just meters, then yeah, it just sucks. Evil Zone, Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6, Third Strike. All right, okay.
Third Strike has a lot of meter management, though. A lot. That I don't think is intentional to the degree that it is. Like, for example, Urien being able to charge... Like, everyone can charge meter by whiffing normals, and then that becoming, like, a real meta of the game. I don't think that was intended in the design, but sometimes that can really make Third Strike frustrating at times. When you play online and the guy's like, all right, I'm going to whiff normals and really abuse the unblockable supers and stuff. It doesn't break the game or anything, but I feel like the game would be improved without that dynamic of
Victory
charging.
Heat Rally? Chikobik asks if I like the Victory Heat Rally. Yeah, it's really good, but it has some obvious issues with the car balancing right now, where if you pick the speed car, well, you know, very, very arcadey problem, where you pick the high-speed car, you'll just annihilate the AI. So I'm hoping they get that shit patched. And I'm hoping they add leaderboards for, like, the arcade GP stuff. Because that is really fun. That's, like, you play a bunch of tracks in a row, and you just have to get first place. If they add, like, leaderboards, it's going to be fun.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
boy. Oh, boy. Crashed the game.
Oh, hell yeah. Fantastic.
I wonder how far back I am.
Happens.
Yeah, because I think that death... I don't know what crashed it, honestly, but... Whew. These crashes are a battle sometimes. Alright, well, let's relaunch it.
Mirage Feathers. I haven't played enough yet. I don't know. Have you tried it, Mark? Have you tried Mirage Feathers?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Yeah, the rail shooter. Yeah, me neither yet.
It's crazy, like, working on the channel and stuff. How many games there are to check out that I'm like, oh, I want to check that out. And then I'm like, but I gotta get, you know, I gotta finish working on what I'm working on.
Yeah, there's way too many. There's way too many games. Yeah,
there's so many.
And not only that, but you also want to get good at some of these fucking games. But it's hard to.
Right.
You know, it's like you want to just sit down and play like a game for like a month, right?
Yes, but it's so hard to now because I'm like, oh, I gotta.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to like find good parts to isolate and get good at those parts. At least, you know, like get a bit of that.
Frayne donated $2 or €2 and says, "Do you know YouTube ideologically censors comments?" Oh yeah, I'm sure they filter all kinds of stuff.
Not even that. Well, YouTube often also just nukes fucking comments for no reason whatsoever. God, I got so pissed off trying to talk to some people in comments.
Yes. Yeah, the YouTube like comment like filtering is like you're like sending something in the mail. It may make it through, it may not.
It's crazy, yeah. Yeah. We've reinvented snail mail, yeah.
Yes.
I think as AI becomes more and more of a problem, it's going to be more fucking chaotic and weird and strict. But Cyberrain asks Boghog thoughts on Beautiful Joe. Well, you gotta get on Mark's Patreon and vote for Beautiful Joe. So when he gets it, we're gonna both be playing it side by side, basically.
Oh, nice.
I played it ages ago. Yeah, because if you're gonna be playing, I'm like, yeah, I might as well, right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
It was so close to winning, but couldn't defeat F-Zero. F-Zero was too powerful. But it was real close. Another Mikami game. Yeah. Oh my god.
That's not a Mikami, dude. You got it.
Not F-Zero.
That's a Kamiya game. No, Kamiya.
Oh, Kamiya. That's right. Kamiya. That's right.
Kamiya. Yeah. You're like attributing every game to Mikami lately.
Yeah. I'm just like everything's made by Mikami now.
Yeah, Mikami, the video game god, made every good game. There's like Itagaki and Mikami. That's
it. Yeah. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too far back. Hopefully. Oh yeah, we're right here. Okay, not too bad. Oh crap! I got to go through the whole clock tower again. Jeez.
Mark, would you recommend Slave Zero X today?
Yeah.
Kamiya is better than Mikami. That's basic. Whoa,
I think I would recommend Slave Zero X. I like it. I think watch my video to prepare yourself, but I do like it. I was playing it and I had a good time, and I even after the review like replayed it a little bit and stuff. I like it, yeah. And apparently they've done a bunch of balancing patches and stuff since then.
Well, did they fix the? I don't know. They just should have added more dudes with guns. That's it. Dudes with guns everywhere.
Well, they might have. Do you think so?
Hopefully. I don't think so. It's too locked in. The Evil Within doesn't. I mean, compared the Evil Within to fucking Silent Hill 2 remake, it's not even in the same league, you know. People back when it came out, they're like, "Oh, dude, it sucks because it's not like as good as Resident Evil 4, or Resident Evil 5." But if you play it like nowadays, it's just like fucking leagues above that shit.
Yeah, I have to play it. I know you really like it. The first one.
Yeah, I like it. Not really like it. It's like a lot of the sections fucking suck ass, but when it gets good, it's really good. Even Evil Within 2, I've been playing it, and it's just a lot more solid. There's more to the game, you know.
Yeah, I'm assuming especially like the combat and stuff's a lot more developed.
Well, yeah, compared to Silent Hill 2 remake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also think too, we're just in, like I said, we were talking earlier, what's coming out? Like nothing.
Yeah.
So Silent Hill 2 also really benefits from that. There's like nothing else happening, so it's like, all right, I guess that's what we're playing, you know.
I played the first one. I fucking despised that. That's like one of the worst horror games I've ever played in my life. So I'm not interested in 2. Like I bet they changed it, but like the game was so bad. It made me realize how much actually having proper gameplay and mechanics helps horror games, even just with the horror element. Because the whole game is like, oh, you run away from enemies, and it's like it deflates any sense of Outlast, the first one.
Oh, I've never played it.
Yeah.
Who's that made by?
Just some Western studio. I don't think it's by yeah. It's like the whole thing is just it just, you know, run away from enemies, hide sometimes, just run, and it's like when you strip away that like combat and decision making from the games, there's no horror anymore because you always know what to do. And it's just like dealing with the game's jank at that point. Because you need that stress.
I have the ultimate stress here, which is this mod crashing. That's like a high level. That's a high level RNG factor.
Evil Within is amazing gameplay when taking into consideration it has no iframes and one-hit KO difficulty and works so well. Yeah, but you know, that's not necessarily like a mark in its favor. It does feel a lot more janky than something like Resident Evil 5, where it's just like it feels a lot more Western, you know, where the design, like even the matchstick design, you know, like fucking replaying it, it's just sometimes you get into these situations where like the fucking matchstick doesn't properly line up with the enemies, just completely fucking miss. It's just a lot of weird stuff happening with the controls, the states, the stuff like that. But you know, it's still a solid game.
That was made by Mikami in like kind of a Western studio, right? Like he worked at, or something like that?
I believe so. It's like a mix of Westerners and people who left with him. From Platinum, I think? I don't fucking know.
We got them all.
Euro resident game. Okay.
It's pretty good though. You said it's pretty good.
It's when when it's good, it's good because there's so many fucking sections that are kind of just shitty. It's like Ninja Gaiden, dude. When it's good, it's great. It's good.
Oh, the first one? Yeah, like the underground,
both,
underwater swimming.
Honestly, both. Honestly, both. Not quite as bad in the second one, but yeah.
I'm trying to think what's my least favorite section of Ninja Gaiden.
I mean,
2.
I mean, it has the
oh,
fucking...
of course, the jungle stage. Of course, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Holy hell! I'm trying to think of another one that I'm not a huge fan of. You know what's crazy about Ninja Gaiden 2? Is I mentally always think it's like 1/3 shorter than it is because the last third of the game really blends together a lot. So I always think the last third of the game is the last level. But it's like it just keeps going.
I don't know how other people feel about it, but I fucking hate Venice, where you fight the werewolves and shit.
Oh, Venice?
It goes on and on and on and on. It's like
it does go on and on.
It's like,
I think the underwater section of Venice I really dislike. You know where you go down under into the water?
Yeah,
they should.
And it has like a few cool fights like inside the mansion and in the church.
The mansion's
like a lot of the werewolves fucking suck, dude. I don't like those enemies. Gotta be honest.
Well, they're very tanky.
They spam. And of course the fucking Vangelf spam on the bridges. Like, come on, dude. it really, like, it's what I told you, right? Where it feels like they're trying to capture the replaying arcade games over and over and over, but throughout
in one run. Yeah, you're saying that. That's funny.
So they will just repeat these fucking encounters time and time again. Whereas in an arcade game, you'd repeat the same smaller set of encounters a lot, but they it would just feel a lot more concise and faster paced. In Ninja Gaiden, it feels like they're copying like the repetition, but building it into the fucking stages.
I wish the game had like another mode that was like, you know, permadeath mode or single run mode or something like that, because it is really hard. I've always wanted to play through it on like
chapter mode
hard.
Is good.
Yeah, like chapter mode and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have always wanted to sort of play through it all without dying on like a more reasonable difficulty, but it just, like you said, it's just kind of really long, and so it's like a marathon to even attempt to do that. So it would be nice if there's like some sort of intermediary between like a chapter mode, which they have, and like a campaign mode, like a mini campaign type of arcade type of thing, where it just takes the best of, it takes like the best stages and puts them all together.
Yeah, every game should have that, including the one you're fucking playing right now.
Is he 4? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have any flashbang? Nope.
Oh yeah, some person, Paulo is talking about. You can use like speed up hacks and emulators for games, for shit like Silent Hill 1 and shit. And I've been considering that for a bunch of games because, yeah, why not, right? It's like basically a turbo mode at that point.
Yeah. That sounds fun. Like, there's something like that in the Capcom Stadium ports. You can do that with Final Fight and play Turbo Final Fight. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I give that a try. And basically just do that in emulators, and it should be pretty fun. Because you can just cut down a lot of the downtime and shit. It really works on Silent Hill 1. Well, imagine it works on a lot of stuff. Like, I would do that with
my
Tenchu,
gosh.
Huh? Uh-oh, yeah, I saw one. Yeah, because Tenchu is fucking molasses.
Oh my god, this is brutal.
Yep. That's what you get for not playing Dino Crisis 2, to be honest. SMH.
Oh my god. Why is this section so crashy? And it's like a long section too, so it keeps crashing. Right at the end of it.
Just don't swap weapons, dude. Don't swap weapons.
Yeah, one weapon the entire time. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah? Well,
okay,
swap
we're getting
them
through
from the menu.
I will not. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're
play
right.
properly, dude. Yeah, stop cheating, dude.
So at least get through this section, yeah. Cheating, it's like actively harder.
Basically.
Okay, here we go. I'm not giving up, though. I'm not letting this thing defeat me. I will not be defeated by this. This section will not defeat me.
Godspeed. You can do it. I believe in you. We should stop and analyze SMT Demon Girls.
3 hours later, me in this section just crashing.
Bog, what is your opinion on New Yeast and its combat? I wrote about it. It sucks. I hate New Yeast combat. They fucked up everything. They fucked up. There's nothing left of the game now. It's like fucking the beginning of Robocop. They fucked them up, dude. They have such a good thing going with Origin, and it's like you know the games aren't perfect. They have issues, but like they're fun. It's like a solid foundation. They fucked it up.
Yeah, I know. You're kind of bummed. Not too thrilled with that.
Yeah, it's fucked up in the worst possible way. It's like, oh, yeah, I've been playing this for a fucking decade. Because, you know, the way Ys games worked before that is they would publish, like, 3-4 games in the same style, then they would shift the style, right? And then when Ys 7 came out, I was like, okay, this sucks ass, but, you know, they'll probably shift the style after a few games. Nope. Nope. I was waiting and nothing for over a decade.
Well, didn't they start selling better, though? That's what I was telling you. Well, they started selling better.
Absolutely, yeah. They started selling better, yeah. Why bother?
I think with a lot of game series, the way it works is they kind of try to find the identity of the series, and then once the series starts selling, they're like, oh, that's the identity.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and well, it's the worst because now every other fucking series is going down this path. Like, you know, fucking Sekiro and shit. What about the other top-down Ys? I like Origin and Fulgana, and, you know, just the boss rush on Nightmare. If you're not playing boss rush on Nightmare, what the fuck are you doing with your time?
Yeah, I didn't know you were such a Ys fan.
Yeah, well, I told you, dude. I told you that's what soured me on Perry's. Way before fucking Sekiro and all these games. Like a decade before that, Jesus. Because Ys 7 came out in 2008. That's what it is.
Okay, let's hope the game doesn't crash.
Godspeed.
I'm gonna get killed doing this. Alright, fine, kill me. I'm changing other windows, that's why I'm getting owned right now. Hold on. So I think...
Gonna go straight with hard difficulty? Go Nightmare. Don't go on hard. Just play Nightmare.
Okay, here we go.
That's like where it cooks. And avoid Hugo in Ys Origin. Hugo sucks. He's like the... supposed to be like a shmup character, but the problem is he has a rechargeable shield you can just spam. And...
Could modern game be F2P start,
I should know what
but
that means.
lives you by.
F2P... I know I've seen that before. First... Free to play. But lives you buy. Could modern game be free to play but lives you buy? You know, what's funny is I know Tekken experimented with this. There was a version of Tekken called Tekken Revolution that came out that was just like this, where you would buy credits to play online. And I think the problem with this design idea is, since it's not in a public setting like an arcade, what ended up happening is people just started cheating the system. So even if it was like kind of a neat idea, like you'd play Tekken Online like it's an arcade, people would just rage quit and lag switch, and then if there's a monetary incentive, people I think even feel even more compelled to sort of troll and cheat and stuff. So that's kind of a barrier to this to some degree. Though I've always thought, here's an interesting one though, that might be interesting, Frayne, is instead of doing free to play, what if you did play to own? I always thought this would be a much more interesting alternative, where instead of, alright, so let's say there's a Tekken that comes out, or a fighting game that comes out, and you're not sure if you like it, or if you're going to be into it or not. Instead of spending full money on it, and, you know, now it's what, $70, $80? And hoping you're going to like it, or hoping you'll stay with it. Instead, what if you're able to do something like, okay, you spend $5, you can buy this many plays, or this many, whatever it is.
And then when you get to its price.
And then when you get to its price, you own the game. So you never get into this like whale situation, because once you get to the price of the game, then you just own the game. So it's a way to sort of break up these big games into being a bit more financially accessible, but not turning them into that whale hunting gotcha model or like free to play model. I think that would be such an interesting idea, even with like shmups and arcade games.
Yeah, fighting games suffer the most because they're expensive.
They're expensive, and you don't know if you're going to commit to them. Even if
exactly,
even if at the time you want to, you don't ever fully know. So I think that would be a really cool model, but I don't think developers will ever do it. But so it's like it's a play to own.
It's never happening. Yeah.
Yeah, because free to play is just so much more financially lucrative. But I think play to own is a more like honest way to do it and still get that benefit of people being able to try your game out. Yeah.
How would we exploit this though? Think about that, because that's what the developers are going to be thinking. Frame one, if that system ever gets implemented.
Yeah.
Like.
They would fragment their games up, and maybe you know what I mean.
Yes, and
they'd fragment the game.
Yeah, I think they would front load the shitty content.
No, the good content.
Front load the good.
They'd front load the good content. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's like you're playing a Souls type of game, right? And like all the cool boss fights and stuff are in the beginning, and then you pay for it.
I wonder where that happens.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, that could be a problem. But I think it would work really well with the arcade model games where they're really built on like replayability and stuff. I think those would work really well. Like a game that you would want to replay a bunch. Like a fighting game and stuff.
The fucking... It would be like the whole, gotta think about the 2-hour window shit, but on a bigger scale.
Well, no, because you'd be able to... Because time wouldn't be a factor. You'd pay for the plays, right? So... Like, let's say...
Yeah, but you can still get... But think about how arcade developers did this, where they're like, okay, we're going to give them, like, 5 minutes playtime per coin. And, even if it's not guaranteed, it's still going to be the average player's experience, right?
I'm trying to see...
center it around the average player's
What would be the problem? Like, because if you pay for... Let's say you pay for a few plays and you don't like it, I mean, that's kind of the advantage of the model. You're not too invested. You're not $70 deep at that point.
Yeah.
But I actually think about it more in terms of devs, not in terms of players, because players have such a, with arcade stuff, you've got such a feast in front of you. There's so many good games, you don't even have time to play them all. But for devs, like, selling your game is an uphill battle because of that. For the more hardcore arcade audiences and fighting game audiences.
How does the company earn money in play to own? They earn money. What do you mean? They just get money if the players like the game.
Yeah,
like
so
if you would keep playing it.
Yeah,
until
so
you pay
it'd be like free to
price,
play until you hit the full price of the game, and then it would be yours.
Yeah, but then maybe other people pass by. They play like a few quote unquote credits here and there, but don't fully commit, and you get that extra money. It wouldn't be the same.
You know,
as
what would be a
FTP.
perfect one for me for this
lucrative.
was Guilty Gear Strive. I bought Guilty Gear Strive full price, and I was like, I might play this game, and I have barely played any Guilty Gear Strive. I just got, in terms of my money to playtime ratio there, I got wrecked. Now my friend plays Guilty Gear Strive all the time, so he got his money's worth there in his eyes. So if we had this sort of system where I bought Guilty Gear Strive credits, or Guilty Gear Strive credits, and I played it maybe, for a while and kind of phased out, I'm still ahead of the game in terms of not dropping that $70. And maybe, hopefully the idea was you would give up on like that big $70 win, but hopefully you'd get more people trying your game overall. It'd be worth trying at least, I think, but probably unlikely.
Yeah, no one's gonna try this. That's way too well. But the problem is it would not be profitable if they're gonna go with it. They will just go for live service, fucking FTP.
Yeah,
FTP.
That's the problem. A more powerful financial model already exists that would outcompete it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vastly more powerful. This is like just slightly better than normal.
Yeah.
In some ways worse because, a lot more people playing, a lot more people potentially sharing negative opinions. There's not that initial investment. So I don't know.
Right. Yeah, you don't have that investment sunken cost thing going on. Yeah. Where you pay $70 for a fighting game, you're like, okay, I better like this.
Nurgle brought up FOMO. That's another big thing where they want to feel like because if you can just play a bit, then you're not going to be missing out, right? You're like,
right.
It's whatever. But FOMO counts on exploiting that desire to like participate, but it wants you to make a big commitment. Otherwise,
yeah. All this stuff is really interesting because there's not really a clear winning solution. That's why it's kind of interesting in my mind. There's nothing that really clearly is like, oh, do this, because it's all very based on what your audience expects, what your legacy is, how much you can get away with, how much you can't get away with. And especially if you're a new dev, I mean, you're just in the pits of hell in terms of trying to get people to play your game, you know? Let alone pay for it. Just even that, even starting at playing it, that's hard. Let alone the payment part.
Indies have been kind of struggling lately. It's rough.
Yeah, definitely. Perfect time.
Yeah, you're describing the free-to-play model without the going infinite factor. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You're only describing a snackable game arc, not the full extent of the live service shit.
Yeah, not the full extent, yeah. Full extent of the jam.
I'm not following. At what point do you pay for the game in the model you're describing? You just imagine like arcade credits, right? You're playing Dodonpachi or whatever the fuck.
I think I respawn. Please.
Wait, did you crash again? Ah, oh,
no, I didn't crash.
You needed the fucking mod.
I died. Oh, okay, we're good. Right. We're good.
I needed his fucking mods, but yeah, you're playing like credits of Dodonpachi. Your game over. You have to insert. You have to pay some more money to keep playing. But if you pay enough credits that you cover the price of the game, the retail price of the game, then you just get the full game.
Yeah, you just unlock the game. More. You own it.
And that's the idea. It's like a hybrid arcade model, but it won't work. It won't work. There's no point.
Yeah, I know.
To the shit.
It's like a fun idea that would never happen.
Yes, yeah. That's like the kind of idea you could have in like a fucking.
When you're in your dorm in college, and you're like, "This is such a good idea."
Yeah, exactly.
And everyone's like,
some
"Yeah,
shit
it
like
is."
that, or closed off community of some kind. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the grenade is not killing monthly. This guy. The grenade is not killing this guy.
Monthly subscriptions for MMOs. No.
No, it would be like, imagine,
you pay that
okay,
perpetually.
Maybe if I give a more concrete example. Like, imagine you go to an arcade, right, and you play Metal Slug, and it's Metal Slug, and every credit you get, every time you die, you got to put in a credit. So the first time you play Metal Slug at the arcade, it costs you a few bucks. And then you're like, oh, I really like this game. And so you keep coming back to the arcade and playing Metal Slug. And then let's say you play enough that you've spent $50 in total on credits playing Metal Slug. The arcade operator then walks out and hands you a copy of Metal Slug and says, here you go. You now can have Metal Slug. It'd be like that. It's like a credit model like an arcade uses, but then if you play enough credits, you'll own the game. So it's pretty distinct from like a subscription or anything, because there's no time element. You could play $1's worth of the game 1 week, not play any more of it for 3 months, then come back and play $10 worth of it another week, and just slowly build up towards that ownership of the total game price. That would be the kind of idea. Okay, not this time, player. I'm taking him out. He's ruining my Saturday. He's ruining my Sunday too. That's how obnoxious he's being. Or Friday. Holy shit, we're in Friday. He's ruining my Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
This is the full-time YouTuber thing going on.
Yes, I have no idea.
Lost track of time completely. Yeah. I think chat has seen our vision.
Yeah, it's a kind of a unique idea. So there's no game that I'm aware of that does this.
Yeah. Maybe there's some kind of hybrid subscription plus like full price model.
Subscriptions, I think, are the hardest. Like, because I never want to pay a subscription ever. Because I never trust them. I always think I'm going to continually get billed.
Yeah, fuck that.
You know what's funny about like YouTube? How, you have subscribers, but it's not like actually subscribers.
Yeah.
I wonder what the proper word for... Not that it matters, but I wonder what the proper word would be. Like, what actually... It's almost like viewer... It's
followers.
Like...
Yeah, I don't know, followers.
Yeah, no, it's almost more like when you tune into like a TV station, but it's like public TV.
Right.
So you don't subscribe to public TV. It's like public access, basically. Public access viewers, right. Something like that. Imagine if your subscribers really were like, just like everyone who subscribes to your channel subscribed for $1 a month. Do you know how insane that would be, money-wise?
Yeah, how insane that would be for you. Well, I mean, if it's normalized enough, I feel like a lot of people would do it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever.
I think
be possible. I mean, Patreon's the closest you can get to that, but I mean, in terms of just the average viewer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You obviously wouldn't get the traction you get normally with free content. There has to be some kind of layer on top of like normal free content, because the problem is with subscriptions, if it's like subscription based, you can't grow, because you can't like grow on Patreon. You have to funnel people into Patreon with free content.
I know, it's so interesting.
It does have YouTube Red, so
yeah, I have that too. I've had it for years. Mostly so I could listen to stuff on mobile. That was my initial purpose of buying it, because I listen to stuff on mobile a lot. Oh shit, I didn't see that guy. Now I have to be I'm a little bit scared, because I think if these guys kill me, it'll crash the game. So this is high stakes.
I wonder if a network of arcades could work on a Patreon model. Well, the problem with that is it's like a, what do you call it?
Rev split?
Regressive? No, it's like a regressive model where you can sustain it, but you will always lose over time, and like you don't bring new people in. It doesn't generate new interest.
New people, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So as a result, it ends up being regressive. You
it's
need something that generates.
Think about it, right?
Yeah. It is, yeah. But well, you need some kind of like productive or like, I don't know. Something that's alive, something that's generating shit. Otherwise, you get the X effect, you know, where like it can be sustained for quite a while by enthusiasts, but if there's nothing generating new enthusiasts, then there's nothing happening.
I should shoot him with a broken butterfly, actually.
You can knife the Ganados, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it do anything special or no?
No.
No. No, we cannot die. We cannot die. Oh my god, are you serious? I think this is it, boys. I think this is hasta la vista. Because I think I'm going to unpause this and get nailed in the head by the other guy.
That's getting fucking mangled.
Okay, go.
I practiced this shit, dude.
Well, I've never had a situation where if I fail it, the game crashes. No!
That adds a little bit. It's over.
Oh my god, that's crazy. There. And it's like a really long section too.
Yep.
That's
what I told you. You do Dino Crisis 2. Stream God Hand next. Oh hell yeah, dude.
That's insane.
Streaming God Hand would be pretty fun.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play through this section as Leon.
Right.
And get to the save point. Then we'll return to being Ashley, because this crash thing is just in this section, because it's so long. Without
praising true death of
yes,
this
is some real permadeath stuff right here. I'm playing under permadeath conditions. Yeah.
Imagine if it corrupts your save file. Now that would be some good shit. That's like
that's dedication right there.
Like European RPGs and shit. It's like every time something crashes, you're like, oh god, please don't corrupt my save file. Without mods as well.
It's stuck on Ashley, so I have to undo it.
Oh, nice. Fantastic. No safe yeah, save states would be really good for practice. I really fucking wish people got you got to experience not playing with save states, but practicing with save states specifically.
Yes.
Yeah. Is Dino Crisis 2 actually good? Any good? It's pretty good. It's not like you're not gonna your mind isn't gonna be blown, but it's like an evolution of it's like I said, it's like a run and gun, beat 'em up, fucking survival horror hybrid. It doesn't really feel like a survival horror game at all. It's a lot more run and gunny action game. But yeah, like I feel like people need to experience practicing with save states so they understand how fucking valuable that shit is.
Oh, I think this. I think I'm locked into this because I think the save file will not allow me to go back.
It's over, yeah.
No, I know. Okay, I know how to do this. I know how to do this. Okay, here we go.
Well, like Crimson Clover. Crimson Clover is cool, yeah. I haven't 1cc'd it though. Really should.
Really? I
haven't 1cc'd Crimson Clover. Yeah?
That's a fun 1cc.
Because I want to play as the red ship. I don't want to play as fucking type cheat. Type Z, dude.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, fuck that, dude. I'm making my own fun. Like the real ship.
The Type A, or whatever it is. Type 1, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, weird names, I believe, but yeah, like that. The first, the like the red ship, the default one.
Okay. So we gotta.
Should games offer 2 difficulty modes, hard with save states, hard without? Yes. Yeah, or just have a practice mode. Just have a fucking practice mode. That would solve everything, like literally everything. Oh, you want to practice this part? Just go practice it. You don't want to repeat the same section, the same stretch of the game. Just practice it in practice mode. What's the problem?
Okay.
You want to practice knifing the fucking blind Ganado? Just practice that shit in practice mode. You want to learn a fucking Souls pattern? Practice that shit in practice mode. Easy, simple.
Oh, why aren't I Leon again?
Practice modes are not popular. Well, they should be. And also, fuck people who don't use them. They can suffer.
There we go.
That's all. Replay takeover is cool. Yes, yeah. That's really hard to implement, but if you can get that shit in a game, that would be fantastic. Or just like practicing rewinds.
Okay, here we go. There's something weird going on with my health in this game, by the way, because it's like never up. It never seems to upgrade, even though I use the upgrade files. The mod is
Yeah.
I think it's the mod's like locking me into like low health. Wouldn't it be hilarious and awful though if I die again, and it crashes anyway? Oh my god!
Yep.
Let us pray. Let us pray that is not
That would
the
be
case.
that would be excellent, dude. That would be fantastic.
First of all, I'm planning not to die again, but that section's tricky.
Yeah.
I'm becoming an expert in this section of the game, I'll tell you that much. Practice mode. Here's your practice mode. Every time you get to the end of the section, the game crashes.
Yeah. The worst practice mode.
Anti-practice mode. Patience mode. Patience.
Replay
testing.
takeover and rewinding are both really fucking good. Rewinding helps that with single player games where just get killed by an attack. You're like, okay, what if I crouched here? What if I jumped here?
Yeah, it is nice.
What if I misdirected it? And it's really fucking useful. Yeah, the Order of Ecclesia port really helped us both out with that.
Yes, it did. It was great. Deja vu? Are we all experiencing deja vu? Shoutouts to everyone for tuning in though and hanging in there despite multiple game crashes. That's some real dedication. That's some real dedication.
Know what though?
What?
I'm gonna go, Mark. I think I'm gonna leave you now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's over. All right.
You
chat,
can't take
goodbye.
it anymore. He's like, I can't take this madness anymore.
How long are you gonna keep playing, by the way?
Jesus Christ. Well, I was planning on playing to the end, so I'll see you
tomorrow.
Wait,
hold on. Soul, yeah, probably. Jeez, at this rate, yeah, Souls games are not. But it's not that short of a fucking game. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, Souls games are not good or difficult. Video by Salon. I'll have to watch that. That should be really funny. All right. Anyway, peace, chat, and I'll talk to you later, Mark.
Bye.
And good luck with the Resident Evil. Well, now we can lock in. Really focus on that shit.
Yeah.
Peace.
Well, hopefully, if I can get past this section where the mod keeps crashing, we should be fine.
Exactly. Peace.
All right, chat. It's just me and you now. No more Bog. No more Bog assist. Just solo mode. Damn. Yeah, see that the health is like screwed up to some degree. It's fine. I was right here. Because it's not... Because look, when I go to heal, look at this. See, it's... it's like permanently low or something. Maybe because Ashley, the way Ashley's health works or something, or it's maybe a glitch of some kind. I'm gonna get hit by 2 of these. Watch, this won't increase, I don't think. Okay, but why did it set back? I don't know, it's weird. Because I've been upgrading my health the entire time and yet it just isn't getting upgraded. Ashley mode featuring Leon. Just through this section because it keeps crashing in that last part. So we'll go back to Ashley after this section. Yeah, Leon's just making a guest appearance. Yeah, we're focusing in now. We're focusing in now. We're gonna get real sweaty with it now. I do have this section kind of memorized at least. Because we're getting close to the end of the castle. That's the thing. It's not that... maybe it is farther than I think. I always think it's not that far, but maybe we do have a journey ahead of us here. But it feels like the end game kind of starts to really get cooking after you get out of the castle. Do I dislike when they give infinite combos and arcade ports? Yeah, you know, like, not too much personally, but I think in terms of teaching the players what they need to teach them and teaching them, like, the concept of 1cc, I think it's really good to structure that in. So, yeah. Like, I personally am not bothered as a player by it, but I know as, like, it's an important aspect in your design to make sure you're emphasizing that continues matter and preventing credit feeding. So, yeah. In the end, yes, I definitely think they should not have those anymore. But once people... It's like kind of one of those, like, weird sort of loops where when you're like making a game for a casual audience, absolutely, it's a terrible idea to allow for infinite continues. But then as the audience for shmups became more and more specialized, it just became something that was sort of convenient. But then that convenience feature ended up biting the genre in the butt because it's undermining the sort of basic message of the game. It's kind of funny how that can work sometimes. Let's heal, shall we? These grabs are brutal. There we go. It's down. Came out. The section's not that hard, but like I said, the combo of the low health plus the crashes is just making this section last forever. Wait, is there a save point over here? I never noticed this. Look, there's a save point. Okay. Well, now that we've got that save point, I didn't know that was there. Now let's get to it. Okay, so when I go through this door, I think I will become Ashley. Gungrave Overdose? I have played it a little bit, yeah. It's really cool, I like it, but I don't have a full-on review of it because I haven't fully experienced it. Okay, now I should become Ashley. Okay. And there was that save point there that I didn't know about, so we should be fine now. It's so tempting to shoot these guys with a rocket launcher. Okay, no. Let them go. Alright, go. Imagine how much easier this section would be as Ada with her movement speed. Get moving. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh, that was lucky. Let's throw the grenade here. Hopefully get all three. Yes. Oh, let's use our... Here he comes. Let's get out the broken butterfly. Oh boy. Yep. That's it. But that's okay, we saved. So here we go. Back to it. Actually, this would be interesting because I saved with Leon. So let's see what happens if I save with Leon. Okay, no, it's fine. Alright. Hello, Malcolm. Okay. Go! Oh boy. See, look how low the health is here. Okay, let's use that. Bet there's like some way to like clip them into a wall or something, right? Like get them stuck on a wall or something. Oh boy. Thank you. That's what we're looking for here. Should play with these walls a little bit. Oh, no. Oh boy. Oh, fuck. This bit's kind of tense, isn't it? Oh, let's shoot the bell, right? Wait. Is he gonna turn around? Got him. Okay, now let's shoot the bell. Well, let's hope this kills him, right? There we go. Alright, there we go. Let me get to a save point and then I'll turn on the weapon swapping again. This section of the game has been a journey. I think there's a hidden... Nope. Nope. It felt like there's hidden something there. Okay. Magnum, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, great. Save file. Okay, great. Now I'm gonna turn on the weapon swapping. There we go. She's glitching out. You got something for me?
Got some rare things on sale, stranger. What are you buying? Thank you.
I feel like I should power up the broken butterflies firepower, right? That's like the only thing to power up on this thing.
Thank you. What are you buying?
Okay.
What are you selling? Is that all? Is that? Thank you. Is that? Thank. Come back anytime.
Okay, I think that's everything. This is the section where I fight the one guy, isn't it? Sniffles? Oh, maybe a little bit, yeah. Sorry. Boghog retired for the evening. His voice was worn out, I think. Plus, he's probably got other things to work on. Yeah, it's quiet. It's very quiet. Oh, I hope this guy doesn't crash the game when he kills me either. There we go. Oh boy. Oh, there he is. Let's try to heal here. Perfect. Where are you? I don't want to waste those bullets. Oh! Why didn't it go? Gotta be close to dead now. I think there's one more. Oh, there's no fuel tank in here. Oh, there. Yes, there is. There is. Oh, it's like it overrides the knockdown prompt. That's what happens. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Am I out of stuff? There's two of them, alright. So this one I've already been in because he knocked the door down. think that's it, right? He's got to be close to death then. And it crashes, of course. So all these character deaths crash the game. I wonder, I must have needed to just blast the crap out of him. Okay. Let us try again. This is kind of like a weird permadeath mode, since every time I die, it crashes the game. Siren, the hardest order game? I have no idea. Gotta make sure I maximize these punishes. I guess I didn't punish them enough. Go. Alright, this should do it. Oh! That should hit him. Oh boy. Go. Can't get hit again. Quadruple dodge. He must be low on health if he's making me dodge like 10 times. This should work. Don't want to use that rocket launcher. There's got to be one more, right? I don't understand why he's not dead, to be honest. I've hit him with every one of these containers. Hope it's not like some kind of glitch or something where he won't die. Oh, it's a time thing. Alright. Well, let's just go then. What? Oh my god. Oh boy. These crashes are getting really hard to deal with. So it's a time thing. Yeah, the crashes are really messing up the flow of the gameplay here. Alright, so this is just a time thing with this boss, right? So if I just run and avoid him the whole time. Is it time? Or is it damage? I think it's damage, right? Okay, time. Alright, let's just avoid him then. And then when the lift appears, we'll freeze him and then get on the lift. That's the plan. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Because no need to waste all these resources on him.
What do you think of RPG as a storytelling medium?
I think it's really underdeveloped, because the question RPGs have to ask themselves is, what can they offer through the gameplay that you can't get from a movie, like or TV series? Like, what can they do gameplay-wise to tell you the story in a way that actually doesn't, how can I say it, doesn't rely on novelty in a single playthrough? Like, for example, with Resident Evil 4 here, depending on, like, what will happen is gameplay and story as it's intended don't always line up how they're supposed to, and as time develops and as skill develops with the player, they start to become more and more out of sync. Like, for example, when you're playing the cabin section in Resident Evil 4, when you're first learning the game, that's tense, that's scary, so that's experiencing the feelings I'm sure the developers sort of want you to experience. But the problem is, as you get more skilled at the game and you enjoy challenge, now you like getting locked up in the cabin, and you liked being challenged, and you like being threatened by enemies. So then, what's supposed to make you scared and unhappy starts to bring you joy and excitement. And there's a lot of stuff like that, where the actual line between game mechanics and storytelling tone is not as in sync as a lot of game critics would like to say. Because they'll say, oh yeah, it's immersive because you feel scared. And like in this section here, this is immersive because I feel scared. The most terrifying aspect of this this situation is actually just the crashing and me having to reload the save file. But in terms of difficulty, if I find this section fun and I find it interesting and compelling, that sort of element of tone starts to go away. And that's the thing, is like, storytelling tone and immersive game design often don't line up as much as people like to think they do. This guy is straight up glitching right now. Yeah, but that's the problem. Like, if it's a movie, then just make it a movie. You have to sort of, with games as a storytelling medium, you have to justify, I think, why the gameplay is there, if you want it to be there for story's sake. And there's really not a lot of strong, I think, design around this, because it often just relies on, all right, well, let's have you walk and kind of make the gameplay, take away agency from the player in order to force through this story. But if you give the player agency, and then the agency decides to try and digress how the story goes, its pace, you just don't, as a storytelling medium in games, you don't really have a lot of strong, consistent control over them. So it often does kind of rely back to on, well, how did you feel about the game when you first played it? Well, how was that first playthrough experience like? Because that's the playthrough the developers can kind of most predictably control, because the player does not know what's ahead of them. But as soon as the player knows what's ahead of them, or even starts to decide, you know, I'm not going to go along with your immersive storytelling, you just run into a lot of problems. So I feel like RPGs as a storytelling medium is extremely underdeveloped, and often just relies on sort of really basic conventions. For example, like, how does pace play into storytelling? I think everyone, if you're writing a book, making a film, like, pace is huge. Pace is a huge aspect of how stories unfold and develop. But how do you account for pace in gameplay? Well, you could maybe really limit the gameplay, really make the gameplay streamlined and predictable, which we see a lot with modern design. But then you're kind of taking away from the point of it being a game. Why not just make it a film? Then you could really, really dictate the pace. So there's just this question of player agency that storytelling really runs up against a lot. And you could say, oh, well, that's the whole point, is that the player can just do whatever they want and go wherever they want. But I don't know. Then like that style of storytelling, the JRPG storytelling, where you're supposed to have like themes and everything, it just becomes a lot murkier. So I don't know. I just think it's really underdeveloped. That's what I would say. And I think that's why video game stories, you know, they're so hard to translate to other things.
Do you think that the CRPGs need to balance gameplay and story in that way is a fundamental limiter on how tight its gameplay can be?
Yeah, so that's where I would say. I would always say that gameplay is king, gameplay is primary, and the story is the contextual wrapper you put around the gameplay. So the problem with JRPG design is that it wants to put the story before the gameplay, right? So then you have to justify, okay, well, why do you need gameplay? Why not just make it a movie? You could make it like a 16-bit movie or a 16-bit TV series. Like, why does it need gameplay? Why do RPGs need gameplay? In terms of storytelling, what is that accomplishing? And I don't think the arguments are really as strong as people think they are. Because you could say, oh, well, you won't get the whole experience of how Tifa feels if you don't struggle through grinding stats. But the link between grinding stats and how Tifa feels is incredibly abstract. It's not, what do you call it? There's not a real clear distinction, because you could make that with everything. I could say, all right, so for this character's story, in order to fully experience this character's story, I need you to set the book down and I need you to sprint 10 miles. And then after you sprint the 10 miles, come back and pick up the book. That is essentially the same way gameplay is often treated when we talk about RPGs and their immersive gameplay elements. It's kind of like that. It's like, do this side activity that's not necessarily really related to the story in any coherent manner, but it kind of gives you a feeling or a tone. But you might get a better feeling or tone if you went outside and ran a mile. Maybe that would give you an even better feeling, an even more clear feeling of how the characters feel. They had to run 4 miles, so you need to run 1 mile. Then physically you can feel how they feel. That's more immersive, I think, than pressing menus and waiting for stats to build. So I think if people just kind of don't really look at how actually immersive is this stuff, or are we just kind of accepting it because that's kind of the best we've come up with so far? Like pressing buttons and grinding out levels, that's immersive in some fashion. It's really funny, this section where the villagers return. It's like, whoa, villagers. I see you. So that's why I think of RPG storytelling. I just think it's really underdeveloped. And I think it would be interesting if RPG fans were a little bit more, I don't know, like a little bit more critical of these types of things. Because I would love to sit and hear them talk about it and come up with ideas and come up with sort of explanations of how do you justify this gameplay in terms of story. Like, how do you convey themes and characterization through gameplay, not through cutscenes, because cutscenes could just be a movie and could probably be a much more effective movie. And that's, ironically, you kind of have this underlying attitude with a lot of mainstream sort of RPG fans as well, because imagine you made an RPG, and you made an RPG that was insanely difficult. And I don't mean just like Resi 4 delete your save file difficult. I'm talking Dononpachi to all difficulty. But you said, well, in order to fully contextualize the challenge that these characters are going through, you're going to need to suffer through 2 years of difficulty to get that to work. That's kind of an interesting idea, right? But that would never be accepted, because now that's getting in the way of playing the game as like a movie. Or what if you put in a mechanic where the game autoplayed itself? Would it really be that much different? Like, so you sit, but the game will autoplay it. But it will go through all the tedious stuff for you. So, like, it will menu, it'll go around and build stats, and the game will do all that. And you'll just sit and watch the game do it. Is that really that distinctive of an experience versus doing the menuing yourself? And then, but we'd have to do this not subjectively. We'd have to do like a kind of objective test. Like, you get one person, okay, you take two people. They both sit down. One watches the gameplay and one holds the controller in their hand and plays it. Let's say Final Fantasy VII. So you got one guy sitting next to the other guy. One's watching, or one's playing. And then at the end of the playthrough, you give them both kind of a test. And the test is like, all right, what are the themes of Final Fantasy? How did Tifa feel? And you just ask them purely story-based questions. Is it likely that the guy pressing the buttons is going to have that much of a more significant experience than the guy sitting next to him not pressing the buttons? So I think that's the difference, or that's kind of the critique I have of RPGs as a storytelling medium, is they're not really, I don't think, super convincing in explaining why the gameplay needs to be there. Like, what is the function of the gameplay in this equation? So there you go. Not exactly a super popular opinion, but I think actually if you're like a really serious JRPG player and think about story and games and stuff, I think asking these questions probably would get you further along more interesting discussions than just accepting, oh, you know, at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, you have to press the button to shoot boss in the head, and the act of pressing that button really makes you feel immersive and makes you feel like you killed the boss. It's like, really? Well, you just fought her in a boss fight. So is that little bit there any different than fighting her in the boss fight? Is it any more meaningful? Whoa, get back here. I need to put the weapon swapping back on. It's being a little funky. Oh, no, you don't. You can do... I should have actually used the other sniper rifle. Forgot to unlock that. Metaphor is a really addictive system. Yeah, it's kind of interesting where we sort of just accept the conventions of these conversations, but if you really kind of applied a more critical expectation on them, it would be interesting. That's all I'm saying. Because I've heard a lot of people say, like, oh, I love Final Fantasy VII because when I was a kid, you know, I loved the story, and me and my brother watched, you know, my brother played the game and I watched him play, and we kind of experienced the story together, which is really cool. But it's just kind of funny that you wouldn't quite say that for like an action game or something like that necessarily, because, or like more like traditional game design, where it's fun to watch your brother play the game, but it's not the same thing if you haven't yourself handled the controls and all that sort of stuff. Whereas in JRPG, that distinction isn't super clear. Like, if you watched your brother play the game, you probably had an extremely similar experience to him if you were sitting there the whole time with him. And then, in terms of the story, I mean. In terms of the story, not in terms of the gameplay. Because maybe gameplay-wise, he had a different experience. Like, he had to sit and think about stat systems and stuff. But that doesn't really connect back with the story super convincingly, I don't think. The truth. double troll. I think there's a way to get both of them on there, but I forgot how to do it. Oh, nope. Do I have a flashbang? No. Because I could maybe get them both on there and throw a flashbang. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Oh my god. Well, at least the game didn't crash. Where's the guy? Alright, note to self, do not go near the fire pool here. Oh, the cutscene will only let one fall through, I think. If I can kind of bait him to attack, but be sort of at a distance. Yeah, that's how you do it. So sort of get him to attack, but at a distance. Oh, jeez. I better heal. That's how to do it. Spacing. This is Dark Souls right now. That hit? Let's try the TMP. I think what happens with a lot of gamers who like really appreciate, you know, games as stories and talk about games as stories is, I think if you just recognize that the story is much more of a secondary element than a primary element, it makes a lot more sense. And you would avoid a lot more of like bad design decisions, in my opinion. Like if you keep the, like even with a JRPG, you say, all right, We're going to make the stats and tactics and the level design and all the things about this game incredible. And then we're going to create a story to contextualize this experience in a fun way. I think that's a very different discussion. And that's kind of how games, I think the better games are designed. Versus, all right, I have this story I want to tell. So let me create a game to tell that story. But my main goal is to just tell you this story. Then it seems like, all right, why are you adding in this whole system and this whole barrier in a lot of ways to just accessing that story? If only storytelling is the goal. I think it works much better if you say, hey, I want to make a game and add all these gameplay elements and all this stuff in there. And then I want to contextualize the gameplay in a fun way. So I'm going to write a really interesting story to go along with it. I think that makes a lot more sense and works a lot better. But it's the emphasis that's important. Because when we discuss games as a medium and as an art form, they're never discussed as, you know, the values of what games are. It's always like, oh, games are interactive stories. All right, so what's Tetris? Is Tetris an artistic game? You know, so... But it makes a lot more sense to say, all right, games are artistic on the merits of their game design, and they can also include fun stories and interesting stories in that process. But the compelling and important part of their medium, the key fundamental medium, the key fundamental thing of the medium is the gameplay. That's what makes the medium distinct. That's what makes the medium artistic, not the story. Because you can have a game without a story, but so you can have a game without a story and still consider it a video game, but you can't have just a story and consider it a video game. So if you had Final Fantasy VII, but it was never a game, it was just a story, then it wouldn't be a video game, right? Just that Tifa and Cloud and Sephiroth and all those, they would be characters in a story, but they wouldn't be a video game. You need the game to make it a video game. The stats and the wandering around and leveling and all that stuff, that's what makes it a game. Sort of like, I guess another interesting sort of analogy, and I think the best analogy is music, right? You can have music without lyrics, but lyrics can enhance music, and you can tell a story with lyrics, but music is not a written medium. It's not a medium of words. It's a medium of sound, of, you know, like abstract sound, rhythms and tempos and melodies and all that. So you can have music without lyrics, but when you take lyrics and just have lyrics alone, then it's just a poem. You know, it's not music anymore. That's how gameplay and story works, where the gameplay is the primary basis of the medium, not the story. And I think this would benefit RPG design a lot, actually. If our JRPGs, if they thought, okay, we want to tell these cool stories, but the first focus is we need to make sure the gameplay is really good and compelling and artistic in its own right. I think that makes a lot more sense. I am going to get killed. Oh, I got crashed, too. I think I saved, though. Yeah, I know. That was a bad way to go. I thought I could, like, find a sort of area to do a standoff, but that did not work. And I was kind of wrapped up in what I was saying a little bit. Okay, here we go. I think we're pretty close to where I was, right? Oh, I have to... Please don't tell me I have to fight the trolls again. No, okay, thank God. Or am I? Oh my God, did I miss the save point? Oh, I did. Alrighty. Yeah, look. Am I going the wrong... Yeah, no? Okay. That's so funny. Oh, okay, everyone. Oh, I'm getting cooked. These game crashes were just brutal. They ended up kind of stopping me from continuing too far. You're all the way back. That's crazy. Yeah, these game crashes are just too much. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. But the game crashes just were too oppressive. So I thought, okay, let's end the stream. I'll do a quick little chatting with the chat, and then we'll end the stream. Because I got wrecked by that save point right there.
Hello, M8.
Hello, mate. Thanks so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Arcade. Yeah, I'll hold the comments here. Oh, I can just watch them on screen now. Let's just do that. Whoa, why is my camera so blurry? Yeah, the camera's crazy blurry. There we go. What's your favorite game story? That's a good question. Probably Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear 2, probably. That's the... But, like I said, the way I interact with Metal Gear 2 is I don't play it and then stop and then go, okay, let's watch the cutscene, and then stop, okay, let's go watch the cutscene. I actually watch them distinctively from each other, so I'll just play Metal Gear 2 all the way through, and then when I'm done, I'll watch like a cutscene compilation and like codec call compilation. And I feel like honestly you get a little bit more out of it because pacing wise, because if you're stopping every so often in these little chunks, you kind of, I don't know, it doesn't hit as hard as I don't think as just going through the whole narrative. So there's an example for you where I really like MGS2's story, but I think it's good in some ways that the way the game lets you skip cutscenes, the codec calls, you can skip through them. They're a little much, to be honest. Like I wish you could be able to like auto skip them a little bit more and stuff. But in terms of game stories, that's probably my favorite. But I wouldn't say like the stealth system of the game really adds to that. You know, it's like they're like two distinct experiences that I both enjoy. I like the stealth gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 2, and I also happen to like the story, but they're like kind of two distinct phenomenon that run parallel to one another. I think that's often kind of the best way, in the end, practically speaking, story in games works the best, is if it's running in parallel to the gameplay, but it isn't infringing on it too much, and it isn't screwing around with the pace of it, and so, like, skippable cutscenes, not having a bunch of these immersive sort of sections where they're not fun to replay ever. They're just a novelty value that one time. Like, you just sit there and watch a walking section, or you're just wandering through empty areas, and it's like some sort of story thing as people are doing calls into you as you're wandering through any empty areas. Like, all that stuff. If you tighten up all that stuff and then just have the story and have the gameplay run parallel alongside each other, and then share the visual language of the video game, I think that works a lot better than trying to shove them together. Trying to say, all right, this is game, this is story, and they're going to meld together in this perfect harmony. Because I just don't think they do meld together, because they don't have the same... Like, as you repeat the playthroughs, they start to drift further and further, where the pace of your gameplay is going to increase, and your attitudes toward the gameplay are going to shift and change. and the story is more fixed. So they're just two very, gameplay is a much more dynamic medium than like cutscenes and stuff. So, and there's sort of an irony where like in storytelling, like good storytelling, you don't want to be wishy-washy, and you don't want it to be whatever the reader wants. Imagine that you're watching a movie or watching a book, and it's like, all right, this book has 6 different endings. It has all these different interpretations, and none of them are the correct one. You can kind of just decide which whenever you want. Like, that's a fun little novelty, but imagine all stories were like that, you couldn't ever get like that intention from the author, or like that message, because it'd be too muddled and indistinct. I think games are often like that with their storytelling. They're a lot more muddled and indistinct than people think, and then so when you try to adapt them into films, it's like, oh boy. Oh, Paul, my next video is going to be on F-Zero GX. That's my next video. Yeah, but VN, you said VN. San says, but VN with branching paths are fun. But are VN games? Or are they a distinctive medium? Because VN are kind of what... The funny thing is like, I don't think it's a coincidence that VN are rising in popularity and JRPGs are falling in popularity. Because all of the things you want in a JRPG, this like kind of branching path storytelling and lots of different characters, and you can kind of go through different experiences and stuff, like visual novels are doing that, and they're doing that in a much more efficient fashion. And they just sort of are actually more on... I think it's a more sound development of interactive storytelling is the visual novel, where you just say, all right, forget gameplay. Let's just make a software that contains the story, and you navigate the software at your own whim. Like, if you think about it, that's really sort of the realization of what JRPGs are going for in a lot of ways. And so I would definitely distinguish visual novels from JRPGs and say visual novels are more on track with this question than JRPGs are. So I wouldn't put visual novels in the same camp, because you could write a story, right? You could write like a really cool story, and then you could break it up into these little sections, and then all the visual novel is doing is it's a software that's letting you navigate these branching sections, but there's no game involved here. There's no failure state. There's no like abstract mechanics. It's just navigating the story through a software. So I think visual novels are a lot more interesting, and I think they're a little bit more on what I would think is more of a stronger case of game design or whatever story design than a JRPG, which is trying to shove two things together that kind of aren't totally meshing up. Well, a VN can be poorly written or well written, though. Solitude saying, yeah, like, I'm sure most VNs are very poorly written and bad in terms of their storytelling and narrative, but that's not because the medium itself is not interesting or doesn't have potential. It's just that means those individual writers aren't really making most of the medium. But if you had a really talented storyteller and they wanted to tell you like this really interesting non-linear story, I think they'd have a more effective... They'd be much more effective doing that through a visual novel than they would a JRPG. Yeah. Well, also, too, like, visual novels are branching out from games, and people who are storytellers maybe aren't always gravitating towards games, even in terms of... Here's another thing that I think another really compelling argument against JRPGs being an effective storytelling medium that's really practical, which is, all right, forget Square, forget these big companies. Just think of yourself as a storyteller. You want to tell me a really interesting story that I would really enjoy, that I would really get into. And you want to convey that to me through some kind of electronic software. Is it more practical for you to design this giant system of stats, sprites, exploration, world, all these JRPG systems, and then put it in this big 40-hour campaign or 50-hour campaign, whatever, 20-hour campaign? You put it in this big framework where I need to learn like stat growth and trees, and I need to learn all of this, and I need to know where to go. I need to navigate. I have to do all of this sort of abstract game stuff to get to that story you wanted to tell me in a practical sense. Or if you said, all right, what if I just sort of visually represented the story in a visual novel and sent it to you? Which one is more practical and more reasonable for an average storyteller to do? And I think that's why visual novels are actually so popular. It's because they're more practical, even as from like an indie creator. And I know you can do like RPG Maker and stuff like that, but then what's the likelihood that someone will actually play through that? Not only in terms of the cost of making it, but the likelihood someone will follow through. So you have this story you want to tell your friends, and you make a 100-hour RPG campaign and you send it to them. What's the likelihood they will get to the end of that story versus you wrote up a 4 or 5 hour visual novel and you sent it to them? The likelihood they would get to the end of that visual novel and know your story is way higher. So that's the thing, is that the sort of immersive gameplay stuff, in a lot of practical senses, gets in the way of actual storytelling. But what it can do, and I think this is why a lot of people really gravitate to JRPGs, is what like these types of game systems can do is they can kind of prop up a bland or generic story because they're distracting you with the gameplay. So, like if I think of Ninja Gaiden 2, for example, I love the gameplay of that game, but is the story of that game at all deep, well-written, interesting, meaningful? No, but it's serving the function of contextualizing the gameplay in a fun way. And so it's serving its function really well in that sense. But if you stripped out the gameplay of Ninja Gaiden 2 and you just presented me with Ninja Gaiden 2 as a story, yeah, it wouldn't work super well. And I think JRPGs are a bit like this as well. Like a lot of JRPGs, if we're being honest, how well written are they? How well developed are their characters? How strong is their actual storytelling versus how much are you able to sort of be distracted by the other elements of the game that, all right, even if the characters aren't that interesting, well, the gameplay is kind of fun. So there's another element there where you can use gameplay as a crutch for like weak storytelling. And so I think that's another thing that people defend, their JRPGs and stuff on, is if it's a really good story, could it stand on its own without the gameplay as like a visual novel? And I'd assume most people would say, fans of FF7 or fans of like what they would consider like the better RPG stories, they would probably say yes, the story would hold up in a visual novel format. If you adapted FF7 or FF6 or whatever game into a visual novel, that story would still translate and be good. So then what's the point of the gameplay? What's the gameplay doing? Oh, I don't play visual novels. I'm just saying as a Paul, I don't play visual novels. I'm just saying as a concept, I've thought about making them, though. That's the difference. Like, I've never read visual novels, but I've thought, like, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if you told sort of a non-linear story? I guess I actually do kind of have an answer to this, Paul, actually. Before visual novels were visual novels, there's a sort of proto-visual novel in print called House of Leaves. And House of Leaves does a lot of the stuff that, if it was a visual novel, would be really interesting. Like, it has hyperlinks that it has in the footnotes, and it's like metatextual, and then it lays out the text in interesting patterns, and uses like the visual layout of the text as a part of its storytelling and stuff. So I'd say House of Leaves, even though House of Leaves is a print book, you could actually really effectively adapt that into a visual novel, and it would be really good, and it would work. It would totally work. And it even has like fake hyperlinks and stuff. Like every time the word house appears in the book, it's a fake hyperlink in the print. So, and I think there's even, let me check this. I think there is like a web-based version of House of Leaves. House of Leaves web version. I think there was. Original web edition, House of Leaves. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Because I think there was... I think House of Leaves had a web-based version at one point, or something like that. There you go. That would definitely be a book that I would reference in this discussion. That's an interesting concept, right? Because it's like a real book and like a really good story, but it uses a lot of these ideas that you could adapt into a visual novel. Yeah, but an ebook, like an ebook and a visual novel, really the only difference between them, if you think about it, is just their sort of, what do you call it? Like their format or whatever, their conventions. That's what I meant to say. Like the actual difference between an ebook and a visual novel is just the conventions of the creators. There's no reason why you couldn't take a book, or a normal book, Anna Karenina, that was brought up earlier in the stream, and then adapt it to a visual novel in this manner. There's no reason you couldn't do that. And there's also no reason why you couldn't take a visual novel in a lot of senses, though I do know they have like backgrounds and stuff, but outside of that, there's still a lot of things you could take from a visual novel that you could adapt into an ebook. And then if the because I know some ebooks, like, you can hyperlink and you can move to different sections. So you could lay out a visual novel with hyperlinks and just lay them out. And so as you're going through, you could hyperlink your way through the ebook. So a lot of this stuff, I think the distinctions are a lot more fuzzy than people think. It's just like the conventions of an ebook is a digital version of a print book. A visual novel is a piece of software that's sort of like a game that contains a story that you read and watch and stuff. But the distinctions aren't that strong outside of the conventions. So, yeah, it's an interesting concept. It's an interesting discussion, I think. Yeah, but so visual novels are distinct from, Mr. is saying, if you add interactivity to an ebook, then it becomes a game book, and effectively, by extensions, a sort of visual novel. It's a bit fuzzy, though. Yeah, because a visual novel, though, lacks gameplay in the traditional sense of, like, failure states, like you're seeing here where I die and the game crashes and you have to redo it. And you just navigate through them, right? So an ebook is similar in that fashion. It's just the conventions of how you navigate through them is more, all right, they go in a linear stream and you just read them. But you could take an ebook and break it up and put in links that go to different pages, and you could have the pages be differently formatted and stuff. So I think House of Leaves is a good example of that. Like, that could easily be adapted into, I think, a really interesting visual novel. And it plays with these sort of ideas in an interesting way. I think, though, a lot of this doesn't matter in terms of, what do you call it? In practicality, a lot of this doesn't matter because it's more of an intellectual argument, because in practical sense, the people who like RPGs are people who like games, like strategy-based games, and they like stories, and they want them to exist in parallel with one another. Like, that is what they distinctively want. So me telling you, yeah, you know, I don't really think that's as interesting in terms of storytelling, doesn't matter, because what you actually are wanting are these two experiences to be parallel to each other. I just want to point out that like, they're not like as tightly integrated as people think. That like the gameplay is a much more abstract, non-linear type of experience, and storytelling is extremely linear. Even with non-linear storytelling, as much as you try to break it up, sequences and stuff like that have to matter. Even like reading has to go in a sequence. Even if you break up paragraphs and you put paragraphs here and there and you sort of jumble them around, if you jumble them too much out of linearity, it's total nonsense. Whereas games don't have that. Games don't have any linear sort of requirement. So they're just so distinctive from each other that I don't think people quite... And it doesn't matter, because I think in practice, what ends up happening is sort of what I'm saying is, in practice, people are realizing that, okay, I need to like make sure that the story isn't overriding the gameplay too much. I need to make them sort of distinguishable from each other so that people of different skill levels can play them. Because that's the other thing, right? Because if gameplay and story are really deeply integrated, then what's difficulty? How does difficulty get into this equation? And if the difficulty is too high, then that means they're not able to consume the story, right? But if you want them to consume the story more than you want them to play the game, then you're like, well, all right, this is a problem. So then what do? You got to remove that difficulty. So then now you're removing difficulty for the sake of the story, but you really just wanted to tell them a story, and that the gameplay and difficulty there are just sort of a convention. How do I explain Touhou? Oh, Touhou, I have my own theory of Touhou. I think that's very interesting. And I think if you look at it, it makes a lot of sense. Touhou is authorized fan fiction, and Touhou is open licensed in a way that it creates a visual language. Touhou is a visual language. It's not just a lore. It's not just story. It's a visual language. So this is why... And it's a really accessible visual language. So think of Touhou, right? You've got like these really basic drawings of little girls and little children. You've got these really sort of basic but kind of colorful backgrounds. And then of course you got the bullet design, where you got like the even the way the bullets look with the big outlines and the really high contrasting colors and everything. So Touhou has its own visual language that then is also open license for anyone to participate in. So this is why there's so many Touhou fan games across multiple genres, because it's a visual language that you can understand without having to be introduced to it. So it's like a legacy skill type of visual language, even across multiple mediums. So if I make a Touhou run and gun, right, I can actually communicate a lot about my game's design to you through the convention of Touhou. Like, oh, this is how the bullets work, you know how bullets work. This is how the dodging work, you know how dodging work. This is how the bombs work, you know how bombs work, because this is Touhou. And so it's a shared visual language that's really accessible. And so if you're an aspiring game creator, Touhou is like a godsend to you, because it's a shared visual language that's very easy to make. And so if you're making your first game, imagine if you're making your first game and you're trying to make something of IRIM standards or of Capcom standards, and that's the standard your first game is being held to. You're going to have to be a masterclass sprite artist and a sort of a really polished developer right from the beginning, because of that visual language is being compared to premium, high-quality products. But with Touhou, you can present your game in the visual language of Touhou, and it's understood that, oh, okay, this is the aesthetic. So it's accepted at that level of aesthetic. It's accepted as, oh, okay, these are graphics. They're not great, but no one's going to dismiss your game on the basis of the graphics because it's using the language of Toho visually. So it's like a leveler where everyone's like, oh, okay, we all can participate in discussing gameplay and game design and using Toho as a visual language to connect that together, so it's not super expensive and it's not hard. You know, it's you don't have to come up with your own aesthetic. And Zun is really cool, and he's doing this open license, so he's not going to sue you like Nintendo. So that is why I think it's actually really easy to explain why Toho has such a rabid fan game scene and like support, like grassroots fan base, because it allows people to participate in it without having to meet the expectations of reaching these really high standards visually, and that's a really big barrier. So if you're making your first game, it's in a practical sense, Toho's a really good direction to go in, because in a practical sense, it has an audience, it has an open-minded audience, it has an audience that's already used to games being more experimental with their design anyway. So it's like this global visual language we all have now of like experimental fan games that every experimental fan game can adopt into and be part of this language with each other. Versus if you make an experimental fan game and you decide, all right, I'm going to have my own visual styles and own visual communication, a lot of that's not going to be taken seriously because people aren't going to understand where it's coming from, and you don't have the legacy or credibility for people to invest in trying to figure out your game. Whereas Toho, because it's so well done in terms of being clear and accessible, it's just a very strong route. And I think the lore aspect of it is a kind of interesting secondary thing, but I think the key thing with Toho, the key thing about Toho is that visual language. Because once again, let's say you want to tell a story and you want to be part of this like storytelling medium, you can create something with Toho visually, but you wouldn't be able to do that with a lot of other stuff because just the visual production costs would prevent you, right? So I think that's the big difference. I mean, that's the big magic of Toho. And the fact that Zun doesn't sue people and lets people participate in it openly is why it grew really strongly. So that's how I would explain Toho's popularity in that sense, versus that its lore is primarily driving its popularity. Because I think it's people. I think the actual impulse is not. People view it backwards, is my saying. Like, I think JRPG players and kind of narrative gamers view it backwards, where they think, I want to tell a story, therefore the most logical conclusion is to make a game to tell that story. Versus what I think where it actually comes from is, hey, I love video games, I want to participate in video games, and while I'm participating in video games, I want to tell this story. So how do I do both of those things together? But if you just wanted to tell a story, I don't think making an entire game is really giving you that much benefit, and often can cause a lot more problems. Like, let's imagine you have this great story, it's amazing, but the gameplay is a hot mess. It's just awful. And so 98% of people who buy your game do not take the story seriously, do not engage in the story, because the gameplay itself is just this massive liability. So I think what happens is, like, the story in games is a great secondary characteristic, but it's a characteristic that's a lot more sexy and a lot more interesting and a lot more discussable than gameplay design and gameplay mechanics, which is much more abstract and that type of thing. So that is what gets the attention, but the underlying foundation is the game design and gameplay, and that's actually more important. But people want to sort of be more identifiable and talk about stuff and share stuff and be part of a community and everything. And story is a lot more popular in that frame of reference than just pure game design and gameplay. So it just gets the attention a lot more than gameplay. But I don't think it is. I think gameplay is much more of the foundation and much more important. Because another way to flip this for the JRPG fans, here's an interesting way to sort of flip the argument, right? Because we're always making the positive assessment, right? But what about the negative assessment? That is something that I think really shows it's sort of a one-way view. Because if you view games fundamentally as a storytelling medium, what do you do with all of the really good games that have shitty stories or no stories? What do you do with them? What do you do with Resident Evil 4, for example? Its story's like fun, but it's not a great story. Is it bad? Is it a bad game because it doesn't have this compelling story? What about Tetris, which has kind of like no story? What about like all of arcade games? There's no arcade game with like a compelling story, really, because they don't even have the bandwidth to even engage in that. So what do you do with arcade games? What do you do with arcade? What do you do with action games? What do you do with like even real-time strategy games that probably don't have that great of stories? What do you do with a lot of the most developed games in the medium if your basis of assessment is actually truly storytelling? You'd have to dismiss a lot of them, right? You'd have to be like, well, it's really not that good of a game because its story isn't good. But we don't do that. We only, it's like frosting on a cake, right? We only judge it for its benefits, but we never criticize the lack of it. Versus if you went to a movie and the storytelling in the film was bad, you'd walk out of that and be like, that was a terrible film. The characters were awful, the pace was awful, the themes were ridiculous. You know, so we don't hold games to that same standard. It's a one-way street where if they kind of pull off storytelling, we're like, oh, look at you. Well, great job, game. But if they don't pull off storytelling, it's not like we're like, it's garbage. Maybe JRPG fans, but I think even they have trouble doing that as well. Because I'm sure there's plenty of, like, Advanced Wars, for example. Does Advanced Wars have this great, mind-blowing story? Probably not. But it has really fun, well-designed gameplay. So is Advanced Wars a bad game? Star Fox? I mean, there's so many games you could do this with. So that's why I don't think it's a serious area of critique. That's what I'd say. It's not a serious area of critique because you can't really leverage it as an area of critique, even if you wanted to. Even, let's say I inverted my channel and I only discussed games on the basis of their narrative quality, and I was just hammering game after game on the basis of its narrative quality. I'm like, Resident Evil 4, Ninja Gaiden 2, this game and that game, and I just list like all of these stone cold classic games and say they're all crap because they have bad Zelda. Like, Zelda sucks, right? The story is ridiculous. It's basic. Mario, the story is basic, right? You can't do that because that's not the whole basis of the medium. So no one actually does this. It's just this like little side thing that you can like play in and have fun. It's like, oh yeah, JRPGs, they have fun stories. You can go over there and play in the story area, and isn't that fun? But it's not a really serious critical standard that they can apply back to the rest of the medium. So it's kind of a, like I said, it's a secondary quality, not a primary quality. Minecraft has, okay, so Cybershell says Minecraft has no story, but it's still fun because the gameplay is the story. But that's not what the JRPG guys would say, Cyber. I get where you're coming from, but now you're shifting what story is. Because by that basis, you could say, all right, well, Battle Garega is an amazing story because the gameplay is the story, and it like contextualizes death and the meaning of life and like the futility of life through its gameplay and how there's consequences and all this sort of stuff. You could say all that, But then all of that is this sort of vague, implicit narrative. I'm talking actual, like, JRPG style narratives, identifiable story. Because, for example, you say the story of Minecraft is its gameplay, and I actually kind of accept that in a way, like in this sort of abstract sense. But then if I said, all right, write me a paragraph that summarizes the story of Minecraft. What's the theme? What's the climax? What's the falling action? Give me the story arc. Chart it out here. What's the story arc of Minecraft? Be like, well, it's more abstract. It's not really, so I'm talking about proper, like, narrative. Proper narrative. That's what we're talking about. Because if you kind of open it up to the idea that story is kind of more this abstract vibe that you get as you play, then that's actually fine, but it's not exactly what the JRPG fans mean when they talk about storytelling in gaming. They're talking about narrative and how narrative works. Because that style of storytelling, that's every game ever. Every game has that in that sense. Like the story of Tetris is the tense difficulty of solving these abstract puzzles or whatever. You could come up with something postmodern or whatever about any game. You could kind of give a sort of vague, abstract discussion of what a story of the gameplay is, but it's not a narrative in that sense. So that's the big difference, is you have to distinguish proper narrative from just sort of an abstract style of story as some people discuss it. So I thought that was kind of an interesting discussion. Might as well end the stream with an interesting discussion, since I just kept getting owned by the mod crashing over and over. To sum up, JRPGs are a trash genre with an even worse fan base. See, I'm hoping, Diggler, you're not taking that out of what I'm saying here, because there's a difference between being critical of a genre's sort of premise versus just saying it's trash or just saying it's garbage. Because, like, if you're, like I said, like, the strength of an JRPG, like I explained before, isn't dumb or isn't trash. It's just not purely narrative. The strength of a JRPG is that parallel experience where I want to play this kind of strategy game, but I also want to sort of partake in an interesting story, but they're parallel experiences alongside each other. And that is how it works. But the gameplay is the foundation, and the story is secondary on top of that. So, I mean, it's just a matter of describing what they are rather than just saying they're trash or garbage. They're not trash and garbage. It's just, if you understand that it's the gameplay that comes first, everything comes into focus. Everything becomes clear. Because then you could make a lot more reasonable arguments around JRPGs, and they'll have a lot more reasonable discussion. You could talk about, well, the pace of the stat system, or you can talk about how engaging the gameplay is, and if that gameplay has depth, and those types of things, like tactical RPGs and stuff like that, versus JRPGs where the gameplay is often fundamentally sort of broken, either through like really bad balance or like really bad grinding or exploits and stuff like that. And then when you go to critique an RPG and you say, all right, this RPG has a lot of problems because its game balance is busted, the stat system doesn't work. Well, if it's just about narrative, does it matter if these things are busted? Does it matter if these things don't work? Does it matter? So that's why if you put the gameplay first, then you can have a more like critical discussion of, oh, well, how could you improve the game? How could the game grow? And that kind of stuff. But if you just say, well, the gameplay doesn't actually matter, then why is it there? That's the thing. Like, if you have the gameplay, why is it there? What is it doing? So that's my critique of some RPGs. And I feel like actually we didn't get off the track of this until a little bit later on, because I think early RPGs did understand this. So ironically, like all the RPGs people like the Chrono Triggers and the early Final Fantasies and the FF7s and so forth. Maybe FF7's a little bit of a turning point, but definitely the early RPGs. I think Square and the people working on them did understand we're making games first here, and the story is part of the game, but it's a game. I think that was more understood early on, versus now with like the cinematic style games where games are like sort of like movies. You have sections where you just walk for 2 minutes and you watch cutscenes, but you can't skip them, and like those types of elements came later. But I think early RPGs, the ones people really like, I think ironically probably understood they were games more clearly than RPGs do now. So I answered the question. That was an interesting question, though, so I was excited to kind of talk about it. Well, it would be interesting because if we just had this conversation about like what the role of gameplay in RPGs, JRPGs specifically is, I think that would help the genre a lot. I mean, just on the basic level, it would help the genre a lot, because then the genre would have to think about, okay, what is the role of my gameplay here? What's it doing? And like I said, I think the earlier RPGs were a little bit more aware of this. And they were a little bit more, okay, we're a game. And then later on is when we get this whole narrative cinematic stuff. You know, like FF13, something like that. Like a big criticism of FF13 is how its gameplay is like really automated and just goes in a straight line and doesn't have any sort of dynamics to it. And what's interesting is I did play FF13 because I was kind of curious if maybe there was some depth there, because Final Fantasy Lightning Returns has a little bit of sort of a combat system. And what I think it seems like it does. It seems like FF13 does have some sort of depth in the combat system, but you have to like plow through all of these early sections of just nothing happening. So, and I think that comes from that whole like story bit, right? But if Square sat down and thought about FF13 and thought, all right, we've got these combat systems, how do we implement them in the most engaging way? How do we design the levels in the most engaging way? How do we design the gameplay experience in the most engaging way? Then probably the game would have turned out a lot better than, because you're kind of hunting for that stuff. At least I played it for a good few hours because I was really curious about it. Because, you know, everyone criticized it for being linear, and I was like, well, I like linear stuff. But I think the criticism isn't necessarily that it's linear. I'd say it's more that it's just automated, right? Just that first section, nothing's really happening. But it's just kind of like a big, long load screen. Like, you're not really doing too much. You're not thinking about too much. Nothing really matters for a really long time. I think that's more of a valid critique than just that it's linear. Because you could have a game that's linear, but really good and intense, like Resident Evil 4 for the most part. So, and apparently like 13 later on starts to get more complicated and stuff, but I think, I'm just saying in terms of critique, if you actually critique the game in terms of its game design elements, that would actually probably resonate with fans a lot more than you'd think. People would be like, yeah, that makes sense. Versus its story elements. Okay, Master Chief says, will you ever make another video about an anime? Yeah, I want to make one about Gungrave. I do. I want to talk about Gungrave, and I want to talk about... What was the other one I want to talk about? Definitely Gungrave is a big one. Yeah, a few other anime. Yeah, I do, kind of. Especially it's sort of like these, like 2000s anime that aren't super I mean, they're popular, but they're not like super popular, like Gungrave. Maybe even Blue Gender, something like that. I think that would be fun. Talk about those. San said, thanks for answering the question. Now I have a proper reason why I chose to play BL Otome instead of Octopath 2 I've paid full price on. Yeah, San. I mean, I feel like if you armed JRPG fans with this sort of viewpoint, it would make it so much easier to discuss the genre. Because then you could have your story, but you could be more like, all right, you need the foundation underneath this story to be solid. Because if you don't have that expectation of the foundation underneath the story to be solid, then it's just, then it's so hard to discuss the genre critically. It's so hard to evaluate the genre. And like I said, I don't think it's a coincidence that usually those earlier JRPGs tend to be more liked and favored, is because maybe they did have a better understanding of, hey, we're games, and we'll tell a story, but we're games first, and that's what we're going to focus on. So, yeah, I hope that explained it. And I don't have like I said, I have sort of a interest in JRPGs, but the problem is like, so you could even tell me like, all right, this JRPG, like, what is it, FF9? What's the one where it's like the love story? It's 9 or 8. I can't remember which one. There's one of them where it's like kind of a romance, and I thought, oh, that'd be interesting because video games barely ever deal with romance. That's such an underexplored topic in game stories because, you know, nerds are uncomfortable with romance. So that was a game that I was like, oh, that'd be an interesting story, right? But then I sit down to play the game, and it's just, there's so much stuff in between playing the game and experiencing the story that it's like, all right, why don't I just watch a cutscene compilation of the game and kind of even get a better feel for the story than blindly spending God knows how many hours playing this game that may or may not end up being an interesting story. But I think if you sold it like, oh, do you like strategy games? You think strategy games are really interesting? Well, what's a good strategy game? Like, I like Fire Emblem. I don't know if it's like the best strategy game, but like Fire Emblem is like a great strategy game. And then I'm sitting and playing Fire Emblem, and then let's say maybe that Fire Emblem had kind of an interesting story. Then I'm kind of ingesting that story alongside and thinking, well, the story's kind of interesting, the themes are kind of interesting. But it's the game that's keeping me there. It's the game that's keeping me pushed forward. And the story's just kind of jumping in. That was my experience with Metal Gear 2. I really like Metal Gear 2's story, but I played it for the gameplay. That's why I was there. And the story was good about getting out of the way. You know, there's like some intrusive codec calls, but it's really not so bad if you look back on it. And so over time, as I was playing the game, the story's kind of peeked in, and I was interested in it. But if you sat me down and said, all right, and I wasn't interested in stealth action games, and you said, all right, play Metal Gear 2 because that's a really interesting story, I think that's actually a tougher sell. So that would be kind of my view of it, is if you make the gameplay more compelling and more balanced and good, you have a much better chance of getting your story across rather than trying to stretch the game into these weird shapes to make it immersive into the storytelling. Because, I mean, that's just there's no real way to evaluate that in a logical sense, because like I said, you could have immersive storytelling where I'm telling you a story and then you need to go run a mile and then come back. Is that good? Is that bad? It's interesting, but does it work? Whereas like with game design, you could go back to a real solid discussion there. Where with this like immersive thing that we talk about, like games are immersive stories, there is no restraint on how that works. You could put anything you want in your game and be like, that's immersive. And what would be the counterpoint? Because like everything's immersive in this sort of general vague sense if you want to say it's immersive. So if you had the standard be more like, all right, you need to make the game good and then the story can complement it, I think it just makes so much more sense. So there's my little lecture on... I'm going to have to do a video on this at some point, though, so it's a fun little experience to kind of get that sort of talked about and stuff. Because I'm sort of thinking about this a lot, because I do want to make a video about this, which I'm sure the internet will be thrilled about. But I do think if I can get sort of the initial idea through without it seeming like I'm just saying JRPGs suck, you know, and more like understanding the underlying concept about you need to have a critical standard to this stuff. You can't just make the basis of your design on the immersive alone.
You should clip this convo about stories in JRPGs.
Yeah. Well, I think Battle Mode, I'm not going to clip it because I think I'm going to do a... Thanks for the donation, by the way, Battle Mode. I'm not going to clip it because I think I'm going to do a proper video on it. And it's going to be one of those videos I'm going to have to like really like nail the wording, you know, like really get the wording super good so that people can kind of hopefully be open-minded to the idea. Because if you can get the idea across without it seeming like just dismissing it entirely, then I think these discussions will make a lot more sense. And so you get, but the what do you call it? Like the ripple effect of this would be a lot more important than people think. Because imagine, for example, what's a new RPG coming out? Let's say there's a new really good RPG, or like really hyped RPG that's coming out. Like, what would that be? Oh, Final Fantasy Part 3. Final Fantasy 7 Part 3, whatever that one is. So let's say Final Fantasy 7 Part 3 comes out. And it's understood that that has to be a game. That has to be a self-contained game. And then the story is part of that process, but it must be secondary to the game design. Then what would happen is, this is not going to happen, but I'm saying it would be nice if what would happen is when you would read reviews for Final Fantasy 7 Part 3, you wouldn't read 12 reviews by IGN and all the other game journalists who all just talk about the story. They don't even, they barely mention the gameplay. And so you read these reviews and they're like, oh, the story's great, so 10 out of 10. And then it's like, yeah, but what about the whole game part of this? But if it was understood, no, the game has to be good and then you can have your story, then reviews themselves would have to address this a lot more. A reviewer, you'd have to sit down and be like, all right, how is the gameplay of Final Fantasy Remake Part 3? Like, how is that gameplay? Is it good? Is it balanced? Does it work? But you read, let's see. Let's take a little look. Let's look. I'm curious. Final Fantasy 7. I'm just curious if they do this. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth IGN. Okay. I'm not worried about the score. I'm seeing the review, how much they talk about the gameplay. That's what I want to see. Okay, so here we go. I'm reading through it. So, Remake's already impeccable blend of action and turn-based RPG combat has been made fresh again with new mechanics and new party members and revamping the way the original overworld worked by splitting into regions. Okay, so let's keep going. So far, we're getting a little bit of discussion of the gameplay. So let's keep going. And I wonder if the fact that it's got this sort of semi-action style to it, I wonder if that more communicates this idea that the gameplay has to be good. See, that's the thing, is that RPGs are kind of going in this direction without even acknowledging it, obviously. They're not acknowledging that they should make the gameplay more primary, but you can see all these developers are like, all right, how do we make this gameplay so people will play the game? So it is interesting. So let's see how much they talk about the gameplay. I'm reading through cutscenes. Still going. Okay, it's talking about how big the map is and how great that is. Where the sheer scope and spectacle of their respective worlds drew me in to uncovering all they had to offer. That's a very famous, or not famous, that's a very favored description. Sheer scope and spectacle. Scope and spectacle, you hear that all the time. That's like kind of a big point of value. He's, right now, this is funny. This is the funny about IGN reviews. He's literally just describing the game. There's no analysis occurring here. He's just saying, in later areas, you have unique abilities, like you ride on Chocobo, you bounce off launch pad mushrooms to get around. Yeah, but it becomes tedious. It becomes more tedious than necessary. So there you go. Okay, so there's some analysis. So it's tedious. They don't feel as fluid as they ought to be. This is another favorite of IGN, fluid. They love that. Fluid. Everything needs to be fluid, fluid, fluid. Fluid, scope, and spectacle. Fluid, scope, and spectacle. Fluid, yeah, like, they would never say, like, difficult or anything like that. It's still kind of just describing the game in terms of wandering around. You track down life springs. You fight for You fight uniquely tough enemies. You chase down pro-Delerics for bespoke side stories. It's just, yeah, it's so funny how it's like 80% descriptive in a tiny bit of analysis. Okay, it doesn't feel like filler. We still haven't got to the gameplay yet. We're pretty far into the review. It's just describing wandering around the overworld. It's talking about side quests. But I'm talking gameplay in terms of like mechanics, balance, these types of things. Systems. It's talking about fetch quests, having multiple objectives. Okay, we're really deep into the review yet, and we still haven't gotten any word on the gameplay. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're getting there. All right. You're rewarded with XP for your party level, a separate progression system that advances your access to folios. You can think of folios like Final Fantasy X's Sphere Grid, where you spend a pool of skill points to unlock new perks and abilities for each character. All right, so now they're describing the gameplay a little bit. The biggest addition within the folios are synergy abilities, the powerful partner attacks between specific character. Synergies. Bag full of tricks that complements the intricate combat of Remake, instead of bloating what's already a busy system. Okay, here we go. So we're getting some discussion now. Pressure and stagger systems. Limit breaks. They each have distinctive fighting styles. Switching between them on the fly. Offsets a constant variety in both movement to mode action, satisfaction playing. This is interesting. I've got to say I'm actually a little bit surprised. He is talking a lot about the gameplay. He has yet to discuss the story. Alright, here it is. Maybe because it's a remake? I don't know. It's interesting. He's not talking about the story. You all get to see me just stare at the screen reading, but yeah, I'm just kind of curious about this. We've run past the point of viewability long ago, so I'm just curious at this point. Okay, so now we're getting to the story. Okay, so let's see how much the story is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's pretty balanced. This review is pretty balanced. I'll give it credit for that. It's pretty balanced. It's really descriptive. It's not really analyzing the system, but it is at least explaining the RPG mechanics and talking about it. Because I remember I read, I can't remember what it was, one of these gaming websites reviews of Bayonetta 3, and it like didn't discuss the gameplay at all. It's funny. Yeah, so there you go. So this review gives it a 9 out of 10. It doesn't exactly describe, like, I can't get a sense for what the gameplay is from reading that, but he does go through it and explain what it is, at least. So that is interesting right there. So you get a review. That review was primarily focusing on the gameplay. And I wonder if that is because FF remakes are more action-oriented versus more turn-based and strategic. It is interesting. Or maybe because it's a new system. But see, that's the kind of thing I think these types of reviews would benefit from, is what this one did, the IGN one, where it talked a lot more about the gameplay rather than telling you about Final Fantasy's story. So there you go. So you read this review, though, and if you're worried about the story, this is interesting, right? So IGN are actually, in terms of JRPGs, they're a little bit ahead of the curve here of the like general fan base, because they are mostly talking about the game play rather than talking about the story. Maybe because it's a well-known story at this point. It's interesting. Yeah, so sorry that was a really boring section, but I was just curious actually. It's not like I was impressed. I was a little bit surprised. And I'll say it was a little bit, this guy did a much better job than I would normally expect. So that can happen sometimes. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's a lot more competent than I was expecting. So you gotta give him credit for that. So the guy who wrote this, his name is Michael Higham for IGN. And yeah, he did a much better job than I was expecting to read. Let's see what his reviews are. Now I'm kind of curious. Let's read what his reviews are. Interesting. This is interesting. So this guy, his reviews are primarily tech reviews. He does a lot of he's reviewing headsets. He's reviewing keyboards. He's reviewing some kind of Switch thing. And then he does random RPG reviews in the middle of... This guy's kind of interesting. He's doing headphone reviews, and then in the middle of it he's like, yeah, here's a review for Final Fantasy. That's kind of interesting though. Maybe that's where it comes from, where he has more of a... He's reviewing tech, so he's a little bit more thinking about the mechanics and systems of games, because he sits and reviews tech all day. It's kind of interesting. Okay, he has a Persona 3 review. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to see if this one also talks about the combat. Okay. Yeah, he's talking about the structure of the game, combat. This guy's kind of doing a better job than you normally see in IGN. And I read a lot of IGN reviews these days. He's talking about the combat. Okay, now he's getting into the story a little bit. He's talking about the gameplay. Okay, now he's talking about the story. Okay, hold on. This one, alright, this one he's going way more into the story here. Okay, hold on. I may have spoken too early here. So, we're still in the story. It made me confront my own mortality. It's poetic. Yeah, okay, this one's... Alright, this one's more about the story. Yes, okay, so here's a big difference. So if you read IGN's review of FF's Remake 2, that one was a lot more focused on the combat system and the gameplay. But if you read his review of Persona 3 Reload, he is much more focused on the story. Yeah, he's even got spoiler warnings in here. So this one, so reading this one, I would have no idea. Okay, so all it says is combat is built upon Persona 3's tried and true turn-based system. Ah, we're getting there now. So it's if it's a turn-based game, forget the gameplay. If it's an action game, maybe they'll talk about the gameplay. But so this one's turn-based, and he just says, yeah, it's turn-based. There's hit weaknesses and stuff. It's like Pokemon, you know. Yeah, that's all he really says about the stories. This is what he says, or about the gameplay. He says, is built upon Persona 3's tried and true turn-based system, where you account for elemental affinities, hit weaknesses for extra turns, tactical knockdown enemies to set up all-out attacks, power shield, multiple personas, and Pokemon-like nature, building a roster. It's as sharp as it's always been. So he's got just a few sentences here about the gameplay, and it's just yeah, it's a game, it's turn-based. That's basically what he's not really, he's kind of describing it as Pokemon. I guess that's the closest kind of information, because I didn't even know what Persona 3's combat is. This guy needs to tell me, because I've never played Persona or Persona 3. So, but he's yeah, it's turn-based, and it's kind of like Pokemon. That's so interesting. because if you go through the rest of the review, yeah, he's just really talking a lot about the story. A lot. And really doesn't get into the gameplay at all. And I wonder if that's because it is turn-based. And so, like, this would be an interesting sort of case study if I went through IGN reviews and I found action RPGs with combat, and then I found turn-based RPGs, and then I went through the reviews and, like, tallied up how much they discuss the combat mechanics and the gameplay. I bet, this is just a bet, I could be wrong, but I bet the turn-based ones focus so much more on the story than the action ones. That seems to be, at least so far with this guy, that was the case. I guess we could try one more, just out of curiosity. We'll do the same reviewer too. So, let's see here. Persona 3, Final Fantasy 4. What the hell is this? Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail. What is Dawn Trail? Is that a whole new game, or is that a DLC? Okay, so let's see FF14 Dawn Trail. Oh, it's an MMO. No, let's not do MMOs. That's going to screw it up. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see if we can find an action-based one. No, he doesn't have an... he's got... The only other one he's got that's an RPG is Shin Megami Tensei 5. So let's see that one. Turn-based combat. Okay, here we go. Its new separate storyline and quality of life improvements are reason enough to play this masterclass in turn-based combat. Okay, so let's see now. So this is a turn-based game. Let's see if we get much discussion of the turn-based combat or not. Okay, he's talking about the routes, the story. It puts emphasis on human characters. Story beats. Okay, we're still on the story. It's a larger theme of revenge. So we're still on the story. Let's keep going. Okay, here it is. Here's the combat. Let's see how long he goes on about it. So we had like 6 paragraphs about the story there. Alright. SMT has always staked its claim on unforgiving turn-based combat, and there are moments in which vengeance doubles down on this principle. You're still honing in the elemental affinities of your enemies and building rosters of demons, but in this version I got SMT'd more often. This is like his own word he uses. Meaning I get absolutely wiped by an enemy in one turn and there wasn't anything I could really do about it. Of course, in the most tense battles where I need to carefully think about steps, blah blah blah, I was reminded that SMT's combat system has some of the best turn-based mechanics around. Okay, so he's saying it's good. That's all we've gotten so far, is that it's good. It's good and it's hard. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going. You're capturing demons. You're building your roster. There's unlockable perks. It's Pokemon-like. So he's recycling this from Persona 3. He said this in the Persona 3 review. It's satisfying Pokemon-like nature. This is almost the exact same sentence. I think it is the same sentence. Let me look. Let's see if it's the exact same sentence. That would be really funny. Okay, let's open the Persona 3 review. This is me doing a little... This is what I do when I read reviews. I do all this meta-analysis of other people's reviews. So let's see. Pokemon... Okay. The Pokemon... Here's the Persona 3 review. The Pokemon-like nature of building her roster via Persona Fusion remains intact. Okay. Then here... It's that satisfying Pokemon-like nature of cycling through increasingly powerful monsters and staying on top of your bases as you level your main character and making good use of them in these critical moments. So it's pretty much the same it's not the same sentence grammatically and everything, but it's the same. It's saying the exact same thing. It's like Pokemon, and you build a roster. It's like Pokemon, and you build a roster. Okay, so let's see what else he goes through. Okay, now he's talking about the gameplay a little bit more. He's talking about how on different routes you get different items or something like that. Okay. Alright, so that was kind of it. That was kind of it in terms of the gameplay discussion. He's talking about you get different items on different routes, and it's like Pokemon. Let's see if he keeps going. Okay, it has great attitude. So that's kind of story-based. It has a great soundtrack. I'm sure it does. More about the soundtrack. Demon Hunt is a hub area. You can talk to demons on your... Okay, as you progress in the story, you'll get free bonus stat points. So it's a little kind of a bit about the gameplay here. But it is funny. It does seem that if you have a turn-based game, it's going to be your review is going to be much more about the story, at least with this guy, than the action game where he was talking more specifically about the game mechanics and balance. And I think the reason for that is because, this is just my guess, I think it's because even JRPG fans, don't really find the discussion of the combat mechanics all that interesting or all that important or engaging. Because I went ahead when I was thinking about making a video about like RPG combat systems. I actually tried to look up videos explaining the evolution of Final Fantasy's combat system, you know, from 1 to the end. And there was one guy who kind of started and then he just kind of stopped. And there were no other videos on the subject. But, you know, there's endless videos about the stories of the games. So, maybe that's kind of an interesting trend. Where the more action RPGs will get more attention in terms of their game design in reviews and stuff than the turn-based stuff. That's what it seems to be. Battle mode says there's no evolution after active time battle system until FF13 or whatever. Yeah, and that's kind of battle mode. That kind of was what it was. He was like, yeah, there's active time battle, and forget it. Because he doesn't continue the video series. He just kind of, and it wasn't like he stopped uploading videos. He kept uploading other videos, but I don't think anyone was interested, and so he kind of stopped. Let's see if I can find... the evolution of Final Fantasy combat systems. See, here it is. So here's the guy that I found. The complete evolution of battle systems, the early years. I was like, yes, found it. But he doesn't continue. He just goes to the early years, and then the series stops. He gets to Final Fantasy 9, and then there's no continue. And the channel's called Final Fantasy Union, and I was liking it. I thought it was pretty good up until, you know, it just stops. But up until 9, he's doing a pretty good job explaining the differences in the combat systems. But then the video just stops. The series just stops. It doesn't continue. Not at least that I could find. Let's see if I can... Yeah, Final Fantasy Evolutions. Evolution of super bosses, evolution of ultimate weapons, evolution of mages, red mages, evolution of white mages, evolution of black mages. People love their mages, apparently. Evolution of magic. The evolution of combat systems. The early years, and it just stops. It is kind of funny. He's like, alright, that's enough of that. You get the idea. You can't find anything, probably, but I think it's also like I don't know, it's interesting, because like, I could find something about the evolution of story in Final Fantasy. Let's see if there's something like that. The complete story of every single mainline Final Fantasy remastered. The complete history of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy complete story explanations. Complete stories. Entire Final Fantasy chronology in 3 minutes. The complete history of 8-bit Final Fantasy. That's actually the same channel. The same guy, Final Fantasy Union. He did the complete history of 8-bit Final Fantasy. The complete story of Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy complete story explained. I mean, the history of Final Fantasy, the list just goes on and on and on. So there you go. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a real sort of gap. Even if you're an RPG fan, there's a real gap in this area of discussion of the genre in terms of the design, the combat mechanics. There's like no real active discussion of this stuff. It would be interesting too, because it'd be interesting if you could if you did some sort of poll or some sort of poll, I guess, of JRPG fans, and you just asked them, all right, what's your favorite JRPG and why? And then just go through and sort of sort through them and see how many of them would explain like system mechanics, job systems, replayability, stuff like that, and how many would choose story, and like sort them into piles and see what that breakdown is in terms of focus on story versus focus on game design. Mark, you're focusing on Final Fantasy, the most story-focused JRPG franchise. Yeah, that's the point, though. My point isn't that... Because the original sort of question was, what do I think of JRPGs as a storytelling medium, not as a game genre, as a storytelling medium. So that's why I was saying, well, the storytelling aspects of the genre are a lot more underdeveloped than you would think, and this is why. Not how do I feel about the genre as a whole. So that's why we're looking at the story aspect of this so much, because the original question was, what do I think of them as a way to tell stories? So, this has been quite a discussion. It's been quite a stream. It's been a fun time. We went through multiple game crashes. We had a whole sidetrack where I talked about stories and video games. Oh, this is a great question. So, Lias asks, Mark, how do you feel about... You mentioned Gungrave earlier. Yes, I am a Gungrave aficionado, the anime. How do you feel about the first episode beginning medias res, like in the middle of the story? A lot of people don't like it and say go straight to the episode 2. I agree with that completely, actually. I always tell people to go to episode 2, and this is why. And I think this makes a lot of sense. The first episode of Gungrave is not an episode. It's a 30-minute trailer for the show. That's what it is, because nothing that happens in that first episode actually matters in any degree. It doesn't do anything. There's no narrative progression. There's no real thing that happens that if you removed it, you wouldn't know. what that episode is, it's like a 30-minute trailer for the show. And I think that was explicitly what it was made for. They're like, all right, we're going to go on this long character arc with Harry and Brandon, and then we're going to go through all these like shifts and changes. I really like the Gungrave anime a lot. We're going to go through this whole narrative arc with these characters, and they're going to have a rise and a fall and the whole thing. But we're nervous that if we just start on episode 1 when they're like rundown losers, most anime fans are not going to connect with this. They're not going to like it. They're going to think it's like lame and boring. So we need to give them the hot stuff up front. We need to give them like a little sizzle reel of, don't you worry, there's going to be giant guns and zombies, and it's going to look like the video game. Don't you worry, we're going to get there. We will get there. So the first episode, I think that's the entire point of the first episode. It has... I never rewatch it. I watched it, I have that on DVD. I'd watched the series many, many times on DVDs. I never rewatch the first episode, and I never recommend beginning with the first episode because it's just a 30-minute trailer for the show, and it's kind of cool, but it really is just a trailer. So if you're interested in the show, just start on episode 2. So I agree completely, and I've said that to my friends for many years. I'm like, just go with episode 2 because episode 1 is just a trailer, basically. There's nothing happens. There's no real, effect on the rest of the story. It's not like Tarantino. It's not like a Tarantino thing where it starts at the heist or whatever. It starts here and then it goes there and it goes there, but they all connect together. It's not like that. Like, you can just remove it and it has no effect on the rest of the story. It's a trailer. So there you go. It's a fun trailer, but it's not necessary. Valorant says, I can't tolerate anime anymore at all. I don't understand how any adult can still genuinely like anime. I think that's a really good, that's a sentiment I agree with a lot, because it feels like anime has become increasingly childish. And I'm not the biggest anime guy, but, the animes that I like almost are always from the older generation and the older eras. And I think that's because in the older eras of anime, at least I'm not an expert, obviously, but the ones that I watched, like the 90s, 80s, I love Robotech, Macross, all that stuff, and then early 2000s. I think that era, they were trying to be a bit more adult, or a bit more like trying to reach adult audiences more. And I think these days anime, it's not it's not trying to reach a new audience. It's like not trying to break into non-anime audiences like it was in the past. So yeah, I think that's kind of something I've picked up on as well, where anime feels very like it's doing its thing and you're like, do you like it or not? And it's doing its thing and you either like it or not, rather than it trying to kind of grab you and reach out to you and be something that a cross demographic might be interested in. Yeah, Graf says, yeah, I mean, and the thing about, I think the important thing to talk about with like a lot of these discussions, with online discussions, that I think it makes criticism a little bit easier to swallow, is that like the medium of anime isn't going anywhere. Like, that's not a possibility. It is an established medium that will exist for always. Even if no one makes it, like the concept has been established, the tradition has been established, it is in culture, it is part of history. So anime will never go away in a true sense, because even if the current anime industry collapses and completely disappears, like the concept would still exist and still persist into the future. It's that influential and it's that like solidified into our current culture. So you could really just say, when you're talking about anime, you're just talking about contemporary, like how good is contemporary anime. Same thing with video games. Like I talk about the problem with modern video games. There's no universe where video games go away. It's impossible. Video games will always, unless we lose technology completely, but video games as a medium will always persist into the future, much longer than all of our lifespans and all of our children's lifespans. So when you talk about like video games, you're really just discussing your contemporary iteration of them. And if your contemporary iteration of games fails completely, a new generation will pick up and move forward. Like the medium itself will never disappear. So I think you don't have to be as... So like if you're a fan of modern games or you're a fan of modern anime and stuff, I don't think the defensiveness is as warranted, because the medium will always continue in one fashion or another, even if this version of it completely fails. So right, it's and a medium is neutral, right? A medium is completely neutral. You could have something... It's just the question of, do you like animation? Because you could have the most mature, groundbreaking story told in an anime format. It could happen. It's not like it couldn't. So it's more of just a commentary on the active community of people making anime today. Like, are the people making anime right now, are they doing a great job or not? That's kind of the underlying question. And for me, I've always been attracted to the older generation of anime, but I know I'm keeping an eye out. Maybe something might interest me. It's like the I think so, battle mode. Yeah. Anime and JRPGs are so similar. They are so similar. Yeah. Definitely. Alrighty, everyone. So I'm going to put a timer on now, because I've been streaming all kinds of time. Timer. Clock. Alarm. I'm trying to find a built-in timer on my computer. I guess I don't have one. Okay, timer. Google has the timer. Alright, we've got I'm going to give it a 6-minute timer. Go. Alright, 6 minutes, and then I'm going to end the stream. So, yeah, any final discussions or questions, and then we'll close down the stream. It's been a fun time. I really appreciate all the support, by the way, everyone's been super generous. And today was just meant to be kind of a fun time and kind of a way to catch up with people and talk about stuff. So that's why I was like kind of interested to talk about your questions about like JRPGs or whatever, because for me it's more about kind of having fun and connecting with people than well, Resident Evil had its way with me with these these crashes, man. I feel like I would have gotten so much further if the game wasn't constantly crashing. But yeah. Anyway, so we got 6 minutes left. Any last topics you guys want to say? And then we'll close her down. San asks, do you think every game with emphasis on difficulty needs objective metrics? And how granular should they be? I wouldn't say needs necessarily, but benefits is definitely the strong word there. Like, I think granular objectives benefit, because needs, that's a really tough standard. Like, but benefits, I think, is a very easy standard, where the more granular the objective performance you put into your games, the more depth it allows. Because, like, think of like a capped score versus like a granular score. So if you're playing a game and the best possible score is capped really early, let's say like the gun range here in a Resi 4, right? That gun range scoring system is pretty capped and pretty limited. It's just like headshot everything and nail the bonus spawns, and you'll get essentially the max score. And that is a challenge, but it's a challenge that can be learned and overcome in the matter of and probably perfected in the matter of like a day or two. So there's not a lot of depth, because no matter how talented you are, there's only so much skill you can express in the game and have that be measured out back to you. But if you made the if you made the scoring and the performance metrics more granular, that would open up more opportunity for depth in terms of like accuracy, in terms of like making making, like, you get a headshot, and, like, one headshot is, like, the perfect headshot, and then another headshot's, like, a slightly worse headshot, and that has point differentials, and then maybe you put, like, a comboing system in, like a time-based combo, where it's not just can you hit everything, but how fast can you hit everything. So, like, the more you add these sort of objective, granular metrics, the more depth you introduce into the game. You can go overboard with this, obviously, but yeah, so the more granular you make your scoring system, and then the more metrics of performance you add in there, for the most part, of course, this could go awry if you don't do it correctly, but it allows for more depth to occur, because then you could have someone who spends, like, months, like, perfecting down to the frame getting those headshots, you know, so then you could get a lot more performance variation and depth in that way. Valorant asks, Tom Faze says, this is an interesting question Tom Faze asks. He says, you have talked about JRPGs, but what about Western RPGs, whatever, CRPGs? Western ones, see, I've talked about JRPGs more, because I'm actually a lot more familiar with JRPGs than Western RPGs. I don't know how Western RPGs structure the story into their gameplay, but I would assume that there's a little bit more of an emphasis on gameplay, because whenever I hear Western RPG players, like Fallout and those types of games, like Fallout players, whenever I hear, I'm not a Fallout player, I don't know the series that well, but whenever I hear Fallout players discuss the games, yes, they talk about the story a bit, but they do talk a lot about, like, the mechanics, the structure, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just making an assumption here, but I think it's probably safer to say that Western RPGs are a little bit more understood and discussed as games rather than as, like, books and literature. They're understood to be more of a game. You know, you play it, it's a game, and then it has a story attached to it. Think of that Doom quote. You know, it's not a Western RPG, but, like, Westerners are a little like Doom, you know, when that John Carmack quote. I think Westerners are a little bit more focused on the gameplay side of things in their own way. But I don't know. I mean, that's my assumption so far, but I'm not an expert on Western RPGs in any sense, so I could be completely wrong. Yosef asks, why no Discord server? Just because I don't want to spend my time moderating, mostly. And then I don't want to, like, delegate someone the responsibility of moderating a server for me. And just that kind of whole, like, now that I don't have a full-time job, I really value my flexibility and freedom. And so I'm going to give myself a little more time. I really value my flexibility and freedom. So, like, I've moderated Discord servers in the past, and in the end, it always feels a little bit like a job, like you're a lawyer and a judge, and it feels kind of like a lot of work. So that's mostly why. I just don't want to tackle this question of moderation, and I don't want to also then burden someone else with the job of doing it, and so that's why I don't have a Discord server. Try Gunvolt and Astra Revision. I'll definitely try Gunvolt. I'll have to check out that Astra Revision. I haven't heard about that. And read Golden Kamui. Oh yes, Bog's been telling me about this. He really likes this, so I'll have to check it out because he really likes this Golden Kamui thing. Bog is sort of my anime vet. You know, he like vets them. Like, are they? Because he's much more into anime than I am, so he has a better handle on what's coming out now. FFF says, you should research Western RPGs reaching back to the 80s and their influence and what JRPGs took from them. Things would make more sense to you. Yeah, I think so. Like, that whole... Because don't Western RPGs go back to, like, actual board games and stuff like that? So they were, again, more understood as games rather than as sort of, like... I do think, you know, I think someone mentioned it earlier as kind of like a joke, but I do think the big distinction between like a Western RPG and JRPG is the anime influence on like JRPGs, because they obviously have an extremely strong anime influence, whereas Western RPGs don't have an anime influence. So I think that's actually probably maybe one of the bigger distinctions between them, is the anime influence on JRPGs versus the non-anime influence on Western RPGs. Try Mega Man Zero before Gunvolt. I've played Mega Man Zero. I have it on my Game Boy Advance. I've played it. Will you ever cover arcade racers? You are in for a great surprise, new Type Punk, because my next video that will come out next Friday or Thursday, somewhere in that area, will be about F-Zero GX. So yes, my next video will be about arcade racers. So there you go. Alrighty, everyone. Well, that will do for today's stream. That was a really fun time. It was fun chatting with everyone and talking about this stuff. Oh, Paul says, wait, Mark has no Discord server? Yeah, no. A while back, I had a stream server where the idea was I would like stream regularly and like announce when I was streaming on the server. That was the point of it. But then I've decided, well, I don't want to stream regularly. So the whole point of the server is kind of not in effect anymore. So I went ahead and, yeah, I was like, all right, I'm going to let everyone know that I'm not running the server anymore because I don't want to moderate it and stuff. And it was supposed to be just I send pings out to people, letting them know I'm streaming. But I don't really have an interest of streaming regularly. Like this stream is going to be this big, long one that I always end up doing. But then it'll probably be a good long time before I stream again. Though I will stream at the end of this month, funnily enough, because I'm doing this legacy stream, this 2-day legacy stream to like raise funds for the channel and stuff. So I'll do that. So I guess that's when I'll stream next. So how does the Electric Heads conjoin their thoughts? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, because every time, you know, you try to come up with something like that, it just seems like it's a beast of an undertaking. So I don't know. Good question. I do have a Reddit server that I hardly ever use, and I don't know how active that is. I don't know. Yeah, you know what would be great for me, Paulo, actually? What I would like is actually, instead of being in charge of like a server or being in charge of a forum, I would love to be a part of someone else's server or forum that captures a lot of these discussions and captures a lot of this type of stuff. But it's really hard to find stuff like that, obviously. Reddit gave me the plague. Yeah, Reddit's just kind of lame. The Reddit is full of people who dislike you. Yeah, I figured. Of course. Yeah, Reddit's kind of lame. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Yeah, it's so hard to find something like that. I wish there was something... But I think the problem is like when you get into the area of critique, things just go crazy. You know, people just start getting crazy. So then it starts to just turn into a mess. So I think that's the problem. We always end up kind of running up against with these types of stuff, where you just end up in a tough situation in terms of moderation and people getting mad and all that stuff. Do you have any social media? I have a Discord profile. That's my social media. Is I'm on Discord, and you can message me on Discord. That's my social media. Yeah, I like to keep it really nice and simple. Yeah, exactly, Chaos Emperor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I fit in with the sort of greater YouTubing world. That was a question earlier. Someone asked, like, what YouTuber would I collaborate with? That would be, like, a great collaboration. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how much I fit in with sort of the general gaming world. I think people who are open-minded would be great, but, you know, YouTubing is it's a very solo medium. It really is. Like, it's not a medium of camaraderie and friendship. It's like it's just a very solo endeavor, you know. It's a very just pushing forward, just one person forward at a time, you know, like, because I don't know, just the way the platform works, just the way views work, the way algorithms work, it's just kind of a one-man effort. So Mr. Beast, yeah, bring me on that. I would actually like to debate them. Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to sort of do maybe. I think actually, like, if I did a YouTubing thing with another person, I kind of would like it to be something that's a little bit more fun and a little bit more lighthearted, because, you know, that people just don't always think I'm just this raging lunatic all the time. Like, I can be a pretty nice guy, so I think that type of thing would be kind of fun. Like, if someone had something that was a fun thing that I did, rather than, you know, put up your fists type of stuff. Because I debate the internet every day. I don't want to debate people on YouTube. I debate the comments section and the YouTube and the world every single day. So I would actually like something that was a little bit more lighthearted and fun, I think. 20 modern gamers versus the Electric Underground. Yeah. Yeah, battle mode's exactly right. I'm the exact same way, battle mode. Like, the more you get into, like, making YouTube videos, the more you end up not watching other YouTubers, just because you end up, it's like a lose-lose situation. Because if you watch other YouTubers and they're, like, brilliant and they're saying all this great stuff, you don't want to, like, suck in their work and, like, accidentally plagiarize it or something. Like, you don't want that. You want to have your own unique viewpoint. But then on the other hand, that rarely ever happens. But the other way around is, like, you watch other YouTubers and you go into sort of YouTuber mode yourself, and it's like work, and you're like, no, they're not doing this right, they're not doing that right, I don't agree here. So yeah, I do watch other YouTubers, but it's usually not gaming related. I usually watch stuff about, like, movies and books and those types of things, something outside of my medium of work. And that's where I tend to get more inspiration, actually, is like watching film critique or book critique or something like that. But I don't try to apply it in the same sense of games or narrative or anything, but apply it in the sense of just sort of thinking about things critically and discussing them critically. That would be cool. That is something Paul Allen brought up. That would be great. I would absolutely love. Yes, so this would be the collaboration. I would love to talk to these Japanese developers. That would be something I would be really excited about. Talk to Mikami, talk to Ikeda, talk to all of these developers about their games and about their approach to game design. That would be fantastic. I would love to do that. But it's they're, like, super hard, obviously, and I can't speak Japanese, so that's even harder. Alrighty, everyone. So thanks so much for tuning in. We'll call it here. Adios.